cruising in my lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, ha, not fucking likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running shit right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains, I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things, gonna make a fucking name. I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame. No, I'm not that vain, I just wanna be greatness. 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 Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent, and it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots, if I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. Bad energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic. Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate, bitch, you can fucking fight me. Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me. Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself. Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me. I'll be cruising in my lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, ha, not fucking likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running shit right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains, I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things, gonna make a fucking name. I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame. No, I'm not that vain, I just wanna be greatness. 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 Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent, and it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots, if I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. That energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic. Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate, bitch, you can fucking fight me. Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate this, you can fucking fight me. Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself. Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a
Well, as it usually starts, nobody's in here. There will be one or two people that would show up on the little thing. It shows like, hey, concurrent viewer one. So I'm like, oh, somebody's in here. So I'll go ahead and go live. And then there's not. Fucking YouTube. Am I right? What what made me want to talk about this, I was talking when I was doing the review yesterday, it brought up a lot of stuff and I thought it was interesting. I've talked about this stuff over the years, but I didn't know if anybody else was interested or wanted to like talk about their own shit or share or something like that. I think anything like that would be kind of cool to talk about. Could go over my history. Was thinking going all the way back to when I was a little kid, which I don't know if this shit counts because I was just a dumb kid. Like, I mean, I was a kid. Like, I'm talking about like first grade, before first grade shit. Like, those things, you know. I notice that happens sometimes with kids. Like, they'll be interested in girls or like, because I think like some of it's like people are like matchmaking or something like that, or like, oh, y'all look cute or whatever, and then you're like, you don't understand it, you're like, oh, it's my girlfriend or whatever, right? So it kind of weird. I started off pretty young. Um, there was this girl, and like she was my neighbor, I think, and like I don't know, whatever. I had like I put some pictures in the thumbnail and like Photoshop some stuff like that. Um, not like not all those girls was I in any kind of relationship with. It's just some of them. The ones with the two girls, and then like I'm on the ground. Those are kind of just was funny pictures, but I thought it would fit in with the uh, relationship women stuff, right? Um, one of the girls is my prom date. One of the girls is the girl that I was in love with, like more than anybody ever in my life. Then there's just a couple of goofy ass pictures of me. I do have some pictures of the girl when I was a kid. Like when we were kids and like I kissed her and we kissed, but it wasn't like, I'm talking about, I mean, I want to say this shit was before first grade. Um, I can't even remember her name now. I can see her in my head and I remember stuff, but I'm talking about like young and like kiss, but like not like it was like you know, like this that. I think there were some older kids around if I remember, and they kind of were like bringing it up, but like I'm not. There wasn't no like. I'm not trying to say there was anything more, but beset little kids just doing stupid shit like, oh, we're playing doctor when you're little because you don't know what you're doing or something like that. So that was kind of the first one, and she called her my girlfriend or whatever, but like, I'm talking about like, we're like, I don't know how, I guess we were about the same age, but like, we were like both really young, like younger than like kids when they really know what's going on. So that would probably be my first experience. Then some reason I remember this girl, and I think she was in my first grade class. I want to say her name was Carmen, or her name was Carmela, or something like that. And I had a really big crush on her. I don't understand it because, like I said, this is before like puberty, before like those kind of things. So I had those kind of weird, like I don't know if it's weird or normal, honestly. It's not something you think about. Like I'm just trying to say that it was not like a real relationship, like a high school thing or anything like that. Um, so I don't know any other way to word it, but it was like a real legit kids thing. I'm not even talking about like a high school kids thing, right? Actually, I don't know if I have. There's only a few girls that I have pictures with. You also got to think some of this shit happened before like cell phone cameras were popular and stuff like that. There's a girl on Facebook. I could have downloaded some pictures of her, but they weren't with me. But since I blurred out or censored everybody's face, because I'm not trying to whatever. Not that any of them will ever see any of this, or even if they did, like I'd really give that much of a crap. Only the girls like that I put in there that weren't any kind of dating or anything. It was just like I said, I put that in there as a joke. Like the two girls, we were all out um, at bowling, yeah, and stuff like that. I just thought it was funny because that's just kind of how I used to joke around. One of those girls I did have a crush on, and I thought like when I was talking about it yesterday. Not to skip ahead. We'll get to that when we do. I just want to clarify that. I just wanted to put it out there to show that like it's not like I've never touched a girl or anything like that. Because there's a lot of dudes who get online and they act like they just get so mad that like all women are evil or they're incels or MRA or whatever bullshit. Red pill to the extreme. I don't even know what it goes beyond. Because most red pill dudes pull girls, but then there's like the ones. But then I think some of the red pill ones, those are probably more like incel types that don't actually pull the girls, but they still believe all the shit, like women are whores and women are this and yada yada and all that shit. So I just kind of want to show that wasn't the case for me, because there's like, also, I'm not trying to claim in this any way that like I was super ultra successful because I wasn't. But I'm also saying and I'm not trying to give advice, although there will be some advice as I talk about stuff. That's why I was hoping people would come in, so like you could just like interact. That's what, like, yeah. Because also this is like my last big hurrah because Monday I start my new job, my training, which I'm not super worried about the training. It should be pretty easy-ish. I don't necessarily like the way they're going to do the training, but I ain't got much else choice right now. So I start that, so I'm not going to have any time to like do stuff because it's because the company, I'm working at home, but the company's based in like California. So we're starting on their specific times. It's really later here for me. So like into the day. So like I technically don't get off till like 6:30 my time. Um, and I don't know exactly because I want to say what would 8 hours from 9:30 be? That would be like 5. 9 to 5 would be 8. I don't know what the training. Like I know when I'm actually working, like they had to have like a 10-hour window. So I guess we'll see. But yeah, I'm still kind of like I really don't want to have to do this because it's not going to be that great a job. But like I said, I ain't got much choice right now, and we'll see how it goes. But okay, so those are the two girls that I remember. Then I'm trying to think. There was probably okay. Did I have? I'm trying to think. Like after that, like I can't. Nobody really sticks out. There was one girl, and I guess this would have been the time, maybe kind of when kids were. I think it was probably pre-puberty. There was this one girl, and I can't remember if it was the 5th or 6th grade, and I had a crush on her. It might have been sixth grade, and it seemed like she kind of liked me too. I remember. I don't know how inappropriate this is, but I remember the teacher was telling me like, "Oh, she really likes you," and all this kind of stuff. But supposedly she had a boyfriend at the time, so then it was kind of like it was a weird thing. And like I'm talking about like I'm a dumb kid, like I'm talking about like sixth grade. So obviously I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. But the teacher, I remember the teacher telling me that, and I was just thinking, I was like, I wonder if like the teachers do that shit all the time. I could see them seeing it, maybe going home and talking about it to like their other people or something. But to actually tell the student, maybe she thought she was trying to, maybe she was doing me a favor. Maybe I messed up. Maybe I should have listened. But and I did kind of like her too. I kind of remember those feelings. Like I don't think, like I said, those one young ones I was talking. Oh God, clarify. When I was young, and they were young, when I was like five, six, like that age range. Then I don't really remember anything up until, and I don't know if I ever had that like stereotypical like, ooh, girls are gross kind of thing. Like I just don't think I ever like thought about it or nothing like that, specifically one way or the other until that sixth grade situation. But like I said, I still think it's weird if the teacher was all like, I think that girl really likes you. I can't remember what her name was. I can see her in my head, but I can't remember her name. That was like when I was in sixth grade. So that was kind of weird. And then I think seventh grade, was there? I don't think there was anybody in seventh grade. It might have been eighth grade. There was one girl in eighth grade I kind of liked. And then that's about the time when you start, like I said, I don't know. I guess I probably was going through puberty this time. Yeah, it had to be because it was probably, I'm pretty sure I went into puberty before high school. Although I didn't really grow until high school. That was like, I think I grew like a lot between, because I remember I went to school like in eighth grade with this one kid, and he was in high school with me, and I was like 6 inches taller than him when I saw him next. So like, I think I grew a bunch between eighth and ninth grade year, something like that. So I don't know. I remember I was probably taller than my mom by the time I was in like the fifth grade. She was like 5'4". So I knew I grew a bunch in there. I don't know when I technically stopped growing or whatever. But yeah, there was a girl in the eighth grade. I think her name was Judy, if I remember. She was an Asian girl. Not that it matters, but and then the first girl, the one when I was. This doesn't matter, but it's just I'm just doing it to show a point. Like, um, she was white, and then the girl that I had the crush on in the first grade, but I don't know what because it was weird. She was either like black or she may have been like mixed, or she could have also possibly been like Puerto Rican or something like that. Like it's a long time ago. Like she was definitely not white, and I don't think she was like Latina or anything like that. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and then the girl in the sixth grade or whatever it was, she was white, and then the girl was Asian in the eighth grade. Then, I mean, and mainly it starts going bad in high school, and I was just stupid. I didn't know what to do. I don't know. I never learned. I didn't have a dad, so I didn't have nobody to ask. I had my older cousin, but like, she was. So I don't know. Like maybe I could have got help from her, but I never really did. And I think by the time I was in high school, she was actually she wasn't grown, but like she went and got married. Like her parents agreed to let her get married before she was 18, and she was married to this dude that's probably like 10 years older than her. So probably getting advice from her probably wouldn't have helped me out either. But I can't remember when I developed. There was this girl. I was friends. My best friend in high school was friends with her because he knew her before, so we're in the same group. And for some reason, I developed this big crush on her, and it was like stupid crush. And and this was kind of like my high school whole time shit. Like for pretty much almost the whole 4 years, I had a crush on this girl. Everybody kind of knew it, but I never became nothing. I guess she wasn't really interested in me. I never tried hard enough. I mean, I kind of like did that subtle, like cringy shit. Like if you ever watch like a movie where you see some kid and he's gonna ask this girl out or do some shit and it's just like cringy. And I actually did some of that shit. At the time, I didn't know any better. But looking back at myself, I was like, I wasted it. Like there was this one other girl that was in our friends group, Now, this is me, like, some part of me, we always had kind of like an antagonizing thing. We didn't hate each other, but we would always kind of like talk shit to each other, or we try to one up each other. Because she was actually, of that group, besides me, I think she was probably the smartest person in the group. She might have even been smarter than me. I don't know. But we had this kind of thing. So when I look back on it years later, I don't know if she felt bad for me or if like she had a crush on me. So she was kind of like mad that I was always crushing on this other girl without ever becoming anything. So I definitely see that. Like, that's a possibility. Obviously, I don't know 100%. But I was really, 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 really stupid. So while I had this crush on this girl, the one that like seems like I want to say almost all 4 years of high school, right? I probably could have found a picture of her too, but since I blurred people out, it didn't matter. Um, but so yeah, I just never thought that much like that other girl. I never really saw her like that. I don't know. I always I don't even know if this is right. I've seen her like I felt like we fought like brother and sister or something. So maybe that's why I didn't see her that way. And then of course there's probably other girls that I saw in that time or like but like nothing where I developed any kind of real feelings. Like, you see a girl or whatever and you're like, man, she's hot or whatever, stuff like that. Like back when this is like high school shit, you know what I'm saying? Um but then there was this other girl and she was in my German class, right? And she was like, I think she was 2 grades ahead of me. Yeah, so she was 2 grades ahead of me, and I was a freshman. I don't know when my crush developed, because I don't know, in my head, I'm seeing her, she was like super hot. She was like Indian, like not like Indian, like Native American Indian, but like Indian from India. Although she wasn't from India, I think her parents, I think she may have been mixed, because I met her mom, and her mom was white, and her mom was from Germany. So I don't know if she was Indian or maybe like Pakistani or I don't know what her. I never met her dad, so I don't know what his. But she wasn't white. She was definitely Indian-ish. I don't know. I don't know. Like, the only reason I'm saying all this is just to be like, oh, it's like my types have changed over time. Like not changed, but like like I'm not like, oh, I would only be interested in a white woman or a black woman or Asian. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of. And when I said the other girl was Asian, I mean she was like what stereotypical? I think they were from. They weren't. Were they Vietnamese? Were they? They may have been Laotian. She may have been Laotian, or she could have been Vietnamese. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Korean though. I want to say Laotian because I think it was Laotian, but I'm not 100% sure. But then, like I said, the other girl in high school, the one that like, and it was like one of those stupid crushes. Man, I was like in my head, I never really made. I think maybe people kind of knew, but like I don't know how obvious I was. That's the worst part, man. If I could go back and watch, like if I was like had recorded my whole life and had a time machine, I could watch what I did. I could tell 100% if I came off. I know I did it one time because I psyched myself up, right? Because there was like 3 other like they were juniors when I was freshman, and so we had like German class. I had it with them 2 years, and then when they were graduating, they all said, "Hey, you got to come to our graduation, right?" And I psyched myself up so much that I was like, "I'm gonna tell this girl." And then this time, this is what the cringiest part is. I was like, I was in my head. I was like, I'm in love with her. Like, I love her. Love, love, love. You know what I'm saying? But I think I was too young to really know what love was. And you couldn't really know it because we weren't together at all. I'm not trying to say nothing like this. This was all stupid, cringy, fucking like high school, not even romance shit because we weren't ever any kind of together or nothing like that, right? So whenever she graduated, I would have been a sophomore or just finishing sophomore because, they graduate at the end of the year, whatever. So I just psyched myself up. I'm gonna go to the graduate, and I was gonna go to the graduate because they were my friends and everything like that. So like all 3 of them. So I was gonna go, and I had psyched myself up. I'm like, I'm gonna tell her at the graduation how I feel and all this shit. Like this, kind of like I felt like this was probably why this shit comes up in some of these like teen movie things, like Super Bad or maybe like American Pie did this shit where like there's this girl and you're like, and this is like the last time you're gonna see him, and you're gonna do like that's how. And I think it's before I even watched this kind of movie. Maybe there were some movies like that. Like I watched Porky's or some shit. But like, so I'm gonna do this. I went to the graduation. I didn't tell at the graduation, but it's not the end of the story. we had they gave out this book you could get from high school where it was like like it was called a directory, which had like the address and the phone number and all this stuff of all the people that that went to school with you. So I tried not to make it too weird because what I wanted to do was like I was like because it was over summer and I didn't know if they was leaving. So I guess I was too much of a pussy. I could have looked up their phone numbers and tried to call them, but I wrote all these people letters. So this is like cringy like shit, right? And so I wrote. There was one girl that was in that group that was friends. I didn't really ever. I liked her, but like not like that. And then there was a guy, and we were always kind of cool and partners on all of our stuff. So I wrote him a letter, and I was like asking him like, hey, I was like, can I take y'all out to lunch or something to like celebrate like graduation or something like that. Another thing that kind of sucked is I didn't have like I didn't have a car. It was before I could drive or anything like that. So whatever. But I don't know what I was thinking in my head. I was trying something there. One girl called me back. I don't think we ever went out to lunch or nothing though. But like I said, that wasn't the girl that like I was in the secret love for. The other two people they never responded, and then so like part of me was like, damn, did they just ignore my letters? Or like later on, I thought like, well, what if they fucking moved between when that directory was written or something like that? Who knows, right? I don't know. But long story short, the one girl that I was like in love with, and I was like psyching myself up, I was gonna say, I wrote her in the letter that I was like in love with her and all this shit. So she may have got the letter and was just like, I can't do this, which I don't blame her. My God, like if I could talk to her right now, I know her name. I could probably look her up, right? But it might be more cringy if I did. But just to be like, man, I apologize if you ever got that letter because like that was so, and it wasn't like stalkery because I never came off that way. I don't think she ever thought I was like creepy or nothing. It was like she's 2 years older than me. She was going to college. I was like, not like I wasn't like uncool, but I wasn't like cool or nothing. And she was kind of in the middle, cool kids, I think, in their grade. Um, So like in my head, oops. So like in my head, it was like all the one-sided shit. That's a problem. But like, and that's excusable when you're in like high school, maybe even college. And I can't admit it doesn't happen after that. But it depends on how you handle that. Like when you're like one of these like incel simps that like watch. And first of all, I want to say I don't have a problem with like these girls doing their shit, their cam sites, the fucking Twitch streams, booby streamers, whatever, right? Now, some are probably a little worse than others. Like, if they're legit taking advantage of shit. Like, if you're just donating them shit and giving them bits or whatever, or signing up for their OnlyFans, like, that's a fair transaction. Now, if they're really trying to fleece you out of your money by telling you all this shit, like, oh, we're going to get married and yada yada, like, if they're going beyond that, beyond the, like, 8-girl kind of girlfriend scenario simulator or whatever, then it's a little. I'd have a little bit less have no respect for that because that's just wrong, right? But yeah. So some of this is kind of funny. I mean, it's funny now because it's all in the past, but at the time, man, I don't want to say. No, I'm pretty sure I didn't cry over that girl. I might have, but like, okay, so that one's kind of over. Then I focused back on the girl that I was in love with for like the whole 4 years that I was talking about, and I thought I had done like a smooth way because it was coming up junior prom. Because in my school, I don't know how it works at all high schools. Prom was only junior and senior could go to prom, right? Unless like if you were a freshman and somebody invited you or whatever, but you couldn't like you were entitled to go if you were a junior or senior. That's how they did it at our school. So it's coming up junior prom. I think I wasn't even going to go or nothing like that. And the one girl that I had the crush on, the one for all them years, I was like, I'm not going. And then she made a big fuss about it. It's like, go, 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 go. So this is how, like, this shit's so cringe. I wrote a contract that said, I will go to prom if X, Y, and Z, and you check these. And one was getting married to me a lot, like, if we weren't married in 20 years or some shit like that. I think she did owe me a marriage, but she got married to somebody else, but, like, that's a whole other thing. And I like wrote it out. I had witnesses sign it and all kinds of dumb shit. Like I mean, this is that was some dumbass cringy shit. I might still have it somewhere. I don't know exactly where it is, so I'm not gonna go look for it. I didn't think about it before. Like if I'd have looked for it before the stream, I would show it on the stream maybe. I guess I'd had to edit out like the the names and stuff. But yeah, so we went to prom. Nothing happened. We never dated or nothing like that. We danced and stuff like that. But like, I don't know. I didn't make any kind of moves or nothing like that. So that was kind of where that was. Then the next year, this seems to happen to me a lot. Maybe it's my fault somewhat too. Well, then ends up senior year. I guess she got with this one dude. She ended up getting fucking pregnant. So goddamn. So maybe I lucked out there. I don't know what would have happened in my life if we would have got together and she got pregnant, uh, or whatever. Like that's obviously I'm not saying that was ever an option, but so I was going to prom the next senior year, and I was trying to I was going to go, but I was trying to get dates and like what happened. Oh, we'll add a girl in between here. I don't know. None of y'all probably maybe y'all have heard of this. AOL Instant Messenger. When I was a kid or high school, that was kind of when the internet kind of started becoming more uh, streamlined for like just regular, average, everyday people, where anybody could have the internet. But back then, there wasn't like fiber and cable internet and shit like that. The only way you could connect was through phone, like not cell phone, but like a phone in the. I don't. Some of y'all might be. If somebody watches this that's younger, might not even remember that. Like plugs in like a landline, and so you would have to use that with like a modem called the dial-up, and you'd have to dial. Like you would have service providers, and like these are the ones I remember. AOL got to be like the biggest one because they used to give out all the discs and shit, and every like 3x hours on AOL Online, and you had to pay by like the minute or some shit, which wasn't super bad in the back in the day because like you could do like chatting, maybe it was by megabytes, I can't remember, but like it was super slow, so you couldn't really do much video. You could do some pictures, bare bones, websites, maybe some like music or something. I can't remember. It's been so long. But like, but used to in AOL, like, they probably closed down a lot of this shit. They still had it in like, at least after it was grown. Yahoo had this shit, but they kept having a problem with like p words. I don't want to like. I know sometimes. I mean, I don't give a fuck about saying shit, but I know YouTube, like they'll like sometimes they monitor shit. Like, and if they hear a certain thing in a video, it can like strike you for no fucking reason. So, and that's one of the things I really don't want to get associated with whatsoever. But like there were like groups and like you've ever watched, I'm sure some of y'all have seen like Chris Hansen shit, like to Catch a Predator. So like there will be people doing that kind of shit. But I didn't think about it. Like you used to go join. Who the fuck knows? Maybe I could have met like. But like there was this girl I met. And she went to a different high school. We were the same age, and we went to. We kind of dated. I guess we dated online. Then we met in person. The funny thing is, we went and seen this movie called You Got Mail, which is about like these two people chatting online. So it's kind of crazy, right? And then like this was like my first like. You gotta think all these years. I don't know if there was any other girl I kissed or anything. I hadn't done nothing with any other girls at this point. So I'm a senior in high school, right? Mainly because my problem was I got infatuated, or like I fell in what I called love with these girls. So like that, I just was focused on that shit, and I wanted it to be like some sort of like real thing. So I never really like fucked around. Because I always had all this other shit in my head. Like, I don't know. I guess I put them on pedestals or some stupid shit. Like, that shouldn't have, right? So that's another no. Especially when you're young. Like, don't think that way when you're young. You'll know more when you're older. And you should never feel like you love someone if you've never been in a relationship with them. Like, that's a big no-no, right? If it's not been like a real relationship, you should not feel like you're in love. Well, you can feel like it, but it's not love, right? Like, even if you're friends and you got a crush on her, it's a crush. It's not real love. If you've not dated, fucked, something, right? And I would even say, even if it was some girl and y'all had, like, friends with benefits or some shit. So, like, I guess I don't even know if this is terminology back then. So, a lot of times, I guess I got friend zoned, but I did it to myself a lot. This is where I skew off from, I believe in friend zone, and I believe girls can like maybe not necessarily lead you on, but they're not like they might know your intentions, but like they're not willing to like crush you because they don't want to hurt your feelings. So you always kind of keep thinking you got this thing, right? So I don't look at it as sometimes I think it's the guy's fault too.
Now, I don't like, and high school is way different. Like, anybody that's under like the age of like 24, 25, and is going to get like this whole deep seated, like, I hate women, they lead you on, this emotional shit. I'm like, I don't think that's right. Like, you gotta get, I get those moments, and I'm not saying I've never had those moments in my head. Like, when I found out that girl was pregnant by some other dude, like, I'm sure it hurt me, but like, we weren't ever in a real relationship. We went to prom. There wasn't anything ever there. I never really made a move per se, and it never seemed like anything was really reciprocated. In my head, I probably read shit. That's what happens with this shit, man. It fucks you up. And I get like being upset or in the moment for some shit, but like, this is my advice 20 something years later, right? Like, at the time, I get it. But don't let that like seethe in you where it like overtakes you. I used to know this guy online. He was called the Retard Whisperer. What he else have another name? I can't remember what his other name was, but like he had something like that. He couldn't get past this shit. Like, but he was kind of mentally fucked up anyway. I don't ever know what happened to him. I mean, he was in bad shape like 10 plus years ago. So I don't know if he's even still alive. Hopefully he is. I hope he didn't kill himself or nothing like that. Um, but it was like a weird situation. I've met a lot of weird people on there. I met some cool people on the internet, but I've also met some weird people and gotten into some shit that I shouldn't have. You know what I'm saying? So also, this was back when YouTube was a lot smaller, and I felt like people were more interacting. So I guess it was like social. What do they call it now? Parasocial relationships and shit. But now, like most people, and I feel like if it's like a small, but like say if you have like like some of the people that come in here and I talk to, like I wouldn't necessarily say we're friends, but I could talk to like a more level. It's not like I'm doing in show per se. Like if I'm somebody with like 50,000, so stream like viewers, I got zero. I'm literally fucking schizophrenic, fucking talking to myself right now. You know. Um, so yeah, okay. So that happened. Where were we at? Oh, I was dating a girl, met online. We went back to her house and like we made out. Like she pulled out her boobs. I sucked on her boobs. We like all this. I think we might even had sex if her parents were. We were in her house. Her parents were downstairs. So I don't know, but it like got this. Then I don't know what happened. Something happened. Like she got mad at me, or I got mad at her, or maybe she found somebody else at her high school. We didn't go to the same school, so it was kind of weird. Um, and but like and I don't know. She says I told her I loved her. I don't know why I would have done that, but obviously I was stupid and like I just admitted to. I didn't understand what love was when I was that young. But I swear in my head that she said it first and I just said it back because I didn't know what else to do. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe it was the other way around. Maybe I said it, she said it back, just whatever. Because that's what she said. And so I don't know. Like nowadays, I'm like, well, she was gaslighting because I'm like, guess what, kids? And even then, I wasn't 100% sure. I sure as fucking 100% sure now because 24 years ago that this happened. I don't even remember this girl's name either. That's a big thing. Like of all these people, like a few stuck out in my head. All these people I've like talked about, like I love this person, or I felt like I was in love with this person, or I had this big crush on them. I can't remember majority of them's name. If you ever look back on something like that, then it wasn't real at all. Sorry, just saying. And then we even went out and were technically boyfriend girlfriend for a little bit, right? And like made out and sucked on her boobs and stuff like that. Um, so like that was like my most sexual exploits to that point. So if you want to say late bloomer, loser, whatever, right? But part of me is like also I guess I was stupid, but I was lucky stupid because my best friend in high school, he got his girlfriend pregnant as a junior in high school. Well, he kind of got through it and everything, but that could ruin your life, like, or it could fuck up the future of your life. Maybe not ruin it. A lot of people got different ideas on, oh, I got a kid or whatever. That's great, but it could really fuck up your life. So luckily, I wasn't the dumb fucking everything, getting pregnant, catching some disease or some shit like that when I'm like fucking at 17, 16, 17, 18. So those are all pluses right there for my way of doing things. But it did make me less experienced, and that shit kind of carried on for a while. Okay. So at that point we were going to uh go to prom. We were talking about all this shit, right? Then we broke up. I don't even remember why. I don't know if it came out to that shit or something happened or her parents didn't like me or I don't even remember exactly what happened. Or she didn't see a future or what. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't remember exactly what happened. Whatever. So like that was over. So but I was gonna go to senior prom and I was like whatever, whatever, whatever. And like you know. So there was this one girl that I kind of liked and I asked her to go to prom with me, but she already had a date. But I don't think it was like she wouldn't have gone to prom with me. So she'd already got a date, so whatever. So I know no begrudging her. And it wasn't like I even had a crush on her. I was just kind of thinking at the time. So didn't really think about that. So that's not a big deal. So then I was like, I'll go. But then that girl wanted her friend to go to prom just to hang, to be her friend. I was like, well, she's kind of cute. I'll go to prom with her. She'll go to prom with me, right? Well, this became like a weird kind of situation. I've told this story before, but so my best friend in high school, he had this other guy that he was really good friends with, like that he knew from I think his church. Maybe they even went to school at some point. Well, he was dating this girl that was going to go to prom with. So they were I was like his best friend in school, but this guy was like his best friend outside of school. They had a falling out, I think, before this. But like that dude and that girl had went out, but like, and I'd met her before, but like, I never really thought nothing of it, or whatever. And it was just going to prom. It wasn't like whatever. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to go out or like a setting up or some shit like that, right? So that was kind of like a little bit of awkward shit right there. And that's not even going to finish. But then I guess they were broke up when she decided to go to the prom with me. At least I hope so from the way the story goes. But so go to prom, yada, 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 yada. So we go to prom, whatever. Then we go back to the girl that I used to like's house for like after prom party, right? And then my friend shows up, the best friend, whatever, right? So we're there, we're watching a movie. I don't know, I'm so fucking stupid. And the girl's like, I'm gonna go upstairs. And I'm all like, whatever. And then I think my friend was trying to hint at me. It's like, hey, you should go upstairs. I think the thing was, I didn't have a feeling about her at the time. And like, and all this shit. Like I didn't have a feeling about her. Like I didn't really like her. I didn't dislike her. Like I think she would have had sex with me. I don't know. That's what I gather. And from what I'm gonna tell next to the story, she probably would have had sex with me, right? So like I wasn't thinking. I was stupid, whatever. And like I was downstairs watching. Like fuck. I think the movie was Rounders. I'm trying. Oh, I remember that girl's name because it's like a weird name. But like that was all good. I knew about it. And then like the other part of the story kind of gets in my head. So I wouldn't ever put like I really liked her, so that's why I wasn't ever super upset about this. So I didn't go upstairs, right? But then my friend goes upstairs. I don't even remember what happened. Like I must have fell asleep on the couch or something, right? I don't even know. And so they go upstairs. I guess what comes to find out that my prom date ended up having sex with my best friend that night after prom, right? So at the same time, and like they knew each other before, so it didn't really cause a big rift between me and him because it was kind of like whatever. I guess I kind of fucked up. Maybe he should have been more like Roy, like you should. But I think he did. I think he even told me this. Like I was trying to hint, and like whatever. And then there's also the possibility there could have been like some weird threesome, and I'm like, God, I don't even want to imagine having sex in front of my best friend for the first time ever with some girl. Like, so part of me's like, I missed the opportunity to have sex with this girl. Probably wouldn't have been that great, but I think she'd had sex before, so maybe she could help me, so maybe that would have helped me down the road. So there's like a little bit of missed opportunity there. Plus, it's like the whole cliche thing. Oh, it's prom night, you're gonna have sex, it's like the thing, right? I didn't really think about all that shit, mainly because this wasn't a girl. Like, if I'd have went with that other girl and that'd been a different situation, maybe that would have changed things. But because of that, I didn't really think about it. But looking back on it, I was probably kind of dumb. We probably could have had sex. Shit. So I missed out. First, maybe not the first time, but one early time I probably could have had sex. And then I would have not been a virgin as long as I stayed. So, yeah. So, I don't want to ever tell somebody, don't have sex if you have the opportunity. Because, but also I don't want to say, like, just go have sex with anybody. It's a weird thing. Well, looking back on it, I kind of regret not doing it. I don't know how that would have changed the rest of my life, though. Like, would it have a little bit? Maybe it would have worked better with me and other girls. Maybe I would have been more prone to be, whatever. I don't know. But like I said, I never really had that many hard feelings about it because it wasn't like we were together. It wasn't like something I thought about. I wasn't focused on it, so it didn't really break my heart. It's just kind of when I look back and think back on it, maybe it was just like a missed opportunity. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure that happens to a bunch of dudes and girls. And it wasn't mature enough. Oh, hey, how's it going? Yeah, well, you know what we were talking about yesterday, so I'll probably tell some other stuff, but like, that's what brought all this up in my head. That's why I decided to do this stream. So if you got any questions about anything, ask, because I kind of want to do. I just want to talk about it. It's an interesting thing. I just came up because of that yesterday, so it's kind of like how it went. So yeah, so that happened. I wasn't that mad, but like I was saying, since she used to date his other best friend, like that ended up causing a really, really big rift between those two. So then that kind of made me and him become more close. So I kind of gained a best friend out of it. So then maybe that would have changed, like a different. Although I don't think they were as close as they had been before, but like that, because his other friend got really mad because that's like his ex. That's kind of like the stereotypical. You don't fuck some other. If you're a real good friend with somebody, you shouldn't fuck their ex girlfriend. You know, I think that's kind of where that comes out. So, and I mean, we're all the same age. You know, it's like high school shit too. So it's kind of dumb. So maybe if I would have had sex with her, I wouldn't have gained my best friend that I had for years. So, although we were pretty much best friends, at least in my book for like high school and all, but like it kind of became more than that. And I don't mean that in a sexual way. um, so maybe that would be a thing. So there's a lot of things you got to take into account, right? Like I said, maybe I don't regret it as much as I did because maybe that would have been different if that had happened. Because maybe, like, although I don't know if that dude would have been as mad at me. Because, I mean, I'd met this dude before we knew each other, but not like, we weren't close or whatever. But, like, I don't think he could have been as mad at me. I mean, he could have been, you know, whatever. Probably wouldn't hurt him as much for it to be me as it was who he was considering one of his best friends. That was his ex-girlfriend. They kind of all knew each other already. So, while I was kind of an outsider, even though it's kind of I don't think it could have been as big a problem. So maybe it was for the best that that happened. I don't know. You can't change shit, unfortunately. Like I said, part of me, like the horny side of my brain's like, yeah, it would have been nice to have had sex. Maybe that would have changed some other issues down the road. Who knows where things would be right now? Like, but you can't dwell on that shit. That's another advice I want to give to people. Even if you think about some of these hypothetical things, and they are kind of interesting to think about. You know, if you dwell on some shit like, oh, if I'd have done this one thing different, my life could have been wholly different. It's fine to think about that. Kind of like, I don't know if anybody knows like comics or Marvel, What If? Like they'll do that and they'll write like a history. Like one of the big ones is like X-Men, Apocalypse. Is it called Apocalypse? I can't remember what the name of it's called. But basically, Charles Xavier gets killed. And so he doesn't start the X-Men. So Apocalypse is able to take over the world, and then it like changes the entire planet. Now, saying me having the girl would have changed it, like I'd be president right now or some bullshit like that, I don't think. But maybe I would have had, and not necessarily with this girl. You know, maybe I would have been able to have healthier relationships later, because I kind of got that out of the way. Because let's be frank, it shouldn't be, but it is. Like for like a dude who's in like his 20s to be a virgin. Like it kind of doesn't help your self-confidence. And I think that's part of it. So I think about it, had that out of the way, maybe I would have had a little more self-confidence with other women. So that's thought about that. So who knows? Then maybe if I'd have been married to somebody else, maybe I would have done something else. I'd worked, then I wouldn't have ended up injured in the car wreck because I wouldn't have been there then. But who knows? We'd have been somewhere else. We'd have been on one of them planes that crashed or, you know, there's all kinds of shit. You can't change it. It's interesting to think about, but like, and that's fine. And I think it's fun sometimes. But don't ever, that would be my advice, don't focus on something and let something become where it like eats at your head. And I don't think one moment could really define you in general. Obviously, for right now, if I hadn't been in that car wreck, my life would be totally different. My mom most likely would have still died. Although maybe I would have known she was sick earlier and I would have been able to help her more and maybe she could have got help before she got so bad. I don't know. But I wouldn't be injured. I wouldn't be in this situation right now. So who knows? But who knows, like, whenever I get all my shit situated, I might get a bunch of money, and then that's gonna be great. But at the same time, I think I'd still rather have, because like all my surgeries, all my injuries, my foot still doesn't work. So like, I think I'd rather have all that than, a ton of money and being injured. You know what I'm saying? Like, the trade-off is not equal there. But maybe having sex with that girl would have been worth it. I don't know. But also not having my best friend would have been bad too. So I don't know. So, but don't ever dwell on something like that. Okay. So that was kind of it. There was another girl where I was talking about. I met, because I used to be like, because my friend, I remember even talking about this. He's like, man, you're really good with a girl. Like, I should have been done gotten. I used to be really good. I used to go in these chat rooms. I talk to these girls. I talk them up. I got really, like, and then I ended up meeting this other girl online in the AOL chat messenger or chat things back in the day. I can't remember if this was after senior year. I think it might have been, because I think it might have been the summer. Because I know how to get my friend, was just going to meet. Okay, here's my big mistake here, right? With this one. This is going to sound, you also got to remember, I was 17. I'm pretty sure I haven't turned 18 yet, right? So, like, if some of this comes out sexist or whatever, or fat phobic or some shit like that, whatever the fuck. This is what I thought about it at the time. So me and this girl were talking. She got, I guess she was the same age. She might have been a little younger than me. I was like 17. She might have been 16 or something like that. But she was like, we talk and chat. Then we moved to talking on the phone. And like, we got into like doing like phone sex kind of. I think it might have been something like that. She would tell me this stuff like, I want to do this, you, and yada yada, and like all this. I think this might even been before we meet. So this, eventually I decided, this is actually back before. Nowadays, maybe she sent me a picture, but I'm almost 99% sure she didn't. And then that would also probably mean I didn't send her a picture. Because now, it's simple. You can take a snapshot. Everybody's got a fucking way of sending a picture on all this shit. Now, it might be filtered to fuck. It might be angled. You might hide some chins. Shit like that, right? It might not be... But you would have at least a kind of under... Oh, I know for a fact there was a picture. Because this one girl I was talking to... Was this after? I can't remember if this was after or at the same time. She sent me a picture, and it was a fucking picture of Christina Aguilera. And she swore up and down that was her. And I said, hey, it might even have been a fucking dude for all I know. I was like, that's a fucking picture of Christina Aguilera. And she was like, no, it is not a picture of Christina. That is me. And it was like, and it was such a like, one of her like photo shoots, or like you could tell it wasn't just like a regular candid shot. Now, you might could get like a celebrity candid shot if somebody doesn't know the celebrity. Maybe you'll believe them if you're dumb and you don't know who they are. But I was like, that's fucking Christina Aguilera, motherfucker. So I was getting catfish back then, but I realized it. So like that never went anywhere. But that's not the girl that I ended up meeting. But this girl, we talked on the phone, so I knew she was a real girl, first of all. So she wasn't the dude hiding, right? I don't think she ever sent me a picture, but maybe she did. I can't remember. I just remember that one because I remember that Christina Aguilera one. Because that was really funny to me at the time, because I'm like, this is back when Christina Aguilera, Britney Spears, when they all first came out, like that was all like right around my senior year in high school and stuff. I remember like Eminem, like all of them kind of burst on the scene, probably like NSYNC and all them too. It was kind of when all of those became like big celebrities that everybody knew. So I was like, that's fucking Christina Aguilera, Genie in a Bottle or whatever bullshit. So this one might even have been after, but I'm not 100% sure. But it's neither here nor there. Because I would say I probably didn't have a picture of myself because it was before digital cameras. It was before like cell phones, obviously. This is like 1999. So whatever. It wasn't something easy to have photos. So I finally got the nerve to meet her. Now this is where I ended up messing up. She was always talking and she was all like, I'm fat and all this stuff. And I'm like, blah, 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 blah. In my head, I was thinking like, this is even when I told my friend who gave me a ride, because he was all about it. It's like, you should meet this girl, whatever. Like, you should do it. You should go for it. Because I was hesitant. And I think because of also what happened with the other girl, but then part of me was like, oh, we almost, so I was like, well, this might be good, right? Well, he eventually, I wouldn't say he taught me into it, but I kind of took his advice a little and was like, okay, yeah, it's worth a shot. We'll do it, right? So we ended up having to go on a kind of semi-double date because he had to give me a ride because I didn't have a car. I actually don't even know if I had my license at this time.
but I didn't have a car. He gave me a ride. She brought her brother with her because, like, I guess her parents, she was supposed to watch her brother or something like that, but her parents brought, it was a weird situation. So we sat in the movie theater together, and we saw, the movie we saw was, I don't remember this girl's name either, but I remember all this other adjacent shit. I remember some of the stories. I don't even really remember what this girl looks like either. That's how fucked up it is. Um, and I remember in the movies, and like she was like holding my hand and rubbing on me and stuff. But like I was like, she's like when she kept on telling me, it's like I'm fat. And then I was talking to my friend. I kind of got twisted around the story, right? But like I was like, you know how like all girls think they're fat, right? That was my thought process because I was like, she's probably not going to be that fat. She's probably like okay or skinny even. So that was my head. That was my head. Well, she was fat. Like I wouldn't say she wasn't like a fucking obese fucking walrus or nothing like that from what I remember. But she was definitely, and I wasn't attracted to her. Just being realistic here, wasn't attracted to her. I think the only reason, like, I don't remember if she was, I think I just got like, but I'm not trying to say she like lured me in with her feminine wilds, but I think I was just more into the idea of like a girlfriend or like just talking that kind of stuff. So I don't think we had any like real deep conversations about shit. So I wasn't really that interested in her personality either. So yeah, so I think I don't remember what happened. I don't remember if I broke. Like I don't even know if we caught ourselves going out. Like I don't know if I called her. Maybe she didn't like me either. I don't remember. But like, so that was ended. I never went out with her again. I don't even remember. I moved. Then that was like went to college, right? So then that's where I'm going to jump into the next section of my love life. This is when it comes to another kind of fucking cringy ass shit that I did too with a girl that I became like enamored / love with. But this one's a little bit more than the other one, but still. And I don't remember exactly when I met her. I'm assuming it was like freshman year of college. I want to say it was freshman year. I'm 99% sure it was freshman year. Yeah. I'm 99%. It was freshman year. Okay, so I went to college with, we went to the same college as me and my best friend, the guy I was talking about that had sex with my prom date. And so we became roommates because it was, you could request. So I was like, cool, because they made you live on campus. Like it was like part of the deal. You had to live on campus for like the first 2 semesters or 4 semesters or whatever it was. So I'm like, well, we know each other. We never lived together. We've known each other all through high school. So it makes sense. Like we should be roommates, you know, because at least I would know that person and everything like that. And so whatever. And then there was another friend we went to school with, and another friend, actually the other friend that gave me a ride to the date with the second AOL girl. He went to college with us, but then he like ventured out. Like he was like, you know, he had his own thing to do. So we didn't really ever hang out that much, a little bit. And then there was a girl, there was another dude there was a couple other dudes that were kind of knowed, but like weren't close friends with. We went to college with, they went up there too. And there was this girl from high school, which I knew her, but I didn't really know her. She was kind of closer to my best friend, the best friend guy. But then we kind of got, because then we used to come over and hang out, right? So, and then she met girls that she knew, and she kind of ruined 2 guys' lives. So I also tell about another story with another girl that I didn't ever, it wasn't ever anything with me and her, but like some other people in our friend group. But they all stem from this girl who was friends with him. But we knew each other. We knew we went to high school together. There might have been somebody else that went to college up there, but I can't remember. Shit. Okay. All right. So, have you ever heard, I'm sure people have heard of this, love at first sight? And never but one time ever in my life will I say that. That was this girl I'm about to tell you about. And it wasn't like she was like drop dead gorgeous. And I don't even know if it was just her sight, but like there was something about her. And I don't know how to explain it. It was, she came over to hang out because I used to stay, everybody went home. Like it was like a semi-local school. It was a state school. So a lot of people would go home on the weekends. Like, I mean, everybody. My best friends go. I didn't have a car. And I was also like, fuck, you know, this is my time to be like out. you know. So I'm like, I'm just gonna stay. He would have gave me a ride home and all that shit, right? But I was like, I'll just stay here. I'd rather stay here and whatever. First time being home, living by myself, so I get like couple of days by myself, right? And did she bring another girl? There might have been two girls that came over to hang out on the weekend one time. I don't know if we were drinking or not, but she used to stay up there, and so she came over. She brought these girl, at least the one girl. It might have been another girl, but there was the one I fell in love with. Brought her over, something like, and I don't know if it was literally first sight, but this is how I feel and I remember it. Is like I fell in love with this girl at first sight. And like I remember it was cold and she didn't have a jacket. I remember taking my jacket off and giving it to her and all this stuff, and it felt like there was maybe something. Well, come to find out she had a boyfriend, but it was kind of like a strained relationship. This also will be a pattern for my life also. But like she was always talk bad about him and all this shit, so I'm all like, oh, okay, that means something. So that's also another sign. You can't always take that. If a girl wants to keep talking to you about her boyfriend, she needs to be clear on your relationship. I would argue that would be a good thing. So I will blame that a little bit on the woman, but then also on my side too. But so whatever. I think she eventually broke up with her boyfriend. It did kind of come that we were. I just was never, and this is why I think the whole little bit of lack of self-confidence. We're not having the sex before that was a thing. So I never really, and I didn't have that much experience, so I didn't ever push it. And I think it might have been because my brain got fucked because I felt like, oh, I love this girl. And I think this one's more realistic for love because we kind of had a relationship, but I shouldn't have been as enamored or in love with her as early on as I was. Like that was my fault there, or I mean, maybe it wasn't anybody's fault, but it's kind of what it was. I should have rationalized back on it and not have fucking been as I did, right? So I remember we used to be there. We used to lay in bed together, and like I'd play with her hair, and I used to help. I used to do her. Maybe she was using me. I did her math homework for her because it was like super easy. Like I was in like calculus, and she was taking like basic fucking arithmetic, and it wasn't like she was that stupid either. I liked her personality. I was attracted to her. All that good stuff, right? What I'm really surprised is we never got drunk and had sex or something, because there was something there. But it never, I don't know, never nothing like that happened. I don't know, it was kind of a weird thing. I don't know. We were also, so like this went on like the whole rest of the year. And like, I know I was really, like, there was really something there. I don't know, it's just never made it to the next level. So I think it's partly my fault, maybe part of her fault. Because, I don't know, because we were, like, talking and stuff all the time. And, like, we would go hang out together. I remember one time, like, I don't remember how it was, but she actually kissed me. Well, she kissed me more than once. So this is actually one of the first girls that I had a real big crush on that we actually, like I told you about some of them, except for that one when I was a little kid, but that one doesn't count because it's stupid little kids. But like where I had a crush and it was something, but it wasn't something. We actually kissed and all this kind of stuff. So I think some of these, like, if I would have just done some things a little differently, it could have went different. But like I said, I can't dwell on that shit, like I said earlier. But she kissed me one time, like just like and I tried to kiss her more, but she wouldn't let me. But like, it was just kind of like that, right? And then there was the other time she was drunk, and like the way they had female and male dorms. Men couldn't go in women's dorm, like in the rooms after a certain time. I don't know why, like archaic shit. You had to like leave by a certain time. One time she was drunk and called me to go to bring her like some Fritos or something. It was some sort of chip or something. It was like some sort of snack. So I borrowed my friend's car to go over there. Wait, did I leave something out? Oh, no, wait. It goes back to, okay, this will be after her. And, like, so she could come down and meet me downstairs. So I brought her stuff, and we were sitting downstairs, and, like, she's sitting in my lap, and then she started kissing me, and, like, it was more than just a peck, and we were like this. And then she's like, I gotta pee. And, like, she was really weird. Like, she would only pee in one toilet, so she wouldn't go pee in the toilet down there. So like, and then so she was like gonna go. I was like, "Are you gonna come back down?" And she's like, "No." And I'm like, "Fuck, that should have been a red flag." So, but she was drunk too, so whatever. But like, maybe I was like, now I look back on, was I taking advantage? I don't know. It seems I don't think so because it didn't go. So I don't know. It's when you overanalyze shit, it really fucks your head up. So try not to do that either, guys or gals. Whatever. So we get like, so there was stuff there, right? Nothing. We were never officially anything. I think we were getting close, but we had this big thing where I was staying. I have a half sister. I'm assuming she's still alive. At this time, my mom was staying with her when I went to college because she never had a mom, so she kind of adopted my mom as her mom. And then we were staying and at their house, and over the summer there was a big falling out with stuff, and so we were like getting the fuck out of there. So I didn't know how my future was going to be. And I remember talking to her, and I think it was through AOL Instant Messenger once again, and like not thinking that we were going to be able to come back, right? Oh, I didn't remember. I had a big issue with her, right? Because I did get up the courage. Like we were on the phone one time and talking, and I told her, I said I love you. Like I said it to her, and she just fucking laughed. And I don't mean like maniacal, like oh, but like in my head, it really fucking hurt me, bro. Because maybe she didn't even need to say it back, but like she like laughed. But like I think it might have been, looking back on it, like this could have sent me down to like fucking like crazy king of the incel guy that went and fucking did all that shit. I can't think of his name, but like it could have led me down that route. But I think I got more sad than mad, although I did get mad, and like, but I think it was kind of like this nervous laugh because she wasn't expecting it and didn't know what to say. So I was kind of like, I don't remember what I said after that, but that's the way I always remember it. I might be misremembering it a little bit, but yeah, so that pretty hurt. And then there was like this other thing, something she made me mad one time. Like we used to cook stuff and we'd buy like we could cook certain things in our rooms. We had to buy these little styrofoam bowls, and she said she was gonna pay us back. She was always over there and eating and using our bowls. So I went over there and got the bowls. Something came down. She made me so mad. I remember I walked back because there was like on the other side of campus was like the girl dorms versus where our dorms were, and I remember walking back. I was so mad the whole time. I took the bowls and I was like throwing them on the ground and throwing them up in the air, and I was just so pissed. Just if somebody would have seen me coming back, they would have thought I was some unhinged maniac the way I was fucking acting. I remember getting back to the room and giving the bowls. I think they were supposed to be for my roommate, and they were like broke, and he's, "What the fuck did you do?" And like all this shit. So then I got all fucking depressed. Like I think, and that was then we had over that summer break where, like I said, I didn't know where we were going to live. We had a falling out. I didn't know if I was going to be able to go back to school. I didn't know what was going to happen. So there was like a big traumatic shit there. So I think I told her that. So, but everything got worked out. I was able to actually even get a car. And then when I went back to school, I had a car and everything. And then like, first time I saw her, like I was driving and she saw me and I knew it was her. And like, she pulled over and was like, I pulled over. She got out of her car and she was all real happy to see me. But guess what? There was another dude in the car with her. And at that time, it didn't click in my brain, but they were going out. Yeah. So, like, she kind of gave up on me because of that. And I kind of get it, but at the time, it really hurt. Because what happened is we lost communication, because this is back before cell phones and everything like that. So I was only using the AOL, and then I didn't have it for a while. So she didn't know exactly what was going on, right? She was happy to see me. I was happy to see her, and we hugged and all that. But then this shit got worse, right? She was dating this dude. Come to find out, like, and this seems also like me projecting. It seems like a lot of times these girls, when they either leave me or go on to somebody else after me or go back to somebody, these dudes are fucking horrible. Come to find out, like, so she was still friends with that girl that we met before, the one that introduced us. And she had moved out. She was living in an apartment. We used to go over there and hang out because you weren't allowed to drink on campus, even though we fucking did. And so went over there and we were just hanging out and drinking and stuff like that. And she was there with her boyfriend. And I just remember they were there and they were like fucking making out right in front of me. Dude, you talk about like, I could have went down the incel like fucking murder route. I was so mad. Like I was staring, like, and it felt like, I don't know if she was doing it on purpose, but like, I think even my friend got mad at her. She's like, they're fucking doing that shit. And like everybody did because they knew everything and they felt they wasn't right. So I think we ended up stopped hanging out, right? So all that shit happened, right? Well, come to find out, like, later on, like, oh, and also that's another thing. I remember one time we were in her room. This is before this whole boyfriend situation. Sorry, sometimes it's going to be disjointed. I didn't write this out. I don't have an outline. This is all going from my memory, like, train of thought.
all that stream of consciousness talking, right? So we were in her room and we were messing around, like, and like we were playing, and like I was like tickling her. I was about to fucking kiss her, and like her fucking roommate walks in and she's there like, oh, because it was kind of like, wasn't like we were naked or nothing, but it was definitely like there was an so they like fucked every damn thing up. So there goes another like pinpoint moment where who knows what would have happened, right? I couldn't write some of this shit if I tried. But during all this time, she told her mom about me. Her mom loved me. Her mom even like sent me all this stuff because I was always a big fan of Scooby-Doo. She sent me this like Scooby-Doo blanket and like a Scooby-Doo plush thing. I think I might even still have that Scooby-Doo somewhere. I don't still have the sheets, I don't think, because that was like 20 years ago now, probably. So, all right. So her mom liked me. So part of my head was like, there's this also this sort of thing. Girls, if their parent or their mom likes the boy, a lot of fucking times they don't like you. You know? Because moms always like me. So that was also like me in my own head sometimes being like, fuck, that's why. That's why. Not necessarily why. This girl was young. I was young. She was stupid. You know, I think she regretted it too. She'd probably be one of the ones, one of the biggest ones that regretted not being with me. Because like I said, come to find out that boyfriend that she was with, and then like nothing ever happened after that. Because something happened and she transferred or moved back home because her mom lived in like Iowa and she moved back there to go to school. So she was leaving. We talked later, like years later, on like Facebook and stuff like that. I kind of squashed everything. Well, we'll jump ahead just to like finish the story about her specifically. But whatever, so she was leaving and all this stuff. And then I come to find out years later, like she tells me how that dude was like physically abusing her and all this shit. And I was like, I wish you would have told me this shit. I would have probably I wish in my head, I probably would have killed him or tried to kill him or something like that. Or I would have definitely helped you out. But she probably felt like she fucked me over. So maybe that was why she was in tech. Maybe she wanted me to get in a fight with him and kill him or something. I don't know. These are all crazy speculations running through my head right now. Like, maybe there was never any kind of like thought in her head about any of this shit. But I come to find out like he'd really, like she said, like abused her, like hit her and shit. So she really fucked it. I think that was when she told me she really regretted. She said she wished she would stay with me because she said she was scared of me because she said I used to get mad and I had like shit like that. And I had that problem. Like I think I'm way better now, but like back in the day, man, I was quick to anger and shit like that. But I never like attacked her or nothing like that, like directly. I never hit nobody. I never got any fights. I would just break shit. So she said that scared her. Whatever. So maybe that was part of it too, right? But she came to regret all that shit. And then part of me, like the vindictive side of me is like, good. You know? I was like, fuck you. You know, part of me, because like, with a lot of these other girls, I didn't really have like a hatred for them. She was the first girl, like, see how much I loved her that I hated her after all this shit. Like, I really hated her. I was really super depressed. I don't know if you've ever heard the song Kim by Eminem. This is when that was popular. One time I was so fucking depressed, I got all emo and went in my room. This had to be sophomore year. I was all in my room and I was listening to that song Kim over and over and over again. Hell, I wonder if we can play it. Kim by Eminem. It'll probably get like a copyright thing.
Yesterday I changed the diaper, wiped you and powdered you. How did you get so pink? Can't believe it. Now you're too. Baby, you're so precious. Daddy's so proud of you.
Sit down, bitch! You forget to beat the shit out of you. Don't make me like this, baby. I shouldn't even say what I'm about to do. Bitch, why you always make me out with you? With you, they just leave me alone and out the blue. Oh, what's the matter, Kim? Am I too loud for you? Too bad, bitch. You're gonna find me every time. At first I'm like, you wanna throw me out? That's fine. But now, I
forgot the word.
this couch,
It's a house, it's mine.
fuck up. Come on, but one for a bitch. Sit up front. We'll be right back. Well, I will. You'll be in the trunk so long. But you did me so wrong. No one in this world without you. So long. You did me so wrong. Go on. Living in this world without you. You really fucked me, Jim. You really did a number on me. I never knew me cheating on you would go back on me.
Okay, I'll probably get a copyright if I keep it up. It never came up. I don't know how long it goes for that. But yeah, like that was like my fucking I Hate Her anthem. Like, dude, I played that shit like on repeat because I felt that way. But that could have been my like fucking like if I would have been really unhinged, like a fucking horrible person, I'd have went on like a fucking incel woman spree. But luckily that didn't. And my one friend tried to pull me back, but like I was out of it. I was like emo mad. I was like talk about like I did a lot of cringe shit when I look back on it. But at the moment I was so in my feelings about everything. But yeah, I was so mad. She did me so wrong. I don't want to go on. I don't know if I ever was like gonna had like a kill myself thoughts. I don't know. But I was definitely fucked up. We're gonna take a cake break. We'll add in we had a cookie review yesterday. I also got these. These aren't as good as the cookies. I got these on markdown at Walmart. Chocolate double ice loaf cake. It's okay. But we'll have a little chocolate cake review. It's kind of a little dry, and it's almost too chocolatey. The icing or the frosting's pretty good. Also, while I was in there, listening to this song all by myself, like loud as fuck, on repeat, I think they were like Post-it notes or something. I was writing all this fucked up like shit on the Post-it notes, man. I was like Stan from the Stan music video. I was fucking bitches and like this, and I don't know how I'm going my life. And I was like, I had them like scattered all over the room. It was fucking tragic, right? It was some fucked up shit. Like, I can't look at it's like some scene out of some crazy ass movie where like the next scene I would have fucking slit my wrists in the bathtub. Like that was so out of control. It was ridiculous. So fucking ridiculous looking back on it. Over some stupid ass girl, right? Like I said, man, I got too attached in my head and I let it get out of control. Yeah. So that's why I'm like, I'll make fun of somebody for some cringe. Yeah, you all do. It's like people used to say, like, a lot of people have some cringe moments. They're more forgivable, like when you're like 20. Like, you know, if I was doing that shit now, I'd a lot less forgivable. But I had some later. I'm not perfect. Probably why I'm alone. I'm alone because of shit like that, and because of I'm bad choices in women. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've never not. You know, this is what gets me, right? I don't even know maybe you have a girlfriend, wife, whatever. Maybe you don't, right? Hopefully you're not some like crazy like woman hating incel or nothing like that. Yeah, it's definitely possible. But my thing is, in the moment, sure, but don't let it become you all the time. That's where you go down that road with like the like super like incel like me. I need what is it Chris Chan used to say? I'm looking for a non-related of age young girl or woman, boyfriend free girlfriend or something like that. I don't remember what technically she's she now. I don't know, but you don't want to act like Chris Chan for fucking sure. Even before all the shit that came out, yeah, boyfriend free girl, yeah, like you like to make into a sweetheart, yeah. That's some crazy ass shit. That's some like I'm gonna fucking. That's like some serial killer shit that you're gonna like make. You ever see the movie Silence of the Lambs, where that dude's like building like a skin suit. That's what I imagine. Like he's like killing women and like gonna like build like a Frankenstein girlfriend. I think they had one like that, a movie called something like that called Frankenhooker. But we should have on we. I think we kind of like gave Christian a break. We're like Christian's fucked up, right? We didn't think we knew Christian was kind of fucked up. We knew he was cringe, and we knew he had some mental issues. I'm not trying to misgender. I'm talking about Christian back then, so that would be she. We'll do she. Christine Weston Chandler. I guess Christian still fits, right? Because you don't say that, you know that. But like, I mean, like obviously his like there. I'm gonna just say there. Because in my head, I'm just thinking about them before they were pre-transition. Uh, but you go back, their obsession with Sonic, Sonichu, and all that shit. You knew Chris Chan wasn't all there. But did I think Chris Chan was going to? And of course, this is like, did he really do this? Like, I don't. There's nothing been proven, but I know there's like evidence out there that like he had sex with his like disabled, elderly, possibly dementia-ridden mother. Like, was that something out that crossed my mind? No, but like when you look back on it, it's like fuck. It's lucky or surprised they didn't like dig up bodies like Chris Chan like met girls like took him back to his house. Like he never was smooth enough. He couldn't ever Ted Bundy them or hell. I don't know if you ever watched the Jeffrey Dahmer shows or the show that's on or any of those. Jeffrey Dahmer was a weird fucking dude, but he has to had like I get maybe he was kind of okay looking for a dude. I don't know, like, but like how I think he lured them back with money promises, so like poor dudes and like young kids sometimes. But like I couldn't imagine like unless the girl had their own mental issues, like Chris Chan could have got someone. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Oh, did you find the gift? Can you post it in chat? I'll look at it. I don't know if I have. I don't know how. I know on Twitch there's like ways to. You can't post. Like you can set it where you can't post links, but I don't know if I got it set like that. I don't even know how to change it on YouTube if that's the case, unfortunately. Well, you said you had a perfect gift, and you said 1 sec, so I thought you were going to post it. It doesn't matter, but, like, it's not like I request it. I'm just saying. Yeah, but I agree, like, but now when you look back on it, man, it's like, and then they did get violent, too. There was some dude with, like, he had the thing with the card shop guy, where, like, he kicked him out, like, he pepper sprayed the fucking people at the goddamn thing. I don't even know how you change that. I honestly don't, because I know on Twitch it's easier. All right. I don't know if I did it wrong. It said that video is not available. Oh, I know what I did. I think shit. I was trying to put it in right. Okay. Let's see. Oh, yeah. The right one. Yeah, even if he could have got a boyfriend free girlfriend to his house and they saw the shit, they would have ran. Even then. Baka. I'll have to look. I'll look at. Well, I don't know when. Like I said, I don't know how much I'll be streaming after I start working, but I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe you have to edit it in your videos. I think there's something like, I don't know if you have to do it every stream. I know there's something where you can like edit stuff. Options, edit title description, details. But yeah, I mean, part of me is like, he would have started his own little Quickville. Like, I could just see him like kidnapping people and like turning them into like human centipede Sonichus or some shit. So allow, maybe I need to select allow all comments. Let me see if that changes anything. Try to post another link. I just want to see if it works. Oh my god, dude. That's almost too dark, bro. Almost too dark. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Oh, maybe this is. Stream customization, message delay, slow mode, community settings, moderators, approved, permissions. Advanced settings. Google ad automation. Allow viewers, channel redirect, manage YouTube account. Yeah, see, it's okay. There's a selection where, but it wasn't clicks. It should be able to send. I know it let me post it, but that could be different because I'm the. It doesn't make it clickable though. So I don't know exactly how. I know there was like options on Twitch, but it doesn't. It should be able to send links. I don't know if it depends on the account, but I mean, you got an actual account. Like, I don't have you blocked or nothing, so I don't know why. I don't know. It's not a big deal. I'm glad we were able to get that. That was a kind of a tangent, but yeah, I mean, the whole Chris Chan shit. But yeah. So like I said, I had the whole emo bullshit like that. I don't remember if I ever got into like a direct yelling match with her. I think I always took it out like separately. So I don't think I was like, fuck you, bitch, or nothing like that. Maybe I did. I don't know. But yeah, to go to finish it off, like I said, now I regret it because I was like, that's what you get for not choosing me. That dude that fucking was abusive. That's not right. I shouldn't have done that. Was because I had love for her. Like she, even in the back of my head, she still comes up from time to time. She's in my what I would call my top three loves of my life. So we can add her, and she's not on the picture thing, but like, let's see. We'll pull this up. But let's see. Yeah. So she's none of these girls in the picture. This girl, this one right here, that was me at my senior prom. That's the girl I went to prom with, the one that had sex with my best friend. That's her right here. That one's that one, just for reference. We'll keep that up for when we'll reference other people. Shit. Okay, so yeah, I had that emo shit, la 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 la. Years later, we're kind of reconnected on Facebook. This was before she ended up getting married. Actually, I don't. A part of me wants to think she's divorced now. She sent me a message when my mom died, like you know, and all that kind of shit. But like, and we talked some other times because I told her about. I ended up telling her about all the fucked up shit that happened with me and the girl that I talked about, the number one love of my life. All that shit. We had to talk about that one time. But like when she like at one point she got like super fat and everything, and I used to always be like, ha ha ha. Now look at her, she's all fat and shit. I kind of take all that back now. That was kind of wrong of me, but I still a bit bitter about everything that happened. Um, but at the time, I gloated over it in my head. I'll admit. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a tangent, not from my own personal love life. Wait, we got to pull this back up. Not from my own personal love life, but I know how I said earlier, the girl that introduced me to this girl, there was another girl that she introduced to our group too, which I never had a infatuation with or anything like that. Although what's funny, she's one of the few girls that's seen my dick, but that's a whole nother part of the story. Uh, so there was, so we were like roommates with like some of the people we went to high school with. Like I said, I ended up being a roommate with my friend freshman year, right? So when you had to sign up for rooms, you could request like people you'd be roommates with. Well, we met. It was kind of a similar group. They were from a different part. They went to Coppell to do this group project, so we were like kind of became friends together. So we ended up the next year. We decided to see if we could room. We would switch up so we could all get kind of in the same little area, and we all got like a corner of the dorm, so that was kind of cool. And he was my roommate. He ended up being real fucked up later on. But this other girl she brought into our group, he fell in love with this girl like I fell in love with the other girl. And it was like nothing was ever there. Everybody knew it. She knew it. But it never really became nothing. And then there was another guy that was in that friend group. They actually did start going out. So this had to be even more awkward for him because this was his friend before college. So they were going out and they were like, we'd all be hanging out and they would be like, you know, girlfriend, boyfriend shit, you know, like kissing or holding hands or whatever, right? So that was really fucked up for him. So she got that. The one girl only got me. This other girl ended up getting two dudes kind of fucked up, right? And she ended up getting. I'm assuming you know what World of Warcraft is. Back in the day, this is before World of Warcraft. It was a game called fuck. What was it called? Nope, 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 nope. 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 EverQuest. That was a game. It was like an MMORPG or whatever the fuck it's called. And the roommate, the one that was fucked up, he played that and got her into playing it, right? She got addicted to playing it. He ended up building her a computer so she could play it because she was playing it in our dorms. We had like fiber, or it might have been fiber, but it was like T1 connection. Like the dorms had like, that was the first time I experienced like fast internet back in the day, right? And so she got addicted to playing it. He built her a computer. And like this had to be after she was dating another guy. They must have broke up because some point after this she ended up leaving school. But so she was in our dorm one night with me and my roommate, the dude. We were asleep, right? She was up playing this game all night, like cackling, laughing. Because she got to the point where she got really invested in it and was like in a guild and having meetings and going on quests and all this shit. And like she was so loud one night in the middle of the night. We had I don't know how they have it. We call it an RA, which is like somebody who was kind of in control of the dorms, but was just another student. But like they were responsible for shit. But they got like I think they might have got discounted tuition or room and board or whatever. He heard her on the other end of the thing. He comes knocking on the door in the middle of the night, and he's like, and I'm asleep, literally asleep. I don't give a shit about this girl. We're not doing nothing. I'm like, whatever. It could have been a dude. Like, there's no fucking going on, nothing like that. So he's like, I hear the girl in there. I don't give a fuck, but she's so fucking loud. I don't know what time. And this was like late. It was like 2 in the morning, 12 at midnight. It was late. It was past the time when women weren't supposed to be in the dorms. She's like, she's got to go. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to report you. She's got to go. I'm like, okay, dude. I don't give a shit. The other roommate, I don't remember I don't even know if he was, maybe, yeah, I think he was there. I don't think we could get him up. I think he was like drunk or something. I don't remember. So I had to help her. She wouldn't leave without her computer. So we had to unhook her computer. I had to carry her computer down. I'm talking about like, I woke up from a dead sleep. I don't know what I was in. I put on some shorts or pants or whatever. So I'm carrying the shit. And like my pants fall down, and not just my pants, my fucking underwear falls down. So she sees my dick. So the one girl that I had no interest in fucking sees my dick. Probably one of the first girls to see my dick. That wasn't like a doctor or a parent or some shit like that. So that's another funny story with that girl. So yeah. Then it ended up like, so to go more story, finish up about her, like not direct, because it wasn't a love thing. We were friends and cool and all this kind of shit. Actually, I think we played like Truth or Dare. We used to go out and like drive around, because this college was like in the middle of nowhere. We used to go drive around drinking and stuff. We used to go pull over and play like Truth or Dare. So I kissed this girl before. I don't know if I touched her boob. There was one girl I think I touched her, but we were playing Truth or Dare, but it wasn't anything like that. I also was the same girl. I also kissed the same girl that was like, because we used to do like all this shit, like I dare you to kiss them, and then vice versa, and yada yada, stupid like college shit, and like what else? So yeah, but it was never anything like that. But okay, so I guess she was living in an apartment. She stopped going to college. She was also an alcoholic. Like she was like she used to get drunk as fuck all the time. Cause she was like, one thing that got her to being our friend, she was like, she had a fake ID back then. So she was like our beer hookup. And not that we didn't like her or nothing. She could be kind of annoying, but everybody can kind of be annoying. I'm sure I'm kind of annoying. And so whatever. So she's living in there. She stopped going to class. And like her parents were like kind of strict, but they kind of babied her. And like she was like going to class. She wasn't going to class. She was only getting up. She would get up in the morning, not to go to class, but if she had like a guild meeting or a raid schedule, she'd get up and play that. Like she was so addicted. She probably had like an addictive behavior. Like that's probably, she probably needed help, like an addiction, like She got addicted to that, alcohol. I don't think she ever like did hard drugs. Um, but whatever. So she did all that, was addicted to the game, like literally, like it took over her life. And eventually, I guess she failed out of school, and her parents found out, so they made her move back home. So that's the last time we ever seen her. And I don't know whatever happened to her. Hopefully she's okay. Hopefully nothing else got worse or anything like that. I mean, I counted her as a friend. I liked her and all this shit, but she was crazy. Like one time she tried to run over a possum, and we were driving in her car, and she went up on the curb of the road and busted her fucking tire trying to run over a fucking possum, dude. One time I let her drive my car. I don't know why. Hopefully that was like. Hopefully I didn't let her drive that after the possum shit. I don't remember. But like she thought, like I just had like a little 4-cylinder. She started trying to gun it. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And she thought it was like something like, it's not a fucking F-150 pickup truck, bitch. Shit. So she was crazy. Like not necessarily like I'll kill you way, but like whatever. So hopefully she's all right. But like yeah, I could see things went bad for her. But like if her parents got back, because they were well off. Her dad owned his own like construction company and stuff like that. They had a nice house. Because one time we went to her house. But yeah, so hopefully they got her back under control. So who knows where she's at now? She might end up going to another school and graduating, or who knows. But yeah, so that was her. She was kind of the one girl, like even though I kissed her and stuff like that, but it was only in like the game of like Truth or Dare. So yeah, maybe I kissed some other girls, because I know we used to play like Truth or Dare with some other girls when I was before high school in there. So, but I can't remember what like, and like some of that was like show your boob or whatever. Oh my God, this doesn't really apply to my love life, but we were playing this thing, and like I said, we're playing. It was, I don't know, it was so weird. There was, I think it was only 3 of us. It was me, a girl, and another dude. And so it was like show your boobs. She showed her boobs. I don't know what I did. I don't think I showed my dick to her, but they dared the other dude to show his dick. This dude had like, have you ever seen that movie with Mark Wahlberg? What is it? Like, dude had a fucking, and maybe it gave me some problem. His dick was fucking huge. Like, I mean, I'm talking about like 10 inches, something like that. And even later, he told me he tried to have sex with this girl and his dick wouldn't fit. And I was like, fuck, I seen your dick. So you're not lying. Because he was always a person that over-exaggerated when we were kids. But yeah, like, so I was like, fuck. Like, this is kids doing kid shit. This wasn't no gay shit. Not that I care, it doesn't matter. But like, so like, I didn't want to see his dick, but it was the kind of the game. She showed her boobs, she wanted him to show his dick. So that's the way it went. But yeah, I was like, fuck. So it scarred me for life, if you will. I just thought about that. Because I was talking about the Truth or Dare. So, yeah, I don't even know how many girls I kissed. But, let's see, what else? Okay, so that was that girl. She went back. So that was that. That was that girl. That's how she related, because of the other girl introduced us. And then, that girl that introduced us, my best friend was roommates. He had a girl he was dating at the time. Well, I don't want to say this. I don't think it'd ever get out there. But whatever. So yeah, I think I also got like all emo one time, and I asked that girl to have sex with me. I don't know what I was thinking. Like, I was out of it. My head was fucked. It was cringe shit again. Was there another girl? Oh, there was. I think this might have been another time in between college. I think sophomore and junior year. I was staying with my cousin, and there was this girl that lived next door to her. Oh, this might have happened in between sophomore year. And I developed a crush on her, and I think she liked me too. Like, there could have been something. One time she smoked weed. I didn't even like weed, but like she was like smoking weed. She's like, "You want to smoke some weed?" So I'm like, "Sure." You know, so I was like, I'll smoke some weed with her just so I could fucking like hang out with her. Nothing ever came of that. She wasn't a good thing either, 'cause she was kind of like ghetto or whatever you want to call it. White trash, whatever. But like, I thought she was cute, and like, I thought we kind of got along. But Yeah, so I forgot about that one. That might have been in between. I don't remember exactly when that was. What else? So then, was there another girl? I'm trying to think if there was any other. I do know one time I got drunk at this party, and I asked my friend to have sex with me. I didn't really ever like her like that, but for some reason I did. It's kind of fucked up. I try to pretend like it never happened now because it's kind of weird because we're still good friends. So we kind of both forgot that. But yeah, then at this time I started working like this. So this is getting into the restaurant shit. So this girl, I don't know if there was another girl. There might have been some girl like I had a little crush on, but it never went to this level. So if I don't remember them, I'm missing out on them. But there was this other girl I developed this really big crush on. We used to hang out with like a group of us. We drank and stuff, and like. And I know this one's serious because I remember her name. And this is going to get into some cringe shit. This one, I blame myself like 99%, and I really fucked up here. And there's going to be some really cringe shit and some like fucked up shit that I tell in this. But it is what it is. So like, if anybody ever watches this, learn from my lessons. You can judge me if you want. I judge myself for all this shit. But like, if you ever find yourself in these situations, don't do what I did. That would be what I suggest. Not good. Um, so, yeah, so I started liking her. It was kind of one of them situations where it was kind of like I knew this. I kind of found out she had a boyfriend, but then it was also a bad boyfriend situation. So then one of my other friends, it was a girl that I didn't ever really have. She'll come back in the story later. But like, we weren't really ever, like a thing. We were just friends. But she was like, you need to blah, 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 get in there. Because she's like, because she got drunk at a party one night. She's like, oh, you need to help her. And all. So she was helping me, right? Not like rape the girl or that stupid shit. Like, that was never in the thought of my mind. Because she was drunk, I wasn't drunk. So never that ever crossed my mind. I was just trying to take care of her and show her that, like, I was a good guy. And I don't mean that in the sense of, like, how some incel dudes will be all like, man, why do they always pick these horrible dudes? That shit's crossed my mind. And I swear, like, it's true. Like, it's true. It's one of those true, like, the red pill dudes, they have truths. There are truths, they say. And it's not every woman, and it's not always the situation. But from my personal experience, my anecdotal evidence, and the anecdotal evidence of enough people, it kind of makes something almost true, right? Because there's no, like, studies on this shit. You can't pull up data or whatever. But, so yeah, whatever. We kind of, like, it was kind of, like, established we were kind of dating. I was kind of weird about it. Like, one time, like, I got cringe with it, too. I brought her flowers to her house. I did all this stupid, like, cringy shit, right? I mean, I'm still pretty young. I don't even think I was 21 at this point, okay? So, give me a break. So there was kind of things there. We kind of hung out. She broke up with her boyfriend. We never were officially together. We hung out. Like, it was kind of like people kind of thought we were. Like, even one guy told me that because we were hanging out one time at this place, and like she was like hugging on me and stuff. He's like, "Oh, you guys are good together," or something like that. And I'm like, I don't know, because I don't know what she told other people, right? But it's like with any kind of group and clique of friends, especially at that age, there's a lot of drama. She ended up having drama with that other girl I was talking about earlier, who was kind of trying to see me. So I'm trying to like not choose sides here. I know one time we were hanging out. She was really weird because I don't think she would have sex. I think she was a virgin, and I think she was like religious, and she didn't have sex before marriage. But like one time I remember this is like the second time I probably could have had sex. We were somewhere, and I don't know why I was driving. I don't think she was drunk or I was drunk. We went somewhere, maybe we went out to eat. And she come back, and we're sitting in my car, and she's got her head in my lap, and I'm stroking her hair and all this kind of shit, right? And then like she wanted to go. I guess if I would have pushed it, maybe that's another thing. Maybe I was never a pushy enough guy because I didn't ever want to come off rapey. And like she like will like come inside, and then she's like,
if I go inside, so like it was basically like we were gonna do something if we went inside. So that's like fuck. I should have tried, but like I've tried to respect her and her decision, right? Because I think it was weird. I don't know how this would have went down, especially if it was my first. I think she was one of those like I don't know if she was Catholic or she might have been Lutheran. She would like have butt sex, so that didn't count against her or something like that. But hell, I would have probably been happy if we would have just made out and like got the second or third base or some shit. I don't know, because I really did love her. Maybe it was a little bit too soon, but whatever. Let's see. So yeah, all that like we were kind of together. Then we were gonna go on spring break, and like a bunch of a group of us was. And this is where it gets weird. I didn't have the money, so she like paid my room for part of my room to go so that I could go. So I always saw that as a good sign. But man, shit went fucking wild down there because her and that girl I was telling about earlier got into like some big sort of fight and she wouldn't go. And then I was all like, well, if you're not going, I'm not going. But then I'm like, I should have maybe took her. Maybe this is why it didn't go. Maybe she felt I didn't take her side enough. Maybe that was the part of the problem. So I didn't take her side enough. So, whatever. So we go down there, like all this shit goes on. We're getting fucked up, drunk, whatever, smoking weed. Something happens. We get in like this argument, man. I get so upset. And like this is the worst thing I've ever fucking done. I wasn't trying to be a cliffhanger. I was just talking to my friend. Uh, she's like, you didn't invite me. I was like, you can come on. You can be. She won't. I guarantee you, she won't. She don't like. She don't want to be associated with me and how I act. So she wouldn't come on. But okay. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I guess I don't have like a really good. I was trying to get because like there's a couple of cool people that like I talked to. They're in UK, I think Ireland, and they come on. I try to do it around this time, but he got a job. It's Musly Pervert, and then Robert, and then there's and then like what's I can't think of his damn name. There's also another guy that does YouTube videos. Sometimes he come in for the thing. But like they all live in the UK. Well, one of them lives in California. So I try to do like in the middle of the day streams when I could. That's what I was hoping. Like some people would come on, you know. Like I like chatting. It's interesting. And then sometimes people come in and I'll say, like right now you're in here, but I don't know how you're like you said you were working, so maybe you don't have the browser window open, maybe it's coming in the background or something. But like
it'll say on the thing, it'll say concurrent viewers. Like right now it says 0. Sometimes it'll say 1 and then there won't be nobody here. So I don't know how well it is it's showing that. Or you have to be in here for a certain amount of time, or with the window open. I don't know. Hold on. I know we got cliffhanger. We're gonna get past that. Okay. Hold on, my one friend keeps talking to me, so I'm trying to get all that finished first. So, like I said, like this is the worst thing I ever did. I don't know what happened. Like just all kinds of drama and shit went on down there. We're all fucking drunk. We're all this and that. And I don't know what happened. Like I don't know. Did I tell her I was in love with her or like some situation? She was mad at me. I think because I took that other girl's side. And like I was really fucking upset, right? And like we had this big fight, and like I don't know, she tried to walk away from me, and she was like, I'm a pretty big dude. She was a little. I don't want to say, she was a smaller lady, and like she went to walk, and I grabbed her wrist, and I don't know how hard I did it. I think I might have even been drunk at the time, and like I wouldn't let her leave, and like I was like, I can't remember what happened. I was like, well, can we still be friends, or like I don't want to lose you or something like that. I can't remember exactly what cringe shit I said. But like I think she said I was hurting her arm, and like since she said I let go of her, or she said something like, "Well, if you don't let me go, we're never gonna be," or nothing like that, right? So that to me was me crossing the line. Like I should never like done that. I know a lot of people do a lot worse, and it was because she was trying to leave and I was trying to start. It was one of those momentary things. So like that's the one of the biggest issues I've ever had in my head, that like I did something that was wrong and crossed the line. Um, like I didn't hit her or nothing like that. It wasn't nothing like that. It was just like that. But like just because, and then I think a lot of it was I didn't realize how much stronger I was than her when I grabbed her too. And like I said, I think I'd been drinking. I was kind of wound up. Then later, me and this other guy we were down there with, I don't even know what happened. Like he was telling me some story, like, and I think I was all fucking up in my head. I think I was drunk. I might have even been high too. And like, we were driving around. He was talking about something where like he was talking about they went skinny dipping on the beach, and like I don't know, I lost in jealousy and stuff like that. And I grabbed this dude by the throat, like out of nowhere, dude. This is after I've been sitting in his car crying. I don't know what the fuck. I was all fucked up, dude. So so this is like the worst shit I ever did in my life, really. So it really fucked me up. I really regret doing any of that shit. So like really, really bad shit there. And I really feel bad about that. So after that, like we never really talked about everything, but it was kind of fucked, but we still worked together. But I really was mad and I hated her. I remember getting like having an argument with her at work, and like I let shit get way out of hand. So I really regret that, and all this kind of stuff. And then let's see, one time, this is where I knew everything was fucked, right? Because there was another dude that worked with us, and I'd had class with him. I didn't even like this dude. So this is gonna sound like a lie, but I'm gonna tell it like this. I didn't like this dude before. I didn't like when I was in class with him. He just seemed like a dumbass. Then when I worked with him, didn't like him then. Turns out, after me and her had a situation, and I didn't even know any of this shit, they ended up going out. Oh my God. I think that was why I got so pissed afterwards. Because I think I tried to let it go. Like, because one time I just showed up at her house. Because like I said, this is back before everybody had cell phones and stuff. So I just showed up at her house. Funny thing, she lived in the same apartments that the crazy girl who got addicted to EverQuest, who saw my dick, lived in. It was not the same apartment, but the same apartment complex. So it was kind of crazy, but not while she lived there, because she'd already been taken away because she fell out of school. And so one day I showed up at her house. You want to talk about awkward as fuck. I showed up at her house, and I was just trying to talk to her, and like it wasn't even crazy shit, right? And then her sister was there, and I was talking to her sister, and then like that was when I found out she was dating this dude, because he like showed up to go on a date with her. Oh my God, dude. You want to talk about awkward, cringe fucking shit, right? Awkward. God. And then so they left, and like I was stuck there. I didn't know what to do. So I was stuck there in the house with her sister.
this could go somewhere else, but it doesn't go anywhere good. So I'm just kind of like, yeah, okay. Now it's under, so just trying to play it off, and and so like I did, and then after a little bit, I just went home and I was like, fuck, and I was fucked up after this shit, and I don't think I did the cringe like emo listen to the Kim song, because I also part of me I blame my for this one. I blame myself way more because of the story I just told. So I kind of felt like I deserved that, but it still hurt. And it was still horrible because she was with that guy, and I hated that dude before any of this, right? Before any of this. And obviously we all still work together. Maybe he wasn't still working there, but she was. But whatever. So I had to work with her. And at some point she got promoted. She was like a supervisor. So then I had to listen to her. So that made it even worse. As like a 21-year-old dude and all this shit, right? So, like, we all hang out, we go to parties, yada yada. I'm gonna throw another little story in here. We're gonna come back to her because there's more. But I'm gonna throw in another little story first. Give me 1 second. More cliffhanger. Okay. Little story. I don't know where this takes place in the timeline, but at some point, uh, I was still stayed friends with the girl who I think I took her side more than the girl I was in love with, and I think that's where it started everything going downhill. At least this is my brain. Maybe I did some other shit. Maybe that girl wasn't that interested in me the whole time, even though it felt like it was. So I don't think this was 100% one-sided like some of my other crushes and loves were before this. So, so, so they moved into another apartment. There was this other girl who was new there and was working there, and we were all hanging out. We had this party. We were drinking. I think there were two girls, and it was the girl. I know this is complicated because of how I'm telling it, but the girl that I kind of took her side over the girl I loved was there, and she lived with this guy that I work with, and he was in the same situation I was in. He had loved this girl for the longest time, but she didn't ever like seem like they wanted to get together. But she had played like I don't think she was necessarily playing with his emotions or something, but like he was like super in love with her, but never anything was. They weren't ever together and everything like that. I remember one time I was at their house, and it was just us three, and I'm just sitting on the couch. I don't know if there was any drinking or not going on. It could have been because we always are drinking and hanging out and shit like that. I remember one point I went like, fuck it. Because, oh yeah, one time after that girl broke my heart, I had all this situation. I showed up at their house, like got hammered. I even drank all their beer. I ended up drinking somebody else's Guinness who was there, and I didn't even like Guinness. And I got sick, passed out, woke up the next day in different clothes because I threw up all over myself. The lens, when I was wearing glasses, the lens somehow got knocked out of my glasses. I had to end up finding that lens the next day. That was one of the side effects with that other girl. But we're going to go back to her before. But okay, we were at their house, and I'm just sitting there. For some reason, that girl comes and like straddles me, sits on me like face in front, like looking at me and like talking to me, right? We didn't do anything. I think she was trying to make that dude jealous now that I look back on it. But like, I was kind of, I didn't know what to do. I was like, should I just push her off? And that dude was there. He comes in, and I'm sitting like, there's the couch. And like it was like a little apartment, and like it was kind of like the kitchen area, and he was there, and she was like facing me, like straddled, like sitting on me, facing me, and he's like looking at me, he's just like staring daggers. She's like, is he looking at us right now? Does he look mad? And at the time I was like, yeah, that's kind of fucked up. I don't like know. So I'm like, but I'm like trying to burn bridges with him because he was one of my good friends at work, and all this shit, and I'm all like, yeah, and I'm like, oh, and then it was uncomfortable as fuck. But what's crazy is they were like roommates. So I don't know how all their shit was going on. They might have been like fuck buddies too, for all I know. But yeah, so that was a real complicated thing. But he was in like a fucked up situation with that. So then I feel like at some point he left and moved away. But before that, they were living with this other thing. And this girl that worked there came over, and we were at this party drinking. And like it was like maybe 5 or 6 of us. It was a real cringe dude. We used to call him Shrek because he reminded us of Shrek. And like, so this one girl, she was kind of a hoe, very bitch a hoe. And there was this dude that we were training to be a manager. He was there, and like, so we're all drunk, we're fucking around. There was 2 girls there, and like, they were joking around, like, they're like, ooh, flash, and like, they flashed this motherfucker. Like, this is where I know I wasn't that bad a person. So they show their tits, like, whatever, cool. I'm all like, great, show me your tits, no problem. You know, we're all fucking like 20-year-old dudes and, you know, 20-year-old girls. I mean, like, it is what it is. And this motherfucker goes and grabs this girl's tit. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you don't do that shit. Like, if they want to show you their titties, that's fine. That does not give you the fucking right to grab their fucking tit. Like, that was so, like, it pissed me off so much at the time. I was like, dude, it's like a 21, maybe 22-year-old dude. I knew that shit was wrong. I was like, if you would go to a strip club and you try to touch a stripper, you would get your ass fucking kicked out, maybe even beat the fuck up by a bouncer or some shit, or security, or the cops called. You don't do that. That's not right. Well, then find out later, like, because they were trying to hook me up with this girl. And once again, my whole not being good with women, she was really kind of dumb. So I don't think I would have took more from it than it was. But she had a really good body, but her face was, you know, like fucked up. So whatever, so that dude that was trying to be a manager, something happened, like, and so they're like going around, they go in the fucking, this same dude, they're in the bathroom, like, and they're literally fucking in the bathroom. Like, he's got her bent over this. It was like a little small bathroom or like a toilet, not like a shower. It was like a toilet. It was like a downstairs, like half bath. And like, he was fucking her in the bathroom, like bent over like the fucking, the sink. And this dude's like fucking with him and like open. And then since it wasn't good, he ended up opening and pushing the door open. This creepy ass motherfucking dude. This dude, like, he scared the shit out of me because I'm like, dude, this dude's got a creepy ass raper vibe, man. The Shrek looking motherfucker. So I'm like, God damn, dude. I'm like, dude, do you have any kind of decorum? I'm like, dude, you're not going to get anywhere with this shit, right? It's like, shit. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to slam my phone down that hard. Okay, yeah. So like that was that whole scenario. So like they tried to hook me up with this girl. Turns out, like I'm actually like a lot of these times I ended up getting out, skirting out of that, because come to find out that girl, the dude was fucking in the bathroom. So, guys, she was obviously a hoe. It wasn't much longer after that. So come to find out she's pregnant, right? It was never confirmed if it was the dude that was fucking her in the bathroom or not. Like there was kind of, but like we don't know. So I'm like, shit, I'm lucky I didn't fuck with none of these hoes. Like, I could have had at least a couple of times if it would have worked out. Who knows? I could have been a fucking, you know, had a child at a young age. So I didn't get no sex, but also I didn't get no kids. So that's always a plus, right? So there goes all that. Okay, going back to the other girl, we had the whole spring break issue. She's dating this cocksucker that I don't like afterwards. Now, and like I said, it sounds like I don't like him just because he started going out with this girl that I was in love with, right? But what it comes to find out is I didn't like this motherfucker before this, and that's what I said earlier. I didn't like this motherfucker even before this. So there's that. Didn't like him. Don't like him. I probably still don't like him. I don't even know the motherfucker. Right? So we still work there, and then like I said, it's like the party shit. People throw parties at apartments or whatever. So we go to this one party, and we're at this party one time, and she's there. She's there with him, and I get all in my feelings, and like they're all like, I'm just like seething. I am so fucked up. I'm drunk. I'm sitting there smoking, and like I start putting cigarettes out on my fucking hand. Like, God damn, dude, you fucking cringe ass emo motherfucker. What was I fucking thinking? Like I was putting I had like 3 or 4 cigarette burns I put out on my hand from this whole shit. I was like seeing in my head because I seen them together, right? And then eventually I kind of get over it. I realize I fucked up. And then like at this point I said, I just can't be around him. This is what I said to you the other day. Yeah. What I said to you yesterday, too. Yeah, I was stupid. I think I was drunk. I probably had to be to fucking whatever, right? And
And so, yeah. So, where I said you can't get too much in your feelings, man. It ends up fucking you up. It's in the moment, but you can't let it go beyond. Oh, boy, that wasn't what I was going to say. What did I tell you when we were talking yesterday about this shit? I said something like, oh, sometimes if you're in a bad split, you have to, if you keep seeing the person, you have to, if possible, you have to break away from these people. Because seeing them every day, this is one thing, it was hard for me to learn and to accept, and I've heard other people say it, it's true. You have to cut them out of your life because seeing them is going to bring back up feelings and all this shit. Even if you know deep down it ain't right, like seeing them, like maybe even if you have a good interaction with them, like it kind of is like whatever, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's something you should do. So like if you and a girlfriend break up, you really need to cut them out, especially if it went really bad and it's really bothering you. That case was my case. That I think that was the point where I said, look, I got to work with her. I'll just be tolerable. I can't be like losing my shit. Oh, one time, this also brings back to the story. Well, we'll finish this first. I got another story about this girl. So, yeah, you got to cut them out, seeing them. It's not good. If you got to work with them, you need to be cordial and deal with it. Like in that, that's also why a lot of people probably say it's not a good thing to be involved with somebody when you work with, right? Because you don't want to necessarily quit your job because you broke up with somebody, right? And then some of this shit is all me because I was very volatile. I'm 21, 22 at the time. My head all fucked up on my shit, my issues. Stupid. Never going to justify it. This is what separates me from like incel people. They will focus and like lit on this shit. That's why I wonder when I see some of these red pill dudes or like these incel people, they just have a bad breakup because I can empathize with them in the moment because I've been there. I've had those same feelings. Women are evil. Fuck women. Fuck this and that. Yeah. But like if you let that eat at you and like that becomes your way of life, that's when you cross the fucking line. In the moment or right after the moment, I get it. It's hard not to feel that way if you feel like you've been betrayed or you're missing out. And it's also kind of hard not to have that feeling from now to now. Like if you've had that same scenario over and over again, but then you have to also say like, and then this can be me also. Maybe it's your fault more than it was. And that's kind of my case. But I do own my fault for that girl, 100%. Like 100%, like 99.9, because there were some issues like, but like, my fault. I couldn't blame her much. I fucked up there, right? And I let it get to me. But I could have let myself go down that road where it's like and become like a fucking. I can't remember that dude's name, but that goofy fuck that went on the thing and he like recorded it, put up on YouTube, went and like shot people like in like somewhere in California, and then that crazy ass dude in Canada did that shit too, where he took the like truck and drove it through like a crowd of people. Yeah, so could have went that way. At least I wasn't that unhinged. And so go there, do that, blah, blah, blah. But go back to the story. We're still not finished with this girl. There's one more kind of final of the story and then a little bit post-story. We're going to get, one time when I was at work, you said you used to work at McDonald's or ever who watches this. You know what a walk-in cooler is. I'm assuming they have that. So like we had a walk-in cooler in the kitchen, but like there was this hallway that went down and forth, right? And you'd have to go and get like, and then the cooler's here. Well, one time I was carrying something out and I kicked the door open like hard as fuck. That girl was there. I hit her, like I told you, she was little. Like, I don't know, like I was, like I told you, I was like 6'4", 6'5"-ish, whatever how tall I am. Like over 250 pounds. She was probably like, maybe like 5'5" or less. Probably like 120 pounds max. I don't know. She's probably the skinniest girl I was ever like in love with. But she wasn't like emaciated. She wasn't like Eugenia Cooney or whatever her name is. Like, but she was little. I kicked like, and it hit her and knocked her up. We had this thing where we kept like our potatoes and it knocked her up on there. I felt bad and I apologized. I said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean, because part of me was thinking like she was going to think that, because I'd gotten into her with her before and I'd been a dick to her after the whole situation. But that was never my intention. That was complete accident, and I did not want to hurt her or nothing like that. I didn't see her because like I carry like 3 or 4 things stacked up, and I just kicked the door open. You just had to be one of those. It could have been anybody, but it happened to be her, right? So that's how that kind of went. So that was kind of fucked up. But then part of me is like, fuck, she's gonna think I did that on purpose. So we need to get this out because I could probably been fired because that was ridiculous. But it was a complete 100% accident. And so. Yeah, so come to find out, like I said, I decided to cut myself off from going to like parties and shit anywhere like I thought she would be or anything like that. I mean, it's kind of one of the things where I'm not going to see her, but I don't need to put myself in that situation. Especially not to get where I did, where I got all of my feelings and did that stupid ass shit with the cigarettes at the party, right? And then also not be where I'm seeing him and her together in any kind of romantic situation, because that really would trigger me in my craziness. So, la la la. So then this other dude, I lived across the street. This other dude moved in that I worked with. We hung out before, and he was throwing a little party there, and it was right across the street, right? And I don't know if I knew she was going to be there at the time, or I did. I can't remember, right? So I went there to the party, and it was kind of awkward because, like I said, I was past the point where I kind of accepted everything, but of course I still have like those feelings deep. Because, like I said, I put her. She's in my top list of women I loved. She was if I could rank them, like I'll do a tier list. She's probably 3 on the list. But at the time, she would have been at the time she would have been 1 because that was my feelings. But like probably like she was the second one that I was really like where I felt like I was in legit love with. Maybe I'm actually making more of this than it was, but it was more than a one-sided thing. It just went bad, and I took it poorly, and I admit that. But so she was at the party, so it was really awkward and all this. Like I didn't talk to her, nothing. I didn't add her, but she could see it, and like I think this was actually good. So this kind of gave me some closure. So I didn't end up getting to the point where I hated her like I did with the other girl, because I felt like the other girl did a lot of shit, and a lot of it was her fault. And I think she like manipulated me in situations. I don't think that was the case with the other girl. Plus, it also helped that I know I fucked up with some of the shit. Like I said. Whew. Okay, so we're at the party, whatever. Like, I don't even, like I said, literally the dude's apartment was like across the street. So I was just going to walk home. And then she was like, oh, another thing, that girl, I introduced her to my friend. She like drove me up to my house, to my friend's house. I introduced her to my best friend, all this stuff. So it was a lot like, and these were people that weren't around them. So that was also, and my mom, all kinds of shit. So it was totally a different situation. Okay. Okay. What else? What else? What else? Okay. So the party ends, and I'm like, or maybe it doesn't end, or I'm like, I'm gonna go home. So she catches me like, she's like, I'll give you a ride home. I was like, I live across the street. Don't worry about it. But like, eventually she got talked, and she wanted to talk to me, and that's fine. And I think that might have been. I wish I'd have done that sooner. We should have done that, and that's the best way to handle it. It's a lot more mature. She drove me across the street. We sat in her car and we talked, and we kind of talked everything out. And I think I apologized. And I said I was a bitch and all this and all that. And I still hated that she was with that dude, but whatever. And all this kind of shit, you know. Eventually, I think she ended up moving away, and all this shit, or like, because I know she quit working there. Maybe she graduated because she was in college, and maybe that's what happened. But like, she was gone, and then ends up finding out, like, so we talked it out, everything was kind of good, you know, so I kind of appreciate that, even though I can't remember everything, but I think it was a good conversation, and we kind of we aired out everything, and it wasn't, like, I think it settled it, so I think that helped, so I think that was really good. I was like, I got to mature into it. So I think while that was one of the worst things, it kind of ended on the best note that way, but come to find out, she ended up marrying this motherfucking next dude she went out with, the one I hated. Like, they got married. I think I tried to look her up on Facebook. They might even end up having kids. I don't know if they're still married. I didn't like this motherfucker. Never did. But, like, goddamn. And then so I'm like, why does like, the next guy that the girl gets with, like, they end up being stuck with him after that? I'm just like, what the fuck? I always feel like I was some, like, rebound dude, like, so they ended up getting married and all that shit. Now, after all this shit, I think I got in my little, like, maybe incel ways, but not like in a I hate women, but like in the whole, like, fuck it, I ain't ever gonna be with nobody. It ain't worth the trouble. So I don't remember if there was any other girl in that time. I'm sure there might have been some girl we worked with. There was a stripper one time I got enamored with, but it was just because she was a stripper. And you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't think there was ever anybody else where I kind of had those feelings for. And I'm trying to think. And then eventually that place went out of business. I worked there. That was when I came back home and worked. This would have been the place I was working when you remember me working in the restaurant. But before that, we'll finish up the story. Remember I told you the dude and the girl that lived together, and then the girl straddled me, and then like was the weird awkward shit? Well, guess what? It kind of worked out for him. They ended up kind of realizing that they were meant to be together, and they ended up getting married. They're still married. They have, like, I think 2 kids. I actually went to their wedding. So that all worked out good. But then also part in the back of my brain, I'm like, God damn, why can't shit like that work out for me? So he kind of got the happy ending, if you will. Like some assuming. You never know. People act like they might be having the best marriage or the best life, especially if you just see them on Facebook or whatever. You don't ever know if it's as great as it seems. But at the time, for when I knew what he wanted and everything else, it seemed to work out best for him. He got the girl, they got married, they have kids. Seems like it worked out for him. He has a good job, she's a teacher. So all that, so they seem like they're happy. Like I said, two healthy kids, all that good shit, right? So that's good for them. And then, like, I think, I'm trying to think. Like I said, I don't think there was ever. Maybe there was some girl here or there, but like to this point, I was only working. I wasn't in school, so I wasn't meeting anybody like that. There never was anybody I can think that I had an interest in. And like I said, I might have been in that whole like fuck it. I was probably after that whole shit, like that story I just told you. Maybe even part of me felt like I didn't deserve to be with somebody because of the shit I did. So, like I said, that place closes, and then we're gonna move back. We're moving back because that college I was in, that college town, it was a different town than where I was lived at. So we were moving back home. My mom was living with me, so we're moving back, right? So I'm looking for jobs. Well, I found out that same restaurant, because that place went out of business, and like, so I never got fired, but we got laid off or whatever. So I went to that restaurant, put in my application, they hired me. And then I'm trying to think, I know there's one other girl, maybe two other girls, but before the main one. But before that, trying to think, like, no. Was there a girl? There probably was some cute girls there, don't get me wrong. That was one plus of working in a restaurant. There was always some kind of cute girls. You might not have liked them, and there was always some bitches too. And I don't mean bitches as in like derogatory toward women. I just mean literally like bitches. They'd be like a dickhead. It could be a guy or a girl, right? You don't like them. Not sexually, not personally, not on any fucking level. You don't fucking like them. No. Okay, so there was this one girl, and it started out, she was friends with this other girl that I didn't kind of like, but like, and this goes to another situation. She was with some dude, and like, all she ever did was bitch about him, bitch about him, bitch about him. I think that's where I think it's where it fucked me up. So maybe, guys, if a girl's bitching about her boyfriend, that's not necessarily an invitation for you to replace him. I think maybe I let that get twisted in my head sometimes. And that's not always the case, but that's happened to me more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times, more than 4 times. That's how stupid I am. So be careful with that. It's not necessarily an invitation. And, okay, so like, I developed like a crush on her, and I knew she was with this guy, and I knew we were friends, but like, I let it be more. I'm trying to make it more than that, but it definitely got the situation where it was all this. So I ended up being friends with that girl I didn't like, and I was mainly her friend because she was friends with her. But then nothing ever, I eventually told her my feelings, but like nothing ever came up. She never ever let me down or anything like that, you know. Nothing like that. It just kind of was like, this ain't gonna work. I still really cared about her and I liked her. So it didn't really break my heart as much as some of the other ones did. But I really had, like, in my head, I thought I was in love with her, but it was nowhere near like the other girls. So that one doesn't count at that, but that was somebody that was special to me. God damn, I can't even remember her name right off the top. No, I can't. I just remembered it. So she's on a better level than some of the other girls. Because, like, she was my friend, too. Like, even aside from that, right? Okay. So, during this time, remember when I told you yesterday, I told you about the big tall girl that was, like, in love with me? Oh, I missed another girl that was in love, that I thought liked me. She was friend. Like, it all goes back to that one girl that I told you that introduced every guy. This is why you're good to have a girl that has girlfriends, so you can meet their friends. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it don't. Clearly it doesn't always, right? But it gives you the options, especially if you're not good. You don't like going to clubs, you don't go out, you're not in church, you don't want to fuck around at work, you're not in school, you don't want to fuck with Tinder or Plenty of Fish or OK Cupid or whatever the fuck it is. This was another friend of that girl's, and she had a crush on me, and I guess I kind of saw it, but I wasn't interested, so it never went anywhere, but I think it could have if I would have tried, but I don't know. I also think I was in feelings with that other girl at the time,
So I wasn't seeing straight, so that kind of fucked. So I've missed opportunities too. But okay, so then we get on to the girl, like I told you about yesterday, the tall girl that kind of scared me. The one time I feel like I was sexually harassed. I know. Okay, so that was that one. That shit was kind of weird. I think she ended up, she got pregnant too. Like, when do these girls get pregnant? Like, I could have fucked with. I should have like 3 kids by now. Fuck. If I would have been the dude to stick the dick in. Because then also that girl, the high school prom girl, she ended up getting pregnant, I think, too. Not from my friend, though. He had a kid with somebody else. Uh, but, so yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ. So, oh, also, like, I think I told you about it, but we'll bring it up. Then there was a girl that I met online through YouTube. I made this video one time just joking around. It's like, I made this video. It's like, win a date with me. Because I was like, there weren't that many girls. Oh, there's a girl that I was infatuated with on here on YouTube. And, like, I got weird about that shit, too. And I let that get to me. That was all my fault. I fucked up there. It was stupid. She was nice. Nothing wrong. No animosity towards her. But still, like, not, like, that was all me. But there was her, and I really developed an unhealthy, it's funny because that was like her name, but infatuation with her. It was wrong of me, and I 100% apologize for that. Okay. So then I made the girl, I think this was after that, I made this win a date with me. And so one girl made a video, and that was the girl I told you, I think I was talking to you about it yesterday, or maybe the one that I met on the internet that was younger than me, but like of age. Just want to clarify that. I don't need to be canceled, even though it wouldn't be a big loss. It's like I got nobody watching except maybe you. And, you know, we had that whole thing, and like I told you, like, she lived in California, and she had the weird parents, and like I felt like she got kind of clingy, and then I also kind of felt weird because it was like felt like I was older, and I wasn't trying to take advantage of the situation. So I was like, we kind of like ended all that. Although we did do some internet like video chat sessions and stuff like that. Like, I let my Coomer brain get involved a little too much. Like, you know, I showed her my she showed me her you know, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Which isn't smart. Like, I don't know how many people that I know that are big time creators who have had their fucking dick pics leaked or their tit pics leaked. So that's also another thing. If you're like a creator person, you probably don't want to do that. Because most of the time, if something like that happens, it's going to get leaked, especially if it ends. So I don't recommend that either if you're like a YouTube person. Even if you're kind of low ranked, even if you ever get anywhere, or it might end up costing. Look at all them Minecrafter dudes. Although they did some shady ass shit. They did like come in, they were like grooming or whatever, like legit talking to underage kids. So that's really fucked up, right? Um, do you know who, oh, this reminds me, do you know who Basherverse is? You remember hearing about that? Like, he got in the whole thing with Keemstar, and he was going on with this girl called Clara Kitty. Well, that's her name now. It's Clara Baby Doll Legs or some shit. Like, it was a whole big thing, and they ended up breaking up. She does, like, cam girl shit now, like, on one of them cam sites. That's, like, an OnlyFans and shit like that. So that's what she does now. And he ended up, I think his whole shit went to hell. He ended up catching COVID, like, last year or some shit. He died. He is fucking dead. He got COVID and died. Um, and I don't know 100% or not if all his allegations are true. And then, like, some of it was staged for, like, drama on, like, Keemstar's show. What was it called? Drama Alert. Yeah, she's kind of... But, like, I don't know how much of that's her fault. I don't know.
And I don't think it was her fault. I think he was like, I think some of this shit was some shit that happened before they were going out. I don't know. It's like a really weird situation. Like, and then a lot of it got to her and it fucked her up. So it's weird that she's doing the cam girl shit, but I think she didn't have anything else she could do. So she kind of just like, here's my tits and stuff. So, I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not judging her. I don't give a shit, but like, yeah. So I just think she didn't have any other way to turn, anything else to turn to. And I don't think it's like Amaranth. I don't think he was like pushed her into it because I don't think she started doing that until after they broke up. But yeah, that was just another thought that came out. So that's why I didn't want to be that person. And if anybody ever watches this shit at this point and is some sort of YouTube, Twitch person, do not be sharing your nudes or your fucking shit. Anytime you have like a chat or text with anybody who's a fan, not a fan, even another content, especially if it's another content creator, right? Your logs are going to be leaked if shit goes bad. Even if it doesn't go bad, if somebody gets vindictive. If there's pics, they're going to get fucking leaked, right? So the easiest way to avoid that is not to do that. Look at that dude, what, Adam Levine, like the superstar, was like cheating on his wife with that girl. She ended up leaking all his DMs or texts or whatever. And I think other girls leaked that he had DM'd them on Twitter and shit, like, you know? So if you're somebody, even if you're nobody, you have less to lose. But even if you're like a small time starting out, dude, if you make it on YouTube, what if fucking PewDiePie, when he first started, what if it come to find out like all these girls he had sexted and fucking dick picked and all this shit. And then when he got big, if he dropped them, that's when all that shit is going to come out. Like, so you don't want to do that. Even then, like, if you're nobody, like, if it's some rando dude, it happens. Like, I've seen the threads on 4chan, like, they're kind of revenge porn where they'll leak, like, my ex-girlfriend shit. So even then, it's not good because that shit might get out there. They had that one dude, I watched the fucking Netflix about it, where the dude had that whole site where dudes were posting up, like, fucking pictures. It was fucking cringe and creepy as fuck. But, like, it's not good to do. Most people, though, if you're an average person, unless you find out about it and they point you out, like, look, I did this, it's not going to ruin your life. But if you are some, like, content creator or somebody in the public eye, politician, musician, actor, comedian, something like that, you know, run a company, CEO, some shit like that. Like, if Bill Gates had dick pics out there, they would probably been leaked by now. If Elon Musk had dick pics out there, they'd probably been leaked by now, right? Look what Johnny Depp and what's her face, she leaked all that shit. You sure if there wasn't some dick pics or something, that shit might not have got leaked at some point or not? You know, Bezos. So, like, I don't recommend it. Not even for the average person, but if you're anybody in any kind of public orientation or space, definitely stick away from it. That would be some advice to that. And that's what that was another reason I decided not to try to go that route again with like an online person through the platform of YouTube. Because even if I wasn't anybody, it could have blew up and then like just been like, look at this guy and what he was doing. Not that, like, clearly I don't think I would have been like texting minors. I mean, like, well, but whatever, you know, maybe I would have sent a picture of my little dick to somebody and then everybody would know about it, even though I've always been pretty open about my little dick. So it's not the end of the world, but for some people it could be. And then also sometimes, like, you could be canceled for it. Also, it doesn't look good. It might ruin your opportunities down the road. So I do not recommend it. Just clear. Okay. So we're almost to the modern day. We are at the modern day because this shit we're about to talk to happened within the last, damn, it's been a long time. Maybe it's like 8 years now. It's 2 years, 3, 4. And then this one's going to be the end all be all, the worst one, the one that I fucked up with probably the most, but the one I was in love with the most, the one that was the most real. Okay, so like that, like, let's see. Okay, so we had the big tall girl, and then like the girl before that, like, you know, whatever. Then I don't think there were some other girls, and I thought they were kind of flirty. We'll bring up the picture again. Okay, not this girl. This girl is just my friend, and cause like she worked there. She was like started there like when she was like 16 or 17 or something. And I'm older than her. I'm probably like 14 years older than her. So I never thought of her as anything but like a little kid. So it's kind of a weird thing because of the picture, but like it wasn't ever nothing like that. I never had a crush on her or not. She's a very cute little girl, but I never felt like, I always felt like more like a little sister or even a daughter situation with her. And not like Chris Chan felt about his relatives. None of that like, stop bro, I'm stuck, help me. None of that shit. But this girl, this one right here, the one in like the leopard printed shit, or whatever you want to call it, I did end up, and she's like younger than me too. God, I'm bad about this shit. Like, I'm a fucking horrible dude. I shouldn't be. There's only ever been, when I was in high school and college, all those girls were right around my age. Actually, the second girl, actually the college girl, the first one, might have been older than me, but like a little bit, within like a year, right? Within a year. And then I think the girl, the one that I ended up fucking up with and married the dude that I hated, I know that she was older than me, but not by much. And then one of the girls at the restaurant, we were close in age. I might have still been older than her, but it was really close. But this girl's probably like 10 years or more younger than I am. Definitely more than 10 years. Because I don't know if they're the similar age. I think she's older than her. But yeah, so, and in my head, it come up to one of them situations again where she was always bitching and moaning about her fucking boyfriend. So guys, just learn this lesson. If I never did, just because a girl is bitching and moaning to you about her boyfriend, that is not a fucking invitation for you to replace him. In your brain, you might think that. But it is not a fucking invitation, and you should be very cautious. Because you should also look and be like, damn, like she's going to be talking about this dude like this. Even if I got with her, how's she going to be talking about me? Like you look in your head, your brain, your Coomer brain starts thinking, and you're like, I know what this dude fucked up. She always bitches. So then I know that that I can do the things not. And it sounds manipulative and like sleazy, but then it's not. Because you're like, if you're really interested, you probably think like, okay, this guy is doing this. This is not what she likes. So I'm going to do something different. Right? So we'll pull the picture back up since we're talking about this person. Nothing negative on her. I don't feel bad about everything. I feel I fucked up here. I misread a lot of signals. And I will also say that I let other people convince me. I think I talked about this yesterday, where they were like, the way she acts, like she likes you or she's got a crush on you or something like that. And like she did have that kind of situation, right? So part of me is like, no way, she doesn't like me like that. You know, I'm like I said, it kind of goes back to like what I was talking about the tall girl. Like a lot of people like me, and I was always like the life of the party at work, and was like, you know what I'm saying, say crazy shit and funny and all that kind of shit, right? So I always thought in my head, you know, maybe that was it, right? But then she kind of come off, she was like super flirty. So I think I misread the situation. This is actually when I was on YouTube. I actually made a YouTube video about this, right? And I let this shit get in my head. Because this is like years. This is after the other girl, right? And I got like, I got myself psyched up. I let people kind of get in my head to psych me up about it also. Where I thought there was a chance. So I was like, and it got to one of those points where I'm like, I'm going to fucking ask her. I'm going to be like, hey, is there a chance we could ever be anything or whatever like that, right? So one night, we're all going out. We're going out to the bowling alley. The same bowling alley these pictures were taken, but it was after this. This wasn't this night. It was a different night. So all that good shit. Like while I'm here laying on the ground, or I got the cup dude, like with the women laying on, like, you know, I'm like laying on. But that's the kind of funny ass goofy shit I did, right? That's not even me being like a fucking cuck, really. I'm sure some red pill dudes are like, you're a fucking cuck, motherfucker, right? Not in this case. But, so, I thought I was like a real pimp, like in this picture right here, but it turns out I wasn't. So, I kind of, I want to say confront, that's not the thing. So, I sit down, and I finally talk to her, and I tell her my feelings, and I'm all like, hey, I like you, and I was just wondering if there was ever a chance. And, like, and to all her credit, she didn't bullshit me. She straight up was all like, no, I don't feel that way about you. I really love my boyfriend that I'm with. I know I bitch about him, whatever, like all this shit, right? So, I got to give her credit.
of a lot of the girls, she was actually one of the most straight up ones with me. And then this one, I don't count her as in a love situation either. I wasn't ever in love with this girl. It kind of got twisted in my head, and I got infatuated with her, and I had a big crush, and I was just kind of lonely and wanting something, right? So, sorry. All right. So yeah, but I lost my shit for some reason. I got upset and I fucking teared up like a bitch, like a little fucking bitch. This is talking about when I'm like fucking 30 years old, man, like a little fucking bitch baby. I always that was some shit if I would have done when I was 17, whatever. But this one, I don't know why. I let it get to me. I think I twisted myself up too much in my head, right? So the next day, like she worked with us. Next day she comes in and she's like, "Hey, are we okay? Is everything gonna be all right?" I'm like, "Yeah," because like at that point, like I was smart with this one. I didn't have to cut her off. I think I realized after that moment that it wasn't really that serious in my head, and so like I realized where I fucked up, and I was like, "Yeah, it makes sense." She was straight up with me, and like I said, I appreciate that because I know a lot. This is also another thing. A lot of like dudes, and especially like incel motherfuckers, they like to bring up, it's like, well, women were, they won't be real with you. They won't be honest. They'll try to play you, whatever. So in that case with her, that was, she didn't. She was like straight up, and I got to respect that, right? So we were still stayed kind of friends and stuff after that. You know, it is what it is. So yeah, that one was there. Then, now, I almost want to say finale, but this one is going to be probably the longest, most convoluted, and I know I told you some of it before, if you're still here, obviously. Is going to come out, it's going to be this girl right here. Not this one, that's me, that's my little bitch ass. That's a picture we took in this room, right over here. So she was like, this happened, like, the weird thing is, like, she worked there for a while, but I knew she was with some dude, and, like, they had been, like, but, like, they were supposed to have been engaged or some shit, but, like, and I thought she was cute and stuff, but we never, like, I never kind of, like, we never really talked that much. I think we didn't always work the same shifts or whatever that much. We knew who each other was, and like I was like the main dude in the kitchen, not trying to brag or whatever, but like that people knew. Oh, I didn't. Well, maybe I need to move the camera. Let's see, so you can see. But that's me. That's her. I guess you could have seen her even with my camera not there. But like it didn't. It wasn't ever to the point with like. Alright, let's move myself over here for the time being. But with her, like it wasn't like, I think that might have been why it kind of went off kind of smoother. And I kind of got past this girl real quick because like I realized that was like, it wasn't nothing more there than it was. I let shit get to my head. And so we never really talked. Like we talked, she knew who I was. I knew who she was. I thought she was kind of cute, but like I said, I thought she was with somebody else, and I didn't know her whole story. I knew they had a kid and everything, so I thought like, okay, everything's stable there, so it's not like nothing. So in my head at that time, I was like, I kind of maybe learned my lesson with the whole, you know, having a boyfriend problem doesn't mean that that's an invitation to replace them. Right? That would be my biggest thing here. My biggest issue, and I don't know how many other guys have dealt with this, but that's the thing. Like, you don't need to let this, because some girl complains about her boyfriend to you, doesn't mean that she's asking for you to be their replacement. Could be, but be careful, because, like, I fell down that hole way too many times. Like I said, with this girl, with the other two girls from college, the other girl
that worked at the restaurant with me. So that's at least what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 or 5 times. This one kind of comes up later, but not at this moment, not from the original. So I don't know if this is after, because I remember when our romance kind of started, and I should have also been a red flag if I knew she was with somebody and was engaged to him at the time, and they broke it off or whatever. I should have been like, I don't need to come in next. That was another mistake. So be careful there, guys. But I also don't want to let people think that you should never be with a girl like from a rebound or that's been with somebody else. Like, this is like the whole red pill shit. This is the shit I don't like about like Tate and stuff like this. Because the way he talks about it is like, you need to get these women that are young before they've been in a bunch of relationships so you can train them. It's like, they're not fucking dogs. They're not fucking kids, right? So I try not to be like that. But that's probably why a lot of guys want to do that. So that way, because to me it looks like a lot more, sometimes it's like, I don't necessarily think Tate's insecure, and even some of the other red pill guys, but some of them do kind of come off insecure. Like, I don't know if you know who ex-Greek god X is, but some of his shit with his red pill shit now, he comes off a little bit insecure. So I think that's like a part of that. So that was kind of what I was thinking. I'm not trying to come off insecure, but be careful. I think that would be the biggest thing. Be careful. Watch your heart. Don't put your heart out there too much too soon. I think that's my biggest mistake, maybe my biggest flaw with all my relationships ever that I've had, right? And it could have turned me into some real, like, I've been bitter at times, and I'm pretty much, the reason I don't think I'll ever have anybody else now is just because of my crippleness and how my life's just gone to complete shit. Not necessarily because a woman. Yeah, they got like some of the shit I said here are true statements, and some of the shit they say is true statements. It's just how they go, and like it depends on the type too. You used to have like 10 years ago, you had all the pickup artist dudes where it was all about negging the women and how to get laid and all this shit. Now it's a lot of them like, oh, you need to get your shit together, which makes sense. Like, most women don't want some dude that don't have his shit together. Now, also the same fact, I know a lot of women that have been with dudes that didn't have their shit together. So that's not it. But if you want to get like what they would call like a high value woman, then yeah, having your shit together, having a job, being in good shape, not being a little bitch all the time. But then they want to bring it to like, you can't ever reveal your emotions to a woman because they will think you're weak. Maybe true for some women, but like, I just wouldn't want to live like that. But like, as all the incel guys know, that like they go to the some of them go to the red pill, some of them stick in the incel. So they're two different things. They can overlap, but like the real hardcore like incels that really hate women, that just whine and cry. Maybe kind of like, I don't even know what you call Chris Chan. Chris Chan is just a fucked up person in general, right? Sonnet, you loving motherfucker, but yeah. No, it does. Like, there's like, being a successful dude is gonna draw women. Women like shit like that, right? It's true. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But like, while my shit's never worked out good overall, I was never. I mean, and it wasn't like, and that could be the scenario. That's where you're at on the level with like, if you worked at McDonald's and the other girl worked at McDonald's, like. But you were like a good worker and you made money and you weren't out doing too much stupid shit, she could still respect you for that, even if you're not a billionaire, right? Like, you could meet people in the same strata as you. Like, you probably weren't going to pull a fucking supermodel working at McDonald's. Now, this is where the red pill guys get like out of control, because they want to pull these Miami 10s, like these fucking bleach blonde fucking. Oh shit! My private photo here, I can't even click it. Your chat didn't show up on my thing, man. What the fuck? I'm missing out. My private photo. Like, it didn't show up in YouTube chat, though, but it showed up on my thing. I'll have to check you out. Because I would block you, but since you're not there. But yeah, that's a good place to post that, right? If I did have a bunch of lonely incels in here, they'd be like clicking on that shit quick, lickety split, motherfuckers. All right. But yeah, so like there's some base things. But like I said, I worked in the restaurant. I had my shit together. I was like real respected, like worker. I had my shit together. I was a little crazy and quirky. I was funny. I was interesting. Shit like that. Had a good personality, charisma, stuff like that. Those are things that you need. Like I think that matters more than being successful. But like if you want like a supermodel, you want to be dating like fucking bitches like what's his damn name? Leonardo DiCaprio or some shit. That's a whole different thing. Could a dude that's like an asshole, not have any other redeeming qualities, but's rich, could they pull like a hotter bitch than like the most handsome, poor ass motherfucker working at Walmart who's like cool? Probably. But if you find some girl that isn't a fucking supermodel, but I've met some girls that are hot enough where they probably could be supermodels, but they ain't, right? Or actresses or some shit like that. They all got to start somewhere. So that dude could probably pull that girl, but I'm sure Jeff Bezos slipped into her DM, she'd be tempted to go. So like there's some factual shit there, but it's not 100%. But they make it act like if you're not somebody, and then they also try to teach you, they want you to be in these like crazy kooky ass one-way relationships, and that's not going to work for the most people. Like this is only going to be the top, like the 1% of the 1% that are going to be able to pull that shit, that a woman's going to deal with that. And even in that case, it doesn't always happen. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're a nobody greeter at fucking Walmart, 19-year-old girl that goes out with Leonardo DiCaprio and he's buying you diamond rings and you're living in nice ass places and he's out fucking other bitches, you might tolerate that shit. Now if you're fucking Scarlett Johansson, who's rich already and hot as fuck, and she might not tolerate you going out and fucking other bitches. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, but like me being on a similar level, this probably not, the girl's probably not going to be as okay with that unless you are a little bit above her in station. I kind of see that as a true fact. But the closer you are in station, the less likely that is to be true. But a lot of those red people dudes will be all like, I do what the fuck I want. I get to fuck all the bitches, yada yada. But then they'll also bust out, like this is also the totally hypocritical shit. Then I'll hear the motherfuckers talking about religion and home and family life and like having a good, I'm like, motherfucker, how are you going to have any of that shit if you're out just fucking bitches to be fucking bitches? It's not how it fucking works. Like, I could respect them more if they didn't bring in all that shit, right? Like the wholesome, because what they want to do, a lot of times they want to vilify the women and like make it where they're out being hoes and shit, and that's why all the men are fucked. But it's fine for them to be out being hoes because they're men and they do all this shit and they're like, la 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 la. So that's where I could definitely veer off from the red pill people. Like, while they might be factually correct, but like how they approach their some of their facts, and I'm not saying 100% factually, they're factual, they have facts, but then they go off on a level. Yeah, that's true. I think that's it. Like that's a basic thing. Yeah, I think that's a good. I think a lot of them would say that too, but then they would say no. They would bust out. It's not good enough sometimes. Like, that's why, like, if you have, like, the basic things, you got a chance, right? Like, you might not get some gold-digging ass fucking Miami 10 stripper-looking plastic as fuck bitch, right? You might not get that shit. But you might get you a nice girl who's decent-looking, loves you, treats you, respects you, all that respects you. Like, that made me sound like I was a red pill dude. Has respect for you and all that kind of shit. That's fine. The problem is, these dudes that are all down here, but then they be preaching to them, like, this level of shit, where they need to come on down and tell them like some of the basic shit that's gonna matter more than this upper level shit. But that shit don't sell because motherfuckers want to hear. Like if I got in here, like if I was super successful and I was all like, motherfucker, I got Bugattis, I'm rich, yada yada. Yeah, true. I agree. That's also their point where like we want a woman that's gonna take care of the kids and shit, but then they still want to be out. Like it's like it's incongruous how a lot of them talk. But yeah, like they'll be up here, but then you get on TV, like you see like Bugattis and fucking Bugatti becomes the word for like, you know, Mercedes, and I got all these bad bitches, and I got all this money, I got 6 houses, I live in fucking Romania, I'm on Piers Morgan's show and shit, I'm canceled off the internet, I'm a badass motherfucker, I got 5 bitches on me at all fucking times and shit, but I treat my women right.
You know, like the dudes see that, and it's like if you see like these movie stars or these people now living these glamorous lives, and they're making all this fucking money and shit. Like that's gonna draw you in. But you can't go from being down here to some basement dwelling, fucking no shower taking, no healthy eating, fucking abusive ass incel motherfucker all the way up to some Andrew Tate level, right? It ain't the way it's gonna go. But they sell you this shit, but you down here, but they don't sell you any of the shit in the middle. You need somebody to sell you some shit in the middle. That's what I'm trying to do here. I'm saying shit ain't necessarily always gonna be right, but like you got to get in the level. Like some of these things you can learn from my mistakes, but nobody want to listen to somebody like me because I'm not successful. But I made these mistakes. But you know what they always say? You know what the best learning experience is? It's learning from your mistakes, right? Like if you do something and you fuck it up, if all you know is success, 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 then you ain't gonna know how to handle a mistake. That's also a problem with a lot of people these days. They have a little setback. I had a big setback, and I let it get to me more than I wish it did. Unfortunately, it did. But I had a big setback. Almost fucking dying, mama dying, no house, no money, nothing. Being fucked, right? So that's totally different. But I can make a comeback. And like some of them do preach that shit. Even Andrew Tate did mention some shit like that. He woke up one day and had $25 in the bank. He knew he had to do more. My case is like I can't do as much as I used to could do because of my injury, but I need to do something. But if you can take what I learned not to do, that's to me that's more helpful than this shit right here where you're spouting out like drop shipping, cryptocurrency, fucking selling on fucking Amazon. Yeah, let's hope it happens. I don't know. I'm feeling less. I've been like, my depression has kind of waned a little bit, and I think I've also kind of forced myself because I know I got no choice right now because I know I got to go do this job. So I'm not, like the last few days, I'm not back up to par. My house is fucked. My fucking room looks like Asmongold. Like, you know who Asmongold is, right? I'll show you here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. And mine might not be as bad as his right now, but it's not good. We'll pull it up on stream. He's a Twitch streamer. I'm not gonna move my webcam to show you.
Heard a lot of people saying that I exaggerate things, make things, but I don't. That's fucking awesome. This is great.
All right, this is okay.
3 drinks here.
The sound doesn't matter. I'm gonna show you the video real quick. Oh, it's on.
Heard a lot of people saying that I exaggerate things, make things more than what they are, and that's true. But not in terms of my room. A lot of people think that it's actually not as bad as it is. And I'm probably gonna clean it today, but I don't want to lose the memory. And so got 3 drinks here. Just McDonald's, Long John Silver's. The fuck is that? Whataburger?
Yeah, he's a Twitch streamer. I think when he made this video, I don't know how old this is. It's not even on his channel, but this video is... No, this is... I think this is one of his channels. They used to tell you when they were uploaded. I don't know how long ago this is. But I think this is before he became super rich.
And I've got up here.
But the thing is, even as he's super rich, is how he still looks like this.
Mountain Dew, more McDonald's drinks. I probably have 30 McDonald's drinks here.
I don't think I ever even got that bad.
Right? And then put a couple behind my monitor. Ran out of room. Started putting them down here. And this is the one from today. That was good. And then I have some from over here. This is actually where I've been putting them recently. I don't even know why I put that. I've got some on top of my computer there. And let's see what we actually have in here. Fuck. Got magic cards too. And this, these red cups. This one's one of my favorites here, about leaving it in here. Actually, the desk isn't even really that bad. I thought it was worse. Fuck.
So I have like 6 cups right now. So I'm nowhere near on his level. I have some food bags from McDonald's, but probably not as bad as his. Like, I have other situations. Like, I let some shit go. But do you know who XQC is?
Okay, I don't remember how to go down. I don't remember what it is. It's chicken? Chicken?
Let's also realize, I don't know, I know XQC, this guy right here, he is like a multi-millionaire. Like, he is super fucking rich. Asmongold's pretty rich too. I'm sure he's a millionaire too. I don't think he's as rich as XQC. XQC is like probably the biggest streamer on Twitch, pretty much. I know Kai Cent's kind of moved up, but like, these motherfuckers could pay people to come and clean their house. Like, it wouldn't be a problem. And like, I don't think, maybe like Asmongold had some depression issues. I don't know, but I don't think XQC did. And maybe they do. Like, I don't know 100%. But like, that was where mine kind of went. And I never was like the cleanest, like less messy person. But I was not as bad as I have been now. Which some of mine shit is like physical shit too. Like, cause like picking up and moving shit isn't easy for me as it used to be. I wonder if it showed its table before he took that. So like, there's a ton of, and I'll let some shit go. So while I have my badness, like I have, and I know I'm making excuses, but I think some of my excuses are reasonable. But like theirs, I don't think is as reasonable as mine. But you know, that is what it is. No shit, I'm on the wrong. I had the mouse on the wrong monitor. But yeah, that's the kind of fucked up shit. Like, this is some shit right there. And Asmongold had a hot ass girlfriend at one point too. XQC, Adept, they went out. But like, then you also gotta say, well, these motherfuckers are millionaires, right? Adept's not bad looking, but she wasn't as hot as like Asmongold's ex-girlfriend. Like, let's show that. Asmongold ex-girlfriend. And that was his ex-girlfriend. Like, she did like, I think she might have even done like OnlyFans and other shit. She's got some fucking huge ass tits. So like, and I think at this point he might have been well off, but I don't necessarily know if he was as rich as he is now. But I think a lot of their issues weren't necessarily from the messy shit, right? But like, he doesn't like to do shit. Like, he doesn't like leaving his house and stuff. So I think she was like one of them people who likes to go out. So I think that was part of the reason they broke up. I don't know. All that shit happened before I was watching him. So I don't know 100% like all the story on that. So even though those guys are missing some of the finer details, they were still pulling chicks, right? So, but if they weren't well off, would they pull those chicks? I don't know. The Red Pill guys would say no. There's no way. But I did know this guy I worked with at the restaurant. This dude was a nasty motherfucker. He had a girlfriend, but this bitch was fat and ugly. But still, even then, I was always amazed because this dude didn't take a shower and he worked in the nasty ass restaurant. I'm not good on showers now because it's actually hard for me to get in and out of the shower. But I'm not out like working in the nasty ass restaurant. I'm sure you worked. You said you worked at McDonald's and shit. You know how you came home smelling like McDonald's? That shit ain't nice. This motherfucker washed dishes. He would come in the same clothes he wore the day before, like soaking wet from like nasty ass dish washing shit. And he had a girlfriend, and even in my head, like the fattest, ugliest bitch wouldn't want to be, but she was with this guy, and this motherfucker was this horrible, and like he was just a dumb fuck too. So whatever. So that really surprised me. This motherfucker, you know who Skeletor is from He-Man? This motherfucker, that's the nickname I gave this motherfucker. I called his ass Skeletor because I think that's what he looked like. He looked like motherfucking Skeletor. Motherfucking Skeletor. That's what I called his ass. Skeletor. That motherfucker tried to fight me too. Like he wanted to fight, like for real. Like go outside and fight while we were at work. I'm like, dude, you're fucking stupid. But yeah, so even then. But at the end of the day, I think having your shit together, having your house kind of clean, having your shit together, know how to do basic shit like laundry and cook and clean and wash dishes, that's going to make a big difference, right? Especially now in the modern age, you know? Because a lot of these red pill guys also come off like they're going to have these women, and a lot of them come off like they were having like sex maids. Like they want these women to take care of all the household shit and fuck them, but like none of the other shit. Like I always feel that like a relationship should be kind of like a 50-50 situation. So those are my issues with the red pill guys. Not saying that some of the shit they might teach might work, but especially like the pickup artist guys, like their shit was cringe and I didn't like it. I thought it was very deceptive and just dastardly, but it could work. Okay, but now back on to my miserable failures that life, so you kids will learn to avoid. All right. So now we're going to continue on with the story of the number one most fucked up and number one highest on my I was in love with beyond all control women in my life. The girl right here, who you see is in a picture with me. Like this isn't like a Photoshop. Well, this is Photoshop because I photoshopped the picture onto this. But I didn't Photoshop the girl into the picture with me like I've seen some dudes do. And that's cringe as fuck. You ever see the dudes that like Photoshop like a fucking anime girl in a picture with them? Holy shit. Cringe to the max. I don't think I've ever done nothing like that unless it was for like a video thumbnail or something like that as a joke. But not seriously like want to believe like this girl is in love with me like Nami from One Piece or some bullshit. Those are they got some issues, right? First of all, they're not even real women. Even if you photoshopped a real woman, it would be better, but still not good. This is my cool picture. The one college girl said she liked that picture, so I always remember that. So that's why that one's there. This also happened the same night as this, where I'm laying on the floor and let them take a picture of me. Yeah, just funny humorous shit, not cooked shit like some red pill people would believe. Okay, let's get into it. So, the story with this, I was already telling it, we went off on some long-ass fucking tangent. Ow. Went on some long-ass fucking tangent. But how things started with me and this girl, right? Like I said, I knew she was dating, like, she was actually wearing, like, an engagement ring, and it kind of was known. Because there was this other dude. This dude would also be the closest to a Skeletor guy, but not the same dude. He had that kind of Skeletor energy. Like, he was just this loser-ass dude, like, that we worked with, was always fucking up, couldn't do nothing right. Like, his life was fucked, right? And, like, not like he had some other reason like I kind of do, where I was in a car wreck and all that kind of shit. But he just never was going nowhere, just didn't have his shit together. He had a real big crush on her. That's how I kind of felt, because he was trying to flirt with her one night, and this is when I first noticed this shit, where he was like, oh, I noticed you don't have your engagement ring on anymore, blah, 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 and then he was trying to pull the whole, like, sympathy thing, and he's like, we need to talk, or whatever, and, like, we should talk later, or something like this, and, like, she's trying to be nice and all this shit, so I seen all this, And I looked in her. This might actually be before. Well, we made this kind of connection. It actually developed later where we kind of look at each other and we knew what was kind of going on. This person, I think I might not have understood her as much as I think I did, but I think I did in ways. But she understood me in ways like no other woman did. So that's also another thing, right? We were the closest of any of the girls that I'd ever been with too, right? So that's why it was so heartbreaking and why it so fucked me up and why I didn't want to give up on it. So that's my excuses and my reasons behind that. Doesn't mean I was right, but that was where I was coming from, right? And I don't have any of these women's faces hid because like they're ugly. I just have their faces hid because just out of respect, especially to the girls over here, because like I just want to put these in because they were funny pictures and to show that I've touched women in any capacity. And then this girl, this one, she's like, cause here I'm like 16 or 17 years old. Here I'm like 18. I don't know. Here I'm probably in my 20s. Here I might be in my 30s. Same here. But like none of these women ever did anything wrong. But like this one did. But like I'm also hiding it just for the simple fact of doing it. Whatever, you know. Okay. So like all that and like this, and then like what happened is like I started teasing her about it because I could tell because like everybody knew this dude was like kind of creepy, kind of cringe, like all this shit, right? So I knew deep down like this is before I even really thought like I had any kind of like inkling of liking her. You know how I said that one girl I felt like I had love at first sight? It was definitely not the case with her. I never had that love at first sight shit. It kind of developed down the road, right? And so whatever. So I think I teased her about it. Like I would have teased anybody. Like it just happened. We ended up being in a relationship afterwards. Like if it would have happened, like I think this girl might have been working there at the same. Yeah, I know they were working there at the same time. So I think that if that guy would have done the same to her, I would have teased her the same way I teased her about it, right? Because it was just kind of like, you know, like even I could see like no girl wants to fuck around with this guy. Okay, so one day, like I said, we didn't ever always work the same shifts because she was going to school at the time, so we didn't work that many shifts. Well, one day I was working a Saturday morning shift where she worked, and she was opening in the front, and I was opening in the back, and I don't know what happened. I just decided to start talking. It was kind of like a natural thing, man. It was like what I did there would be things that dudes should learn, and I don't know how you teach them. I just started talking the conversation to her. It was not me trying to pick her up. It wasn't nothing. It was just trying to be like, whatever, like yada yada. So we got started talking about stuff. We said something like, ask her what she's going to school for, vice versa. We started talking about this and that. And it was just kind of like, blah, blah, blah. And then like, we kind of started talking a little more. And like, this one kind of was the most natural too. Maybe that's another reason. Just kind of developed. And we were talking and stuff like that, and then I think she was a friend with me on Facebook or something like that. I don't remember the exact thing. And I was talking about drinking margaritas, and she was all like, oh, I like margaritas. And then I was all like, well, maybe we should have margaritas sometime, or I'll buy you a margarita sometime. That was kind of what it is. She's like, oh, that would be nice. And then stuff like that. Then we shared, I think we shared a Snapchat. Like, I didn't use it, but like it was a thing, so I got it because she said she wanted to. And so we like with Snapchat, before I think we even like texted each other, like, and then she gave me her number. Then I went and like hung out with her, and we scheduled like a date and everything before all this. Went on a date, seemed like everything was going good, yada yada. We were together for like 4 months. Then everything went to shit when I found out she was cheating on me with her ex. Red flags, red flag alert, guys, red flag alert, red flag alert. I made some exceptions because I was like, some of this stuff came out a little bit, but I wasn't at the point of no return here. It also might have been a little bit, like I said, I'm not blaming this girl because I don't even know. It was probably less than a month between when I told this girl I liked her and she let me down, and me and her started kind of going out and hanging out. Maybe I was just in that time, and that happens to me from time to time where I get that feeling like I want a relationship or I want a girlfriend, I want something. So that might have been kind of like what skewed me a little bit. Like, I'm not saying it leaves me no fault for like ignoring some of these red flags, right? So we've been kind of going out, and then like she tells me a lot of shit. And like, I don't know if it was like manipulation 100% on her part, or she felt like she could trust me. That was my reading of it. Like, she was opening up to me about stuff that like I don't think she would have opened up to other people about. So I kind of took it as that, but there were red flags. She told me that she had bipolar, but she was talking about that she went to counseling and was on medication. So I looked at it as, okay, she's not like crazy crazy. Well, she is crazy crazy, but, and she kind of joked about it sometimes, so I didn't think it was as bad as it was. And I never really had experienced that either up until this time. I don't know if any of the other women had anything mental, like if they were diagnosed or could be or have been or anything like that. But in my brain, I was trying to be accepting. I liked her personality. We had like, with a lot of these women, I don't know, like, we would talk about stuff, like deep stuff that was like at certain points, she was like my best friend. That was even worse. Like, a lot of these dudes, like these red pill dudes also, like, they don't seem to think a woman should be their friend. And in me, if I want to be in a relation, like, if you just want to fuck some bitch, you know, that's one thing. But if you want like a real, like, honest, truthful relationship, and a lot of people say this, I don't get this, but maybe like I'm obviously a failure, so maybe I'm wrong. But for me, and this is maybe my issue, I would like to be friends with the woman that I'm with. I don't know. To me, that seems like that makes the most sense. Now, that shouldn't be your only friend. That would also be a red flag. And that wasn't anything that happened in this situation. But I don't know. Like, I felt like we were friends and everything like that. And then this wasn't like, oh, friend, then romantic. It was kind of a romantic kind of situation already, right? And it kind of, but we were friends too. And we felt like we were sharing stuff and we're close and all this kind of stuff. So, so yeah, that's another reason it probably went real hard on me. Okay, so this is like this is like the 4 months we're dated. It seemed like everything was going good. We didn't have any problems. I even took her out and let her meet my mom, and we went out to lunch together, yada yada. We were together. We were probably like together for like 2 months before we did anything. This is going to get graphic. So if you don't want to hear graphic sexual encounter situations, you can plug your ears. But so like she used to come and stay over. We used to work like, I think it was Friday nights, we would close, and like she would come over to my house afterwards and spend the night. And at first she was just coming and hanging out, and she would sleep. We would sleep in the bed, but like we didn't do anything. And like this also goes back to my ineptitude when it comes to like when to make the first move. That's something like, if you really want to learn that, maybe a red pill dude could probably teach you that shit better than me, because I'm definitely not good with that. But I also feel like I was respectful, so I didn't want to push the kind of situation, right? And so, like, it was probably like a month and a half, 2 months before we ever finally kissed. We were laying in bed, we rolled over, and then, like, it just kind of happened. You kind of knew it, and then we started, you know, making out and stuff. And then at some point, she ended up taking off her shirt, and we did, you know, I don't know what base that is, but whatever, you know, stuff like that, and kissing and hugging and all that kind of stuff. And I kind of went for her. I tried, so I did try to do a little bit. So I was trying to undo her pants, but she stopped me. But I didn't get mad, and I didn't get, so she was like not ready for that. So I was respectful to that. But we still did other stuff and kissing, and you know, she was topless and all that good shit, right? So that was all good, and I was really happy about that, because I'd been feeling that way for at least a couple of weeks. Like I really wanted to kiss her. Maybe I waited a little too long. That might be true. But that all seemed like it's working out. And then one time she went out somewhere and was like, went out, but then she wanted to come to my house. So she came over here. This is before we ever had sex, but like we'd already been making out and kissing and stuff, and we'd kiss each other goodbye and stuff at this point. So we were into a physical area. And so she came over, and I don't know how I got it. Like she was talking about being like this way and that way, and like I ended up eating her out, right? And it seemed like all that went pretty good and everything like that, but we didn't go beyond that. I was like, this is where a red pill dude, or like there's some red pill dudes that are like, you can never do oral sex on a woman. That's like woman behavior. Like I'm like, dude, come on, that's just the way shit is. Like if you're a dude and you won't go down on a girl this day and age, that sounds kind of cringe to me, honestly, right? Because also, this is the thing, I've heard this, and I swear I've heard this from red pill people. Like, if you can make a girl come orgasm, that's going to give you a leg up if you can't do that. And if that involves you having to eat her out versus just regular sex, then so be it. And I can't remember when we had sex for the first time, if we were at her house or she was at my house, but eventually we had sex, right? And it was weird because she was really short. She's like 5'3". She's like a foot shorter than me. So like that was all kind of awkward shit, right? Plus I wasn't very experienced. I'd only had sex like with one other person before this. And so whatever. So we were just like filling out everything. But like we were like, I felt like we were good because we would talk to each other and figure out everything. And like we would talk and is this all right? That all right? Yada yada. And not trying to force anything, being respectful. I thought all that was really good. And I would argue, in general, that's a better way to be, honestly. Like, if you just go in and do shit, and this could apply for women, too. If a dude's doing something, and it don't feel good, and you don't like it, you should fucking tell him. Same thing. If you're doing something, and you don't like it, yada yada, right? So, during this time, we had sex, oral sex, vice versa, everything. You know what I'm saying? All this kind of stuff. Sometimes it was better than others. Sometimes it was good. And like this, oh, I forgot about the red flags, but that was a red. Then she told me like some of her history, and she talked about how she had cheated on people before, and like that really hurt me. But I thought she was trying, and I was like, that happened. She was talking about in high school, so I was like, okay, I was giving her a benefit of the doubt. Red flag alert. I should have been more careful on that because she kind of told me that because I think at this point she really liked me because she even told me that. Because she seemed like she used to have been like a little hoe when she was in high school. And she would just have sex to have sex. And for attention and all that kind of shit. So she said if I just wanted to have sex with you, we would have had sex sooner. So I don't know if that was a manipulation tactic by her. Or if she was literally being 100% honest. At the time, I took her as that was 100% honest. And I took that as she cared about me more. So she wanted it to be special and whatever, right? Okay? So yada yada, sex here and there. But that was still a red flag. I should have. When I told her, I was like, okay, I can accept that, but don't ever fucking cheat on me because I'm not going to tolerate it. Even though I ended up a little bit tolerating it. But that's more so after the story, right? Okay, so during all this, I thought everything was good. Like, I knew she had this. Another red flag, she didn't want it, like, public that we were going out. It kind of got out there because it's, like, rumor mills at the restaurant and shit like that. And a lot of people were shocked. I'm like, fuck you think I'm that ugly or something? I was like, it's kind of like, whatever, right? But she was worried that her ex would find out because and I try to be understanding because I knew they had kids and I knew that could be a problem because, yeah, they had to kind of see each other. There's nothing, and this is a red pill thing. A lot of, like, they will argue this shit, right? Never date a woman with kids because they just ain't your fucking kids. You don't want to deal with that trauma. Okay? Maybe they're a little right on this, but how they go about it is kind of ridiculous. Because at some point, when you're at a certain age, that's going to be that might work out for like 19-year-olds. Like maybe you don't want to be dating some 19-year-old with like 3 or 4 kids, but 3 or 4 different baby daddies. Okay? But like to just throw out somebody completely just because they have kids, especially if you're older, like that's a thing that's going to happen. If you're dating people when you're in your 30s or 40s or some shit like that, that's going to be something that you need to be okay with. I'm sorry. But I gave her a lot of passes I probably shouldn't have. But I also didn't want to come off of one of those like ultra jealous, kind of like controlling kind of people, right? This is also where I differ from a lot of red people. They want to control way too much. And to me, that comes off as what's the word? What am I looking for? I can't find it. Lack of self-confidence. You know what I'm saying? So that's the way I looked at it. But like I said, we were together like about 4 months. Everything seemed like it was good. I thought we were doing all right. Like I said, I'm kind of letting some of these red flags go. Big mistake on my part now that I look back on it. So there's a lesson learned. Whenever you see something, and like even in my head at the time, I probably seen them as red flags, but I just kept on. So when you see the red flag or something that ticks off in your brain is this is a red flag, then you should probably take a step back and think about it seriously, and I never did, and that was part of my issue here, right? Uh, Part of me doesn't regret it because I felt like at certain points when we were together, I felt like I was the happiest I'd ever been in my life. Also, another red flag: you shouldn't let someone else define making you happy. That's never going to end well a lot of times. It's not wrong that someone else can make you happy, but you shouldn't let that be your end all be all. And I think that was also another problem I had. Okay, so cut in. We're 4 minutes in. I know her ex is a piece of shit, drug addict, motherfucking loser, right? Drug addict, loser, piece of shit, right? I would say that even if weren't in this scenario, like if I just knew everything I knew about him from what she told me and everything aside from her and him being together, I would still feel the same way. Kind of like with the other girl where I didn't like the dude she ended up getting with, right? All right. So cut to it. Come to find out, I was over at her house one night. She was telling me about like she had gotten him to go to rehab, and I'm like, okay, cool, that's good, because yeah, he's your kid's dad, so I understand that he's gonna be part of your life. So him being in a good place, right? Part of me was like, fuck him, but like whatever. I was trying to be understanding, right? I don't know if this was that much a red flag because it makes sense. Even if she didn't want to be with him and you have kids, you would want somebody that's like got their shit together. You wouldn't want them all fucked up, right? So cut. So whatever. So I was like at someone over her house, and it seemed like everything was fine. And I ended up leaving. I was coming home, and like on the way home, she calls me like crying, bawling her eyes out, like everything, right? So then I go. Then I turned around. I wasn't all the way home. I wasn't even halfway. So I turned around, came back, and asked her what was wrong. Well, because she checked him into the rehab, she had like his phone and all this shit. And he got a text message from some girl. And this girl was all like, hey, you said you were going to pay child support and all this, and this is your kid and all this shit, right? And then like, so this is when she found out about this. He ended up having at this time, they weren't 100% sure that it was his kid. I think some of it was wishful thinking on her part, but like she didn't know any of this. And of course, what I'll say in a little bit, it'll kind of also click why she would have probably been that way. She was to him how I was to her in ways, I think. And she showed me like these texts, like, and I could see, this is also another red flag. I ended up being like him. Like she would just ignore the fuck out of him. She did the same thing to me. I don't know. So like, that was also a red flag I didn't catch on to. But, whatever, so find out about this. So she's bawling because she's super upset about this. So I tried to explain, and I said it's not the girl's fault and all that. She's like, the girl, it's her fault. That's the worst time she ever like yelled at me. And but I meant like, no, the girl's like her kids and like all this shit, right? And so I'm like, okay, well, I'll be here, like whatever, yeah. So like I go home, go sleep, I calmed her down. I felt like she was kind of okay. Right? Because then, like, she was really, really focused on this fact because she was all like, he never would cheat on me. Like, I think this broke her ego down. Right? She was trying to see whether or not they were technically together when this all happened or not. So I think that really got in her head because she told me that she'd cheated on him before. And she also told me a story about, like, another dude that was kind of like my situation where she was cheating, but at the time he kind of fell for her, but she didn't feel for him and all this shit, right? So I also should have seen like a lot of repeating patterns in her life. But I like I said, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, but at some point you got to realize there's no, like I wouldn't give her the benefit of the doubt anymore now. Like it's over. I wouldn't spit on her or nothing like that, or I wouldn't even ignore her because I think I promised her I never would ignore her. But I wouldn't ever let it fall back into the shit it did. Okay. So at this point, I didn't know she'd been cheating on me with him, right? So the next day, like, because I knew she was upset, so I tried to text her or call her or something. And, like, she didn't respond, but she was always weird about this. Also, another red flag. Because one time I tried to text her and, like, she's like, oh, I lost my phone for 2 days. I should have been like, what are you talking about? Like, that was clearly a lie. I should have seen through some of her lies and then looking back on it. So that was dumb. So watch out for shit like that, kids. Like if she has like a shitty idea, like if I hadn't loved her and felt the way I did, Also, I remember the first time I told her I loved her, she was just so like, but she was so like unemotionally available and didn't want to, so she didn't laugh at me or nothing. And I said, it's fine if you don't say it back or nothing like that. Eventually she did say it back, but I come to find out, like, it was like an issue with her. So that wasn't me because I think this dude, like her husband, like he would say the same shit and she wouldn't say it back. Like he would like almost have to force her to say it. But I didn't ever want to come off that way. I didn't feel that's right. I shouldn't have to tell a girl say it back or something like that. That seems like ridiculous. I did one time tell her that when we were like ending things at one point. I was like, I need you to say it. That was only one time I did that, but also that was because I kind of learned like that's almost what I had to do. Okay, so then like she starts ignoring me and doesn't talk to me, so then I'm worried and all this kind of shit, and I'm all like, she doesn't like, and then eventually she kind of says that she's okay, but like she's ignoring me most of the time, and in her head I should have caught on, and I'm like, bitch, if we went out on 1 or 2 dates and you started ghosting me, that would be different than if like we've been dating for 4 months and we've been like, and I told you I loved you and you told me you loved me. Like, you gotta tell me you want to break up with me. She called me, said it wasn't working out. She tried to give all these excuses, and I was all like, what? That doesn't make no sense. I thought everything was good. Blah, 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 blah. Like, a lot of copium I was spewing. And then eventually she's like, I cheated on you. Because she knew, like I told you earlier, I'd said, like, I won't tolerate that shit. I lost my fucking shit. I had my phone in my hand, and I had it on voice, or maybe it wasn't even on voice, and I like on speakerphone. And I was just yelling. This was when my mom was in here. My mom never asked me nothing about it, like whatever. And I was screaming, "Who the fuck was it? Tell me!" And she's like, "I'm not telling you." I'm like, "Fuck you!" And like I was losing my shit. Like I think that's where I said, like, if somebody would have caught me talking to her like that for that without knowing what came before, I would have looked like some unhinged like Amaranth husband. But I think like I was kind of somewhat not necessarily justified. Maybe I did lose my shit. I admit it. But like what she told me with somebody like that was kind of bullshit. Especially after I was willing to like help her and like I was like, we'll get through this together. I was trying to be there. I was trying to be a team player and all this kind of shit. So like that shit just floored the fuck out of me. So I ended up breaking down like sobbing and crying. And then I tried to text my friend. I ended up calling my other friend, and I'm just losing my shit because I don't know what else to do. Like, I'll admit, this might have been one of the few times, well, I've thought about killing myself many times, but over a woman, like maybe that emo shit where I was listening to that Kim song, but like I was literally, I didn't know what to do. I was like uncontrollably sobbing, and like, so I talked to a couple of my friends, I kind of calmed down. I think I had to go into work too, and that was the worst part of it. So I went into work after all this shit, and I'm talking about, I'm floored. Luckily it wasn't a busy night. I did my job. I just go outside smoking cigarettes and shit. Like one of my bosses even knew what was something was up. He's like, "Are you okay?" Because I usually would joke around. I didn't talk to hardly anybody that night. Anything I had to do that wasn't like besides just doing my job, and I was just like, whatever. So then I'm kind of getting over it, and I had to see her at work, like the one day I seen her, like she was there. Luckily we didn't have to work. She was like on the morning shift and I was coming in. So I saw the first time I saw her again after that. Because I think at that point, this is where I fucked up. I should have just left it the way it was. Should have left it the way it was. But I didn't. So that was an issue there because I was mad, I was hurt, but I did not. Oh shit. Oh, I didn't mean for that to go up on screen. Hold on 1 second. I was looking for something. Okay, so I'm gonna share some really intimate shit. Fuck. I need shit. I gotta block something out. Fuck. I didn't prepare this shit. Hold on. I'm not trying to dox this person. God damn it. Trying to censor something on the fly. But let's censor too much. I wonder if I give me 1 second. Nope. I might have to do this in a couple of spots. Okay. So, I want to say it was like 10 days. I didn't talk to her, nothing. I was kind of like, and I swear, I want to say this, because this shit lasts a long time between me and her after the first relationship ended. um, the first relationship ended, and so there's going to be more parts in this, so bear with me. But this was like 10 days later, give or take, 10 to 14 days later, and she texted me out of the blue. At this point, I'd kind of accepted everything. I wasn't in like a deep depression. I kind of moved out. I kind of accepted it. I wasn't happy, but I wasn't like fuming and furious about everything, right? Um, so so I got to that point, and then like, but I swear it seemed like about every goddamn time I felt like I was over her. I like part of me expects like her to call or text me any minute in the next the next little bit of time, because I feel like I've gotten so much that I'm over her now, and like at least 3 or 4 times where I got to that point. I think one time was my fault. I reached out to her, but I think most of the time she's reached out to me. So that's also another red flag, guys. All right, so learn your lessons. All right, but here, this is the text she sent me. This ended up being like 4 pages of text. All right, so I think I got everything covered. All right. Yeah, her name and number were up here, so that's why I had to try to figure out how to edit it. So I just zoomed in. So I get this. I was actually at work when I got this text. I couldn't read it. I almost started crying when I started reading it. And I kind of just texted her back. I got your text message. I'm at work right now. It's going to take me some time to reply. Because I'll tell you one thing I hated. I hated that she fucking ignored me and ghosted me as somebody I was really close to. So I wasn't going to do that to her. So that's also another thing. But like, I don't know. I don't want people to compromise their principles so much. So, all right. Okay. So here's the text, and I'll read it. Maybe if somebody's watching, they've already read it. This is coming from her. I know you hate me, and I wouldn't even blame you if you didn't read this text. I've been wanting to text you for the past several days, but couldn't find the right words to say. So these will have to suffice. And I will also... See, this is what it goes to say. Motherfuckers, even I saved all these text messages. This is from 7, 8 years ago now at this point, probably. It's got to be 2, 4. It's 6 to 7 years ago. All right. And I will admit, she was always telling me how she always had trouble sending texts. Like, she would, like, write out shit and delete it and all kinds of shit. So I believe her on that. Like, because she was one of those people that worried too much what people would think, which I find funny. I'm like, we worry what somebody would think. Why don't you do shit that's not that bad? Like, I didn't care, like, if you said something, whatever, right? It was what you did to me. Okay? All right. I don't know if I have my responses saved. If I do, I'll show them. Okay. I know you hate me, and I wouldn't even blame you if you didn't read this text. I've been wanting to text you for the past several days, but couldn't find the right words to say. So these will have to suffice. I don't know when the last time I read this is. First off, I'm sorry. Honestly and genuinely sorry. I can't express the depths of my apologies that I owe you. I never meant to hurt you, and that was never my intention. This was in no way your fault. I guess I should have listened to this because I did blame myself at parts. Not like I did with the one girl where I grabbed her because that was my fault. I'm not sure there was anything you could do differently that would have changed the outcome of my actions. You loved me like no one else ever has before and probably never will. You didn't judge. You were kind, patient, loving, caring, respectful, considerate, among many, many other things that are so wonderful about you. Although you probably have burned it by now. Oh my God, there's some cringe shit here. I don't know where that's at. I could share some of this. Although you probably have burned it by now, all of the poetry that you have written. Yeah, I wrote her fucking poetry. I'm going to have to take it off screen so I can bring up the next one. Let's see. Okay. So, hate me if you will, but she inspired me to write poetry about her. Cringe, I know, kids. No red pill guy would ever advise this. Although you probably have burned it by now, all the poetry that you have written, especially the ones that were seemingly inspired by me or your feelings for me, were also beautiful and creative, even the darker ones. That really is a wonderful talent that you possess. You are such a wonderful person all around, and I felt lucky to have you in my life. And you'll make some girl very lucky one day. Well, her prediction, she's no Nostradamus, that has yet to occur. That is another thing. I know you think that I was your last chance at love, but that is in no way true. You're such a magnificent human being that I think it was a typo, that will not be past the text message or the poetry, man. Like, I think she was being sincere here, honestly. Part of it, maybe she felt bad about hurting my feelings, but I would say I believe this 96% or higher. Come on, I always look on, I can't agree with you here because it made me feel better at the time, and it's always something that I bring some solace to because I believe she meant most of this. So it probably is, like if I had sent her this, maybe I'll show you some of the messages I sent her if I have them, and I will, then you can see some real cringe, bro. You'll make some girl very lucky. That is another thing. I know you think that I was your last chance at love, but that is in no way true. You're such a magnificent human being that will not be passed up by someone so deserving of your love. What we had was very special, and although it won't be duplicated exactly, you will still find someone that you are just as compatible with as we were. I get it, and like, it's another red flag, right? Because I should have been like, fuck you. Wait. Compatible as we were. Sorry, I gotta find. I think I might have these out of order. Compatible as we were, I could. Okay. Someone that you are just as compatible with as we were. I could have continued our relationship as though it never happened and just lied about it, as in all my previous relationships. But you are different, and that would be much worse than ending it. You really are too good for me in a good way. I don't want this to define the rest of your life, or at least the rest of your relationships, or you're not wanting of one. This is also a bad spot, like, because it did for a long ass time. And some of that's my fault. I can't blame her for that, but like I can because it was her fault too. She pretty much knew most of all this shit I told y'all today too. You're really good. Much worse than ending it. You really are too good for me in a good way. I don't want this to define the rest of your life, or at least the rest of your relationships, or you're not wanting of one. I know I know so many girls have shut you down and have done you wrong before, and I didn't want to be one of those because I cared so much about you and for you, but I am who I am, and I hate myself for that, and rightly so. I know this would probably not be possible in this situation, but I really wish that there was a way that we could still be continued. Sorry, I gotta quit. I just her number and shit's on here, so I'm trying not to. No, I'm shutting you down. I'm trying to. Okay, here we are. I know this would probably not be possible in this situation, but I really wish that there was a way that we could still be friends because our relationship was built on a wonderful friendship. That's one thing we agreed on. So, like, I wasn't 100% misreading a lot of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's where that also makes me, that gives me a little redemption here. Also, I'm looking back on this now where I'm like, the years passed, so it's easier for me to accept some of this shit more than it was at the time. But I can imagine how bad and how much I've hurt you and how guilty and ashamed that I feel. So it would just end up being awkward to just be friends. Now, here's another red flag. I shouldn't have accepted any of this. I should have been cordial. I shouldn't have tried because then I get friend zoned. And with somebody I love this deep, it was even on her part was a problem. And besides the awkwardness, I'm sure that you don't want to be my friend. And again, rightly so. I will feel eternally shameful and bad for having done this. I'm not sure what else to say because I'm sure nothing that I say will make things any better, and I expect no to be continued. This is the last. This is like I said. This is the first message she gave me after. This is the after 10 days after we broke up. This is the last part. So you see how long this message was. I would feel eternally shameful and bad for having done this. I wonder if that's true. I bet she's forgot about it. I would feel eternally shameful and bad for having done this. I'm not sure what else to say because I'm sure nothing that I say will make things any better. And I expect no forgiveness to be given because this is a pretty unforgivable situation. I just wanted to tell you all of this and to give my sincerest apologies. If she would have come to me like this before, it would have been easier than the way she broke up with me. And then I responded here. I don't know if I have any more. I'm still at work right now, have things I'd like to say, yada yada, but I can't. Let me see if there's any more. This is from a different thing. But this is also kind of weird, so we'll read it. I think this is from like, this isn't a continuation. I know you're busy at work, but you can just read this whenever. After you were talking about sociopaths last night, red flag, kids, I wanted to look it up. I think I might actually be a sociopath for real. Except for the violence, I do snap on my kids sometimes and do inappropriate things. I think I've learned so well to hide things and lie to myself. And what you said last night really rang true with me when you said that I just have learned how to imitate emotions, which I could see that I do according to who I am with and what I'm trying to accomplish with them. On this list, like she took one of those like, am I a sociopath things online? And on this list, these were the ones that were very true of myself. Or maybe it wasn't a test. Maybe it was just like a list of things that sociopaths have. 2 and 3 sometimes. 4, 5, 6, 7 sometimes. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So Jesus Christ, she might be a fucking sociopath. I was dating a sociopath, possibly. And that's her right there. Little Miss Sociopath. I wrote her a poem, but I'm not going to show you. It's too cringe. I wrote her another poem. Too cringe. I don't know why that's there. Oh shit. I thought I closed the damn thing. Fuck. Here's another tip, kids. If you're going to do this, be careful. Oh, another thing. You know that girl that I said before? I think she was jealous of her, too. The one that was before her. Whatever. Luckily, I don't have like a big audience, so I don't think people are going to go and try and fucking bother her. Plus, this is like 8 years ago, so I don't know. I'm assuming she doesn't have the same number. I got a bunch of text messages saved here. I downloaded a lot of shit from my phone. Here's one. You know, I told you about that where she said she lost her phone. I think this happened after the breakup because I still like what happened after that text. I wrote like a, you talking about cringe. I think I still have it somewhere. I wrote like a fucking 10-page like manifesto to her where I wanted to tell her all this shit. So I told her I wanted to meet her, and we met at her house, and I read her off this 10-page like manifesto about all the shit she did to me. And I probably shouldn't have done that because in the end I like hugged her and I tried to kiss her and all this other dumb bullshit when I should have said fuck off. So I should never responded to her message. Should have took her advice and fucked off. because that added another like 3 or more years, not 100% straight, because we had points of talking, being mad, talking, being mad. Such a fucked up time. But you know, I told you about she lost. Yeah, I know. Red flags, guys. Don't do this. But you know how I said she told me she lost her phone for 2 days or whatever? This is what. Sorry, I lost my phone and finally found it dead in the girl's room. I don't know what she's responding to here, but like, part of me's like, that's a lie. Especially now, looking back on it, I shouldn't have believed that shit. I got other text messages with this other girl, but we were just friends. At least if I. That one's cringe. That one's too cringe to show. Okay, this is another red flag. I brought this shit up with the Amaranth thing because she had her husband in her. Well, that's the picture. Fuck. That's the picture. It was on my phone thing, but whatever. But she had sent me like a screenshot, and I just noticed I'm Shelby Hair in your phone, and then she's like, "Oh, LOL, OMG." I'm like, "Why are you mad?" And then she said that was embarrassed face because this is after we kind of tried to get back together, where she was with this dude. Like she chat in her phone, she put my name as her friend that does her hair. So that way, if her boyfriend, husband, whatever he was, saw it, he wouldn't know that it was me. So that's another red flag, kids. Here comes some more cringe. This is from her to me, though. I'm being a bit biased. I'm not showing my cringe, but I'll show hers. This is after the breakup when I got back together with her, but I was basically the other man. Okay? Thank you for my necklaces and the CD. I browsed through all the songs, and I think within a few minutes I smiled, laughed, giggled, rolled my eyes, and cried. It was quite a roller coaster of emotions on the way home, but in a good way. I don't think that anyone has ever loved me as much or in the ways that you do, and that makes me feel great. And to be continued. I think I showed her on stream before. But in a good way. I don't think that anyone has ever loved me as much or in the ways that you do, and that makes me feel great and horrible at the same time. I'll call you later. Thank you again for everything. So, like, no doubt in my mind, she really loved me, but like, that wasn't enough. Then it looks like. Then it looks like I got some more copies of these text messages again. At some point here, we decided we can't talk to each other, even as friends. I wish these had years on them. They just have the dates. Here's another one. This is one of those where she texts me kind of out of the blue, where I was telling you earlier, and I got sucked back in. I really hate to text you this, but I'm not sure how to not think about you, or think about what you are doing during the day, or think about if you're thinking about me, or how to not love you anymore, or how to not be with you in some way, or how to not miss you. It's also kind of wild. You want to know what's fucked up? When she broke up with me originally, it was probably like a couple of weeks before my fucking birthday. So that was pretty shit too. I should have fueled on that anger a little bit more. Alright, here goes some juicy shit. LOL at a lot of that stuff. I'm pretty certain it is his baby, but that doesn't have anything to do with how I feel towards you or my recent confessions. LOL. I wonder if that was true. I think this is whenever they decided to get a paternity test for that kid. Spoiler alert, it turned out that it was his kid. And I do believe that he had fucked this girl when they were technically together. And the girl that had the baby hates him. And she had to be the facilitator to be the one to bring the kid over, because the woman won't even talk to him anymore. So that's the shit she's got to put up with. So that's her fault, and that's the shit she has to suffer with. I don't regret having my feelings towards you. I just regret my inability to make some sort of definitive decision. You might think this is funny or something, but I planted the seed of polyamory into, well, spoiler alert, that's the dude's name, head last night, just to see his reaction. But he didn't have much of one because he was tired, and I'm pretty sure he was falling asleep while I was trying to talk to him. Sorry about being sporadic. Trust me, she was always sporadic with the text messages. And that's another red flag. Am I responding to text? Sometimes I mentally answer them, which is actually probably true, but don't take the time to actually type it out. But in my brain, tell myself that I already responded to that text. LOL. So watch out for crazy bitches like this, guys. Red flag alert. Red flag alert. Red flag alert. This is when they officially got back together. You can look at my response. This is me being unhinged, so bear with it. So-and-so moved in with me. This is me. Is he there now? She said yes. I'm coming to blank him then. And you can see what it says. It's ill with a K. I was so fucking mad. I know, dude, this is shit. Don't do it, guys. Learn from my shit mistakes. Okay, this is too cringe to show. It's basically me saying, like, I texted her and I was like, okay, I was really pissed. I'm not going to come and do that. Don't call, because I got worried. I'm like, because she didn't respond. I was like, she's going to fucking call the police. Luckily, I never went above and beyond. I never, like, it crossed my mind. I never went to the house to do anything or anything like that. That would have been way unhinged. Okay, and then she disappeared from work. She was still working there. She disappeared from work, and I was kind of worried, and nobody would tell me anything. And I texted her mom, and her mom said she was okay being taken care of by the doctor, and her phone got stolen, so she suspended it till she's out of the hospital. So this is when she tried to kill herself and had to go to the mental hospital. And I went and visited her in the mental hospital. Yeah, pretty fucking. Another red flag. There's red flags all everywhere. Also, I got a risque picture of her. I think it got leaked a minute ago by accident, but I don't know if I want to show it. But, like, she wasn't like a ham beast or nothing, so. But I'm not trying to be vindictive here. Then there's a blank screenshot. I don't know where that came from. Some of this shit, okay. Some of this, like, there's a screenshot in here. It's just a screenshot on my phone. I don't think it has. I don't think it has any. Okay. So this must have been going on around 2015. So that's how long ago a lot of this shit went on. I don't even remember this. This must have been some other girl I was texting. That's some cringe shit here. I think that's all I think there's more somewhere, but I don't know exactly where they're at. But those are like some of the main ones. So hopefully I haven't killed anybody with my cringe, but it's got to be high on the cringe factor. And my red flag alerts. I should have let it drop. Okay, so a break from her. But guess what? It's not completely over with the story of her. So eventually I gave up and we weren't talking and all kinds of shit. And I realized, well, I think during some of this, I went and visited her when she was in the mental hospital and all that stuff right there. And then she got out and she had to do counseling and she was doing it at a place near me. So I would go hang out with her while she was at her counseling when she was on lunch, and I would take her lunch and we'd hang out in her car. And I don't remember, at one point we ended up kind of getting back together even though she was still with that guy. That's kind of what I think I told you this yesterday. So we ended up having sex at least once, maybe twice, whenever I was kind of just like her side chick. Another red flag. I did things I didn't think I would ever do. I wouldn't ever accepted that. So that's also another red flag. If you're willing to do things you never thought you would do for somebody, you might want to take a step back. That's where I didn't take a step back. And but then like part of me was like, we had sex, so she cheated on him with me. So I kind of felt, yeah, Roy, red flag Royce. Yes, true. So even though I'm not successful, you can learn from my mistakes. That should be my dating advice book. Learn from my mistakes so you have more success. That would be my title. I should write this book up and sell it on Amazon, self-publish. So part of me felt like vindicated. Like, I know that's kind of cringe too, but I was like, so I felt like I got even, if you will. But then after that, eventually, like, all that kind of ended, and she quit talking to me again like she does. I don't think I have these messages saved. Even if I did, I don't know if I'd show them. They're cringe on me, where I'm like texting her like 15 messages in a row. Also, red flag. Do not do that. So we eventually kind of decided, and I kind of eventually, at some point, I decided like I needed to move on, and I thought like me trying to meet other girls would help. So I signed up for, I don't know which site it was, like OkCupid or whatever. So we'll get off of her right now. We got another girl to talk about that was a little more, I don't even remember this girl's name either. So I remember her name. Trust me, it's burned in my brain. But so I signed up and I met this girl on whatever, like a dating website, OkCupid or one of those, right? We talked on the phone, texted, stuff like that. Then we decided to have a date, meet up. She lived in like a city that's like 30 minutes away from here, depending on traffic. So I was willing to kind of meet her like halfway-ish, because it wasn't that far. So I was like, because I know when I told you I had that girl that I was seeing online, she lived in California. That's like 2 days drive, so that wasn't going to work, right? 30 minutes, that's not super bad, right? So we went out, and I was kind of like, she's okay. But at that point, I was just kind of like, I was trying, and maybe I was in the wrong a bit, but not necessarily, because I didn't treat this girl bad or anything. I was kind of trying to look for somebody that, just to kind of take my mind off of her, see if I could find somebody else, you know, because I got in my head where it's like nobody else, you know, so like trying with somebody else kind of helps, and to see that like, okay, it's not me. I can meet a girl that can like me for me, and yada yada, right? So this girl, so I meet her, and I'm like, she's not like ugly, and I mean, I'm not like, and I'm not saying I'm that superficial. I'm gonna come off superficial here, and I'm not that great at catch. Like, I'm fucking bald, I'm missing teeth. Now I'm fucking crippled, kind of fat. But like, she wasn't like so bad. Shit. This time your message did not show up. Friend said this about the crazy girls. They're a bit like a hand grenade. You got to throw them away before they fucking explode. Yeah, we'll quote that in the book if I ever write it. Be careful, right? Okay, so I go out with this girl. We had some somewhat common interests. She liked video games. I like video games. This is when I was doing like all my video game shit on YouTube. I don't know if you were watching or subscribed back then. So we go, we're doing all that, yada, 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 yada. Video game. You know, so we go on a date. It's fine. It seems okay. It seems like it's worth it. We go on a few dates. Probably, I don't know, we went out for a couple of months maybe, 1 to 2 months. I wasn't feeling the same way, which is actually good, because I didn't really fall for this girl, but I was kind of like, let's see where it goes. And like, I think I even ended up telling previous girl about this later when we got talking again. I know, stupid, right? I was like, yeah, I was trying to date this girl, and I thought, well, maybe at least I could have sex, right? So I thought, and I know this sounds kind of horrible, but I was thinking like, do I really like her? Do I see this going long term? I don't know. But maybe we can have sex, at least, right? I think that's fair. I don't think that's necessarily wrong. I was open to more, but I wasn't quite feeling it yet. She seemed like she was really liking me. She said she was telling her friends like I was a good guy. Red flag with this girl, and I think maybe it went off in my head and I knew it. She was a little crazy also. She had, like, when we first went on our first date or a couple of dates, I was talking about, like, I kind of said, like, a little bit about what happened before, but I told her, I was in a real fucked up relationship before, but let's not talk about our previous relationship, because that's not good. And this girl went so into her own relationship, that was kind of a red flag and a turnoff for me, so maybe that was part of it, so maybe I did learn, so that's another red flag. Because apparently the dude she was with before was, like, really bad and, like, abusive and, like, mistreated her. I think she even said he kind of R-worded her. I don't know if I can say, I can probably say it on YouTube, but I don't want to get like some crazy flag. Um, so, and all this kind of shit. So I was like kids gloves with her and everything like this. I didn't try to make no moves on her. Not that I was that type of guy anyway. Like we hugged and stuff, and we met, you know, we've been hanging out, and like I could tell like she was kind of liking me, and she was kind of okay. But like, so one night she was like, "You can kiss me if you want," and she was like, "I don't know why you haven't tried before, yada yada." And I explained to her, I was like, "Well, look, you told me about all this traumatic shit you had with this other boyfriend who did all this shit and like sexually abused you, or at least that's what you're telling me." Like, I trying to be respectful and not come off like that. She never had a guy that was that way, so she didn't understand it, right? So this also leans back to the probably would also bother the whole fucking red pill or incel people, like, why do girls always choose the shit guy? It's like I'm fucking Jared Genesis. Do you know who that is? Like, they always choose the fuckers, and I'm a good guy. Most of these good guys aren't that good of guys because they just go on some crazy ass incel shit if a girl doesn't want to be with them. So I told her that, but she seemed like she did value that and she did like me. Then she got kind of like, she kept bringing up, like she was younger than me too. She started bringing up like ideas of like children and how we could raise children. And I'm talking about like maybe like, and I'm not like adverse to like commitment or something like that. And like, but I mean like a month and a half, like I think we might have dated for like 2 months total. I'm not 100% sure how long it was. I wasn't really feeling it, but I also wasn't hating her. So I was like, let's see where this goes, right? Sometimes you kind of know right away, and sometimes it's kind of like, we can see, right? So, but she was bringing this up because, like, I'm an atheist, right? And I know she talked about, like, she didn't like how church people were hypocritical and all this, and I told her all this, and she was talking about, if we had kids, would you let them go to church? And I was like, I don't know. I really don't know. She really wanted that. And then I said, I had to think about it. But part of me was like, I really didn't give a fuck. Cause I'm like, you're really talking about kids too early. It's like, maybe she felt her like, and she wasn't even that old. Like it was her, what do you call it? Her clock ticking, like her reproductive clock. There's a word for it. Like, whatever, you know? So I told her, and then she was like, then she kind of broke up with me. And I was like, okay, cool, I understand, good luck, yada yada. I think she was a little mad and all this kind of stuff. We did make out a couple times. One time, she also kind of pissed me off. She was like super like, I want to meet your mom. When can I meet your mom? Because like, my mom's a big part of my life, and I told her all that, and yada yada. I never met her parents, thankfully. I didn't want to. I didn't give a shit. We weren't dating that long, where it was a big deal. So she made me come. This is also another red flag. She had never seen Star Wars. So I was like, okay, well, I got Star Wars. You can come to my house because, you know, usually we'd meet in the middle. So it's like, you can come up here and like, so come watch Star Wars. She'd never seen Star Wars. And she really didn't like it. And I'm like, you don't fucking like Star Wars? Fuck this shit. We're out. I'm out. Fuck it. No. But I was all like, whatever, you know, no big deal. But another red flag, kids. And she was so like, my mom was here. My mom was never one of those mothers that were like super like, not clingy, but like watching over. And she didn't want like, she come in here and was like, hey, who's this? And that's not how my mom was. She was always like, you know, she never was like that with me. And I always liked that. And that was probably, maybe she should have been a little more. Maybe it ought to have been more if I was, but I'm not trying to blame my mom. She passed. So, but then she was going to leave and she's like, you introduced me to your mom. So I had to bring her there and introduce her to my mom. And I told her, I said, look, I don't really like to bring people around my mom because like the last time, because one of the only other girls I introduced her to was that girl. And then all that shit happened. So we're really private. We don't like go and like telling all this. But another funny story from this, like later on, my mom, I think this was when I was still dating the broke my heart girl, #1 love ever. She would come over at night and leave, and my mom told me like later that she said, yeah, I seen her leaving the house one night or one morning, you know. So my mom kind of knew, but my mom wasn't the type to be like, she was just kind of fucking with me, which is cool. So then I told her, and she was like, she got really embarrassed about it. So that was kind of funny. But whatever. So then she broke up with me, or we decided that it wasn't going to work. So I'm like, cool. Downside, we never had to have sex. We made out a couple of times, but nothing more than that. Yeah. Then cut like 2 months later. I think at this time I probably just quit looking. I was like, whatever. I didn't really feel it anymore. I think she kind of helped me get over the other girl. Like, I think she kind of helped me get over the last girl a little bit, because then I was like, okay, I'm not a complete loser. Some girl would like me, because that girl did like me. And cut like 2 months later, she texts me out of the blue. She's like, hey, I think I made a mistake. I think, like, I haven't been able to find any other guys. You're a good guy. Maybe we could think about all this stuff. So then I took some time, and I was trying to think. I was like, I don't know. I don't really like this girl that much. Part of me was thinking, like, well, maybe we could have sex. I know that seems horrible, but that's a part of what people think, right? And it had been like a while since I had sex. But then, so I talked to some other people, and they were like, well, if you don't really like her, it's not worth. So I think I texted her back, and I was like, good luck. But then she just said, fuck it. She didn't say nothing after that. So I'm like, whatever, good luck. Hopefully she found somebody. I don't know. And literally, like, in the same week, ex-girl, love girl, texts me, and she's all like, blah, 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 blah. What do you smoke? What cigarettes do you smoke? And I'm like, what do you mean? I was like, and like, at first I was like, this was at the point where I was past her. I didn't. This is what I'm talking about, where she'd pull shit out, like out of the blue, and all this crazy ass shit. Like, and I'm over her. I remember where I was. I was in my friend's house when she texted me, and I saw the text and who it was from, and I automatically was like, whatever. And then I ignored it, and she knew right away with me ignoring it, not texting back. It's like something was up. She's like, are you? And she was like, oh, are you just like this? So I texted her back. And I was like, what do you mean, what kind of cigarettes I smoke? And yada, yada. She's like, you don't know what I mean? I'm like, no, I don't know what I mean. I was like, you want to buy me some cigarettes? She's like, no. And then she goes to tell me that she found somebody had dumped out, like, cigarettes in front of her house. So she's accusing me of, like, fucking stalking her, when I was not fucking stalking her. I didn't go to her house. I didn't, like, dump out. I was like, people empty ashtrays and shit out of cars all the time on the ground, right? I'm like, I didn't go to your house. I got over you. I told her, I was like, I was dating some other girl. Like, I was over you, right? Then that kind of led into, I think we kind of was like, okay, cool, believe it that way. I think maybe she texted me again at some point, right? I'm still working there, but she'd quit to go work somewhere else at this point. And I think she graduated college. I also think at some point we got to talking again. It was kind of friendly. And I was just trying to be friends with her, but it was hard because I still had feelings. And so she had this job at this other restaurant. This actually might have been. So I went to visit her at that restaurant and talked to her and stuff like that. And then we hung out. We think we had lunch a couple times after this. Nothing got like romantic. It was kind of hard. Like, I was just trying to be whatever. But she was always trying to hug me, and I'm like, God damn. Like, you got to cook. So I think she was having the same problem I was, letting go. So we both kind of fucked up there, right? I should have known better, because I was the one getting the raw end of the stick. She was getting the best of both worlds. I wasn't getting the worst of both worlds. And that kind of went on and off, and then it was kind of like, eh. And then, like, she graduated college, and I wanted to go there because I remember helping her, like, one time before all this, she, like, broke down and wasn't going to finish her shit. So I went over to her house, and, like, I almost forced her to do her shit. I helped her finish her shit. So I felt like part of it, like, to make sure she graduated and all this shit. So, like, went to her graduation. Fucked up shit. Come back from her graduation, a fucking rock flew off a car on the interstate and cracked my fucking windshield, man. So there's another bad memory about her. And then I think it was kind of on and off again. Like, she started getting, like, I think what happened is she would get feelings for me, but then she didn't want to leave him. And so, like, it was easier for her to cut me off than it was to cut him off. So that's kind of where it came down to. And then she got another job after I got another job. And, like, she was working in this place near me, and we started talking again she called me out of the blue. What I'm talking about, like, this happens so many times where I'm over her. And then I used to go see her after I got off work because on my way I used to bring her food, all this kind of stuff. I kind of got a little bit too emotional again, and I was all like, you know, I tried again. I was like, you should come have dinner. And then she was over here, and I tried to coerce her, like, not rape, but like coerce her into like, yeah, because I knew there was something there. And she's like, no, this we can't be alone together and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay. And I invited her to come. I didn't want to go by myself, honestly, because my friend was getting married, but it was like a 30, 45-minute drive away from where I live. So I asked her if she would come to the wedding with me, and I pretended like she was my wife just to mess with my friend, because my friend was like, she pissed me off, and the way I took it was that she didn't think I could be married. So I even bought like a fake wedding ring. I think I still have it, because I found it the other day. Where the fuck is it? So this is kind of crazy shit, but this was just me kind of trolling my friend in real life. So I bought this fake wedding ring on Amazon, and I was wearing it. And of course, she had a wedding ring with this dude, because come to find out, like during all this time, she didn't tell me this shit, right? Because come to find out, she got married to this dude. And I remember forever she kept telling me how like she didn't ever want to get married. Not to me, not to him. I think I'd even ask her to marry me at some point. Not like an official like ring down on the knees, but like kind of like, you should marry me and shit like that. And she's like, I don't believe in weddings and marriage and all that. And then come to find out that she'd like gotten into like this religion and shit and all this. And before this, she was an atheist and all this kind of crazy shit. So like she said it cured her craziness. I'm like, the fuck it did. You're still fucking crazy. And I'm like, you're just out of control. But whatever. But she went and had birthday dinner with me like a day after or day before, like right around the same time she got married. Because you know how I found out that she got married? This girl that I work with said she ran into her at the like fucking courthouse where she was getting her marriage certificate. Because they didn't have like a wedding. They just kind of got married. But I don't know how y'all do it down there in New Zealand. But like you can get married by like a preacher or a religious ceremony, or you can get married by like a judge or something, or justice of the peace. And like, so it's like a legal thing. Literally at my dinner, I was like, because I thought we were still kind of like, because I think at this point we were still, this is actually before all this other shit. I kind of forgot this. We got, this is when we were kind of seeing each other and it was still kind of romantic, but I knew she was with him. And like, we went to dinner on my birthday because I told her this. I was like, don't stand me up, because I think I even said, this is cringe. I said, I'm going to kill myself in a video game if you don't come to my birthday. And so like she came and like, and we were leaving and I was like, give me a kiss or whatever. And she gave me a kiss and I was like, give me a real kiss. And we had a real kiss. And literally like the day after that or 2 days later, my friend tells me that shit. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, dude, 2 days ago we were out making out in fucking Outback parking lot. I was like, bullshit. I was so mad. And then she came. Then eventually she came clean. I think at that point we ended up being away from each other for a while. Then, like I said, she had that other job. We went to my friend's wedding as a fake thing. Then she kind of, I think she quit working there, or I quit working or something. And then we had another little bit of a split where we didn't talk. And then I don't know if I reached out to her or she reached out to me. Here's one thing. I cannot try and contact her right now because all this is bringing that up. Part of me wants to text her, and I'm not going to do it. I used to be bad about it, but now I know better. But I'm still saying, part of me thinks she's going to end up calling or texting me out of the blue somewhere. I really do. Okay, so whatever, something happened. I got my other job. I don't know what happened. She called me. This is when I was working. This is the job where I was doing the pest control, where I ended up getting a wreck. This was 2019 when I started. At some point in there, and we got to talking again, and we were talking on the phone. She really, like, I believe when she says she really liked friendship, and like we talk, and we really could talk and everything else, even with all the past mistakes and shit, right? I don't think I necessarily made anything more than what it was. And then eventually, she'd asked me to go and do the pest control for her house. So I set her up with that, and I took the day off, and I scheduled it to do just that one job. And so I went and did the one job, and then we went and had lunch, and nothing was more than that, but we were still kind of friends and everything. We would kind of talk. Part of me was still in the back of my head, but like, so... And that would have been when I had the wreck. So this was a little bit before I had the wreck. And so we were still on friendly terms. And I think I'd put her as one of my emergency contacts when I had the wreck. So when I had the wreck, she was actually like, I was in the hospital and I had her, she come and helped me out. She came to my house and got some of clothes and stuff to bring to me and stuff like that, and to check on my mom. And yeah, so had her come to the hospital, and like I was so fucked. I was like, this might have been a weak point, but you don't blame me for this shit. I had to have her. I let her hold my hand. Like I was like, "Will you hold my hand?" Because I mean, like this is when I was basically just out of the emergency room. I was still in like the intensive care shit because I still had all kinds of fucked up shit going on. So I had a moment of weakness. Forgive me here. And like I just needed some sort of comfort and yada yada. So like we talked a little bit here and there, and then I told her like, and we talked, and because I like when I was in that hospital, like it was so lonely and bad. So like we would talk and stuff like that, and everything like that, and eventually she just quit. She did what she always does, right? She would just disappear because she even told me something. It's like I was getting those feelings again. I couldn't handle it. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, but look, this is a very weird situation. Like, I just need somebody, if you ever love me or thought of me as a friend, like, I really need your support and help right now. Because it was so fucking hard being in that place. I'm stuck in a place in the bed 24/7, shitting my own self, having to get people to clean me up. Couldn't walk, couldn't eat anything, couldn't do anything. Like, you know, all that kind of shit. So she basically kind of abandoned me here. Albeit, like, it wasn't like we were together, so, but like as a friend, it felt kind of harsh as how close we ever were. So that's kind of where it was. I think eventually when I got out, she hadn't talked to me. I think I texted her, like, hey, I finally got out of the thing. She never responded. Then, like, a few months later, that's when I had this retinal detachment, and I had texted her about that, and I had to have another surgery because I kind of got desperate because I couldn't find nobody to give me a ride. People were out of town or working or something. Eventually, because I couldn't drive myself, have a surgery and drive home, so I had to have somebody. Eventually, I got somebody to take me, and I got all that shit figured out. So yeah, I got off. But then after that, I told like she hadn't ever contacted me since then, and that would have been January of 2021. So a year, it's coming up close to almost, it'll be coming up close to 2 years since I've talked to her since then. And that doesn't even count because it's even older than that because that was January last time I texted her. Before that was that was still when I was in the nursing home, and I got out of there around this time 2 years ago. So it's pushing on 3 or 4 years. So that would have been 2020. October 2020, October 2021, 2020 to 2021, 2022, October, I'm trying my math, I am not being good with my math. October 2020, October 2021 is 1 year, 2 years. So it's like, it's pushing on like 2.5 years that I've had any communication with her. Which has actually been like hard, but then also because I was dealing with all this other shit, like that hasn't been on my mind that much. It comes and it goes. You know what I'm saying? It comes and it goes. And then since then, I mean, we got to look for like, you know, since that 2020, like cut out a whole year. I wasn't thinking about like anything like that. And like and then mama got sick and passed away, so like there hasn't been anybody on my mind like any kind of real relationship wise since then. I did have this weird girl text me on Instagram, and it was such a funny story. I told it out loud at the when I was at rehab. She was like asking me all these weird ass questions, and that was just out of the blue. I think it was like some catfish scam shit, but I was kind of playing along. But not anything since then. There was also another girl I forgot to mention that like it was kind of she's not in the picture, but I'll bring the picture back up. She's like friends with this girl, they're like the same age. She just was actually today was her birthday. We're friends on Facebook. But like she's 28, so I'm 41. So I'm 13 years older than her. So didn't really think about that at the time, but like and like I said, this girl, I knew her when she was younger, so I never had any kind of thing. But the other girl came in there later, and it was kind of a similar situation I had with this girl. Like I had people get in my head, like I kind of, she was really a cute little girl, and not like super stupid or nothing. And we were like good. I would say we're good friends, but like I let them get in my head where like some of the things like I took the wrong way, and they did. And I had even asked her, I was like, "Hey, we should go out," and she was like, "Oh, I don't know what to do." But then after that, but she was getting married to some other dude. It was another situation where where she was talking about her, the dude she ended up marrying cheated on her, and they ended up still getting married. So be that as it may. So it was another one of those situations when a girl tells you about her boyfriend problems, that does not mean she's looking for you to be the replacement for said boyfriend. That would be like 5 chapters in my book. Red flag alerts and that. But that wasn't too crazy. I did kind of have a little bit, but like that one kind of went and gone, and it never got beyond anything. So I'm kind of glad of that. And then I am here right now telling the stories of my love lives from me being like 5 or 6 up until now. One thing I did not mention, when my mom worked at this restaurant when I was a kid, I don't know how old I was. She worked with this other girl, and I thought she was probably younger than my mom. But like I don't know, at the time I thought she was hot, but I was like before like a puberty thing. She used to, when I would show up, she used to kiss me on the lips every time. So I don't know if she was a P word or if that was just something she thought was normal to kiss a little kid on the lips. So that has to add to my list of women I've kissed. And she would have to have been like 20 years older than me at least. But that one doesn't count. Like, that might have been like a weird little schoolboy crush on somebody. Don't think. But I don't think there was anybody like that was like a friend of. There was one girl. She was older than us. This is probably when I was like 7th or 8th grade. This girl, she was probably in high school, so she was like 15, 16, 17, and I was probably like 12 or 13. She was friends with. She was a sister of these 2 dudes I was friends with. And she was, at least in what I remember, she was pretty cute and hot. Had a kind of a crush on her, but I think all of us boys that were friends with them kind of had a crush on her. There was also this girl that was a neighbor, a daughter of a neighbor, and I had a crush on her, but she turned out to be a real shitty person. So I'm glad that didn't go in. That's the girl I told the story about earlier where we were playing Truth or Dare when the dude, when she showed her boobs, and then the dude flopped out his giant fucking cock in his Truth or Dare moment. And I mean, I'm sure there's other girls that I've kind of seen here and there. Like, I mean, you walk around, go to the fucking grocery store, and you probably see a girl, and you'd be like, "Oh, she's kind of hot," or you'd have a little moment. And then, of course, there's like online, bitches and whatnot. No, not that there was anything more to it. There was this one like Latina lady. Yeah, I think Latina's right for feminine people. I was working and like I think she was flirting with me hard at the when I was doing my pest control one day, and we were talking, and I said her son was there, and I was like, "Where's his dad at?" And said, "Oh, he's not here." Like I don't think it meant like not here right now, but not like it was like one of those like this is how pornos start, right? And she like offered me a beer and all kinds of stuff while I was doing her pest control. So I've been attracted to white girls, mostly. Different hair colors. I used to think I liked dark hair colors, but the one that I loved, the one I showed you the picture, she was blonde most of the time during that. She's changed her hair color a bunch now. But that's the one I always think of because that was like the original memory. So I like dark hair girls. I've never really been attracted, where Ao was in here, he likes redheads. I never really liked redhead girls. There was this one annoying ass redhead girl when I was in like elementary school that I really did not like. I still remember her name, which is funny, but I never was like interested in her like that. So, yeah, mostly white girls. But like I said, there was the one that was, I think she was black or maybe Puerto Rican in first grade. There was the Asian girl that was in the eighth grade. There was the girl that there was the girl that I was in high school with, the one that was older than me, who was like Pakistani or Indian, that kind of ethnicity. I don't know if there was ever. So like I've kind of like. So like I don't necessarily know if I have a type except for crazy and somebody who and like the one skinny one, the one that I fucked that was my fault. She was also a blonde white girl. And then the one with the leopard thing in the picture, she was also a. I'm trying to look up one of these girls. I don't know if she's on Facebook still. Part of me wanted to send her a message and just because. When was this? It's a news article about her dad dying, but I don't know when this happened. Their Facebook, their last post was like 2010. So I don't know if she's still. Man, I can't remember the one girl's name. Diane. Her name was Diana. What was her last name? I cannot think of it for the love of me. I can't even think of the dude she ended up marrying's last name. Diana. And like, I don't have any records that go back that far. That's back before like YouTube and everything. This is college. This is 20 years ago. Diana. I can't, and honestly, I'll be honest. I'm not 100% sure if her name was Diana or if it was Diane. I was just curious. I know I looked her up one time. The dude she ended up marrying, his name was Ben. What was his name? Ben Scholes? I'm not trying to dock somebody. Ben. What was his name? I remember her last name. You know what reminded me? The lady and that was my physical therapist when I was in the nursing home had the same last name as her. I always meant to ask. I'm pretty sure that's not her. Nope. And I don't remember. I don't remember his last name. It might have been that. Was it? Oh, okay. I wonder if I can read. I might be able to find her. People. I don't want to look. I just want to see members. Fuck. I think I remembered the dude's name too. It might help if I remember if it was Diana or Diane. This could be her, but I'm not 100% sure. God damn it. Is that her? I mean, this is 20 years ago, and this might be from and who knows if she's still blonde. Also, I'm not sure if I'm spelling the dude's last name right. Maybe there's a T? Nope, that's not who I was looking for. Nope, that's not him either. This is some real ancient lore for sure. This could be him. He looks like a goofy fuck. Is that him? Ugh, I don't know. 20 years to do a lot to people. I don't think that's him. Wonder if maybe I'll try. I think it might have been Diane. Could that be her? No, she's too old. Usually, a lot of times, when a woman gets married, they still allow, like, searching the previous name. I wish I remember her sister's name. That might help too. God damn it, man. I'm trying to fucking search location. Can I not search people? People. I think I found some kid. Is this motherfucker here? No, this guy's too old. I'm unhinged, searching back lost loves through their husbands. Nope. Wouldn't it be crazy if they lived in fucking New Zealand? God damn. I really wish I remembered if her name was Diana or Diane. I think I'm spelling his last name right. I really don't know. Because I remember, I don't know if I'm spelling his name right. I'm unhinged, motherfucker! You gotta realize it's just 20 years ago. That's not her. No, that's not her. Part of me real thinks this with an E. How do you spell Diane? How do you spell Diane? Am I spelling it wrong? I guess it. Let's try. Oh, maybe it's with two D's. Is this her? I don't think so. I know I looked her up a long time ago, but I can't remember. That's not her. Is it Diana with two N's? I can't remember. You know somebody's name, but like you're like, no, it wasn't that. Diana. Bop, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-do. I wonder if she's friends with. Can you search people's friends? Ooh, that could be wrong. Like, 'cause that's for her. Could she be friends with her? Doesn't make sense. Oh, maybe it only shows mutual friends. I mean, I'm going far. I'm like searching. I'm searching other people's fucking shit. I was trying to find people that might have worked with us mutually back in the day. No, not her. Could be this one. No. I'll just pull up somebody. I'll find somebody and I'll show you just to pretend it's them. Some old ass lady. That's not her, is it? God damn, these photos are terrible. Nope, that is not her. I'm like pretty sure it's not her. Fuck, who knows? I mean, they might not even still be married. A lot of these people I know, like they're either on my friends. I'm not searching the one girl, because she has like pictures with her new husband or old husband or whatever, and it gets to me. I know it's kind of lame, so it gets to me, so I'm not gonna do that. It'll trigger me. I'll have a. Oh, okay. Let me see. She might not be on here. I know where Home City. I don't know if this search is. It can't be her, can it? No. I'm like fucking unhinged shit, motherfucker. People, education. God damn. Alright, we're gonna try and search her fucking shit ass husband. Nope, wait. I think it's his last name. God damn. Bob Rand. Na 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 na. Bob Rand. Anything could happen. Is it this motherfucker? It can't be this motherfucker, right? That's not this motherfucker. Alright, this is gonna be my last look. I just don't. Did I do education? That might not even be his last name. I couldn't search some of the people. I don't remember that one girl, those girls from the internet in high school. I don't remember that one girl's name either. Who else? Let's see. One last. Alright. I don't know about this girl. I don't know if she ever got married. But I know she's married. She's married. And she's married. Like, always, never a groom. Always a groomsman, but never a groom. The burden that is being Roy. Also, the one girl that I had the one crush on, she's married. The other girl, the one girl I worked with, the one that was before some of the other ones and before the tall girl, she was married. I don't know if she's still married. I know she has a kid. I think that dude was a piece of shit, so I don't know if they're still married. I don't know about Tall Girl. I know she had two more kids. I don't know if she's married. Probably not. She's red flag adjacent, so I don't know if she could ever get away with that. I know the girl from high school, the one that I had to crush on for like the whole 4 years, is married, and she's had like one, three, or four kids. My friend from high school, my best friend, who ended up having sex with my prom date, her is married. He has two kids. One of his kids is grown. The other one's in high school. They go to the high school I used to go to. She's his daughter that he had in high school is married now. What other girls? Don't know. I said that one I was searching, the Diane or Diana girl. She was married to that dude, but I don't know anything beyond that anymore. I couldn't find any more info. The one girl, the one that was the Indian girl from high school, she, I couldn't find if she's married. She doesn't look like she's married, but who knows? Couldn't find much info on her. Wait, I was gonna see. Could I? I was gonna look for something. What was I about to search? Tell me what I was about to search. What was I gonna search? I can't remember. I was gonna try to see if I could find that Asian girl that I liked in high school, in like 8th grade. I don't know if I can spell her last name. I know it, but doesn't even give me. Lots of shy nerds, even now with well paying jobs. Yeah, that could be another problem. That's something you gotta learn too. You gotta have a little bit of a kind of a charisma and shit. Are you gonna get like, oh my. I don't know how you spell her name. I remember it because they had unique names, but holy shit. I found that girl's, the Asian girl's sister. Wonder if her friends list is open. I'm pretty sure it's her. Copy. Doesn't seem like her sister has a page. Let's see. Maybe she has like family listed. Word, contact, family relationships. No family members to show. Pretty sure this is her, but I could be wrong. It's been fucking, this one, talk about 20 years. Let's add 23 years plus 5 to 28 years. She looks like she might be a little younger. Does she have her birthday listed? No name, life events. She doesn't even have her birthday listed. Friends. Judy? I mean, that could be maybe not the girl. That's what she went by. Her name was Judy. What would be the chance? I mean, I guess this could be a common like name for their family. She looks like she's a bit young to be that girl I'm thinking of. But maybe her photos. That could be her kids. Maybe that's her. That could be her. Kind of seems, looks familiar. Could be her. I always liked her sister more. Oh shit, I think I found her. Looks like she's got a different name now. One mutual friend. Huh, that would make sense. She must have got married. Damn, they don't fill out none of their shit. Maybe they got it private too. I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is her. She looks different than I remember, but like I said, it's 30 years ago. Okay. Don't want to dox this person. I was going to show them. Does she have blue eyes? I'm not sure. Okay, we're going to possibly see a 28-year previous crush that I had. Possibly. Possibly. Not guaranteed. Okay? I don't know. She didn't like, but I don't know when this photo was taken. Alright, are we ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1, 0. Something happened. Oh, I know what. Never mind. I forgot to undo it. Bam! I don't know if that's her, though. It's 30 years ago. It's not how I remember her hook. That's not how I remember her looking. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong about the other girl being her sister. I think she's mutual friends with a guy that we were in school together with, so it's possible that it's her. But I just don't know. That looks like she hadn't posted us since 2018. So I don't know. But I'm leaning towards that it is her. Okay? So we found one. We found one. I couldn't ever look up the ones from when I was a little kid because I don't even remember their names, much less their last names. I think the one girl, about friends. I'm trying to pull this one up. I can't really find her. Yes, I think that might have been that friend. Yeah, I think that's her. A lot of people keep their shit private, which, I can't hate on. So all she's got, all I can see is her, like, wonder if I can save this. Let me see. I found her picture somewhere else. Let me see if I can pull her picture up without revealing her name. It's not the best picture. Goddamn picture is 130 by 130. It's like a fucking thumbnail. I'm scaling this shit up. So, fucking her name's in the goddamn thing. God damn it. Let me save it again. Let's see. High school girl. That's what we'll call it. I'm having to scale it up. So this isn't the best picture. So we will see there. That was the girl that was like a couple of that grade ahead of me. Like I said, it's not the greatest picture. I think this is like a thumbnail. Now that's 100%. You can't see that shit. We gotta scale that up to 500%. That's when shit gets crazy. What about this dude back here? What the fuck's he doing? He looks like a creep. Creeping. Creep! Creep! Alright, so that's two that we found. Shit. I fucking doxed her anyway. God damn it, people. I think I'll be alright. I think she'll be alright. I could barely find her on the internet anyway. I would try to look up the one dude friend I had, but he's got the name of somebody famous, so I guarantee it would be almost impossible to find him. And it's a pretty common name. Like, his first name's real common, his last name's fairly common. But, like, there's a famous dude with the exact same name, so I definitely think it'd be hard to find him. Let's see. You want to see... Want to see the girl... She's got a bunch of pictures with her kids. I do not want to post that. Do not want to post pictures with her kids. This might be how she looked back in the day. I don't know. Let's see. 2010. Okay. All right, are we ready? I'm not gonna dox this person. Are we ready? This is the girl, the one that laughed at me when I told her I loved her. The first college girl on my love list, probably ranks at number 2 on my all-time loves. Like I have top 3. She's number 2. All right, I don't know if I have this. There might be a black screen for a second because I can't remember if I have it clicked or not. So I have to click between the scenes. So here we go. 3, 2, 1. And we have to turn it on. 3, 2, 1. I think this is from like 2010. So this is a few years from what I remember. Like, I don't know. This says this is from 2010, but I don't know if she's younger here. This is kind of how I remember her looking, though. So we'll show another one to make sure there ain't nothing on. That's how I remember her looking. Wonder if she's still married because I swear it says here no relationship thing, but I know she was married, but I don't know if she's still married. You know, people get divorced and shit, right? That shit happens. Trying to think if there's any other ones we can find. What else? What else? Let's see. Let's see. Let me see if we can find. Wait, I can just go. She's on my friend list. Why the fuck don't I go back? Friends. Oh, let's see. Oh, man. I think she closed her Facebook account. She deactivated her Facebook account. Here's some. This girl, it was never like a thing, but this is actually okay. Here we'll see a. You ready for this one? We'll see. This is this is at that same bowling alley where everything took place. This isn't no girl. I think one time I got confused. One night we were drunk and we were in my car, and it almost seemed like we were gonna kiss. And then I kind of had a little crush on her, so I kind of forgot this girl. She's married and got like 3 fucking kids now, though. But like, it never was a nothing real thing. I don't know. It was like one of them weird kind of situations. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. No, she was pretty cute, man, for sure. There's no doubt about that. But like I said, it wasn't ever like there was like a weird situation at one point, but like did I show you the car crash? This is one of my good friends. We used to kind of flirt around, but there was never like anything between us like that. I'll tell you what, man, I've been bad. I'll show you. Okay, we'll turn off. These are girls I was not interested in, but I know for a fact they told me that their boyfriends slash husbands were jealous of me. This is one of them. This is me. I don't know when. This is a Halloween picture at work. Are we ready? She told me her husband was jealous of me. Okay, so we'll go 3, 2, 1, and blast off. I'll make sure there's not a... I don't know why this dude's... There, we're closing that. It was some dude I was talking to on Facebook. So, like, I've touched women in real life, clearly, even though I'm a mostly failure, and this is just a friend. No hover hand, nothing like that, you know? You heard of the old hover hand, right? If only she was a boyfriend-free girl, or whatever Chris Chan would call them. Also, we'll see another one. This is also another girl that this is also another girl that her boyfriend slash husband was jealous of me. Like I said, like I gotta take what I can get. Also, that dude, the one girl, her was jealous of me also. Oh, also, I'll show you. You want to see the? Do you want to see the high school girl that I was in love with for 4 years? I'll show her too, because we're friends on Facebook. So give me a minute. Okay, you ready to see this one? 3, 2. You also got to forgive us. We're at work, so like don't expect the best. 3, 2, 1, blast off. And I never had any interest in her. We were friends. She was the friend, like I told you, the one girl, like I became her friend because she was friends with the other girl, and then we ended up becoming really good friends. So it was never anything besides friends with us. But her husband told us that, it's like, she told me one time he was jealous because we would like text and stuff. Trying to see. Do you want to see the girl, the high school girl one? I'll show her in a second. That's a terrible picture. That's me after I have my retinal surgery. I'll show the high school girl in a second. Trying to see if I can find another picture. Here's me around some other girls, none of which I had really anything for. But one of them was really cute. She had a nice butt. A nice butt. That's me making sure the women don't fall down. The one I'm talking about, that's the one that was on my back earlier. This girl right here, nice butt. Nice. Really cute too. I didn't really care for her personally. We were alright, but like, that girl was okay. She was kind of crazy, but like, yeah, a lot of them were mine. Not all of them. Here, you want to see? Oh, I did miss a girl. I'll show you. I don't know. I feel weird like showing photos of people that when they were like in high school. I just kind of feel weird. This one's like senior prom, so like I don't know. This is the girl, the unedited prom picture. We ready? 3, 2, 1, 0. You gotta realize this picture was taken like 1998 or 99. So this picture's like with like a real camera. So forgive our looks. That's the girl I went to prom with. That's the girl I slept with my best friend. I wonder if I had, I don't know if I had the prom picture with that one girl I was in love with. Yeah, remember us? Well, maybe you were busy working. Like, yeah, no, we was friends after that. I didn't, like I said, we weren't dating, so it is what it is. Like, I didn't, it wasn't really a big deal to me. You know, you want to see a picture of me as a baby? This picture is like 40 years old. I think I scanned it in my computer from like a real actual photograph. This is a picture of me as a baby. This is me. I don't know how old I was here. 5, 6, maybe. I was such a cute little kid. Look what fucking happened to me. Would you think that would turn into this? Ah. This is me and that girl that like I was kind of like a little sister or slash daughter with me. The one I never had any kind of like crush on. She's married too now. I still owe you a picture of the high school crush girl. I was trying to, I know I have a prom picture, but it's not on my computer, and I'm not going to go get it because I'd have to show it like in real life. But I'm going to show you a picture of her. I have to pull up her shit in a minute. I'm trying to see. Remember. Remember, remember, remember. I don't know if me and this one girl have a picture together anywhere online. All right, let's find high school girl. I'm gonna tell you something here. She has a daughter. I'm assuming this is the girl she was pregnant with in high school. She looks so. She reminds me so much of how she looked when we were in high school that it bothers me because, like, I think back, but she's like, I don't think she's of age, so I don't like looking at pictures of her because it's just weird. It's really weird. But let's find the girl I'm talking about. The girl I had a crush on in high school. I gotta find a picture with her just by herself. She's got a bunch of pictures of her kids. And she doesn't look just like her, but like sometimes in certain photos it looks just like her mom. And it's really like I can show a picture of them together, but I don't want to. I just want to show a picture of her by herself. Actually, this might be a high school picture or closer. This isn't the best picture she's got, but this kind of reminds me of how she looked back when in high school. That was the 4 year crush girl that I had. Like, and I went to prom. We went to junior prom together. Like I said, that's not the best picture of her. It looks older. But like I said, like sometimes when I see her daughter, it's just like they look enough alike where it kind of creeps me out. I just like creeps. She actually, there's some pictures of her that are older. Like older as in when she's older, I think she got better. I think she got in better shape, like after she had her kids or something. And she looks even better than she did in high school. I know it's kind of weird. I try to find one with it's her by herself because, like I said, a lot of them are with her kids, and I just find that that's not something that I want to put up on here. Like I said, that was an old picture, so it's kind of Jesus. She's got a fuckload of pictures, but like most of them are with her kids. There was one. We'll have to go back. I guess people that aren't alone don't take pictures by themselves that often. Fucking losers. There's a picture of her in a bikini. Don't know if that'd be appropriate to show. God damn, she does not have any pictures by herself. The picture of her with her baby. I don't know if that's the first one or not. Because I think she had the baby after we graduated, but I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, I'm trying to find a better picture. A lot of them she's got with like her fucking husband. That sounded bitter of me, didn't it? With her fucking husband. I think I may have seen one. Where did it go? No, is that the one? That was in black and whites, but I thought it was a color one. Alright, here we go.
I don't know. That's not a big. That makes her nose look bigger, but
It's not the best angle.
but like I said, there's some pictures. She's just like got some like so many of them are with like other people.
I just feel weirder putting that up there. Although this probably is kind of weird too, right? I found another picture. This is like a group picture to show that I went outside back in the day. Once again at the bowling alley. Look at me, like I'm just like chilling and relaxing. I don't remember half of these people. That's the girl who was on my back. That's the girl with the nice butt. That's that kind of weird girl. This guy's really cool. He's from Iraq. He was like my boss, but he's a pretty cool dude. We used to get into it sometimes, but shit happens. But he's a really good guy. I don't remember this guy's name. I don't remember this guy's name. I don't remember this girl's name. This is also another good girlfriend of mine. Not like in a relationship girlfriend, but a friend that's a girl. And we were really good friends. And we started off not liking each other, but she grew on me. So this picture does not do her justice. She is very, very, very pretty. Like, and I'm not. It's not even because of the glasses. It's just not. Like, I will go so far. It's weird because I'm still a man, so I can't help but notice it. I would say she's hot. Like, she has a really nice body and a face and everything overall, right? But because I don't have that feeling, it's kind of weird to say that. But she's a really pretty girl. See, that was the plus at working. That's also a downside, man. Working in a restaurant, because you'd get a lot of like college girls, like, and then at points, I was of age. I worked at that restaurant for like 16 years, so from like college into my like 30s. So like, there was always like there was one girl, man. She was super fucking. I think she could have been a model. She was super hot. I can't remember. I think I remember her name, but like. This is like my friend doesn't have a Facebook. This is my friend in high school, the one that slept with my prom date. This guy right here. I think I grew some more because I swear last time I remember I was taller than him, more tall than this. This was my fit back in the day. You want to talk about some fucking drip? Right? I had the classic Houston Rockets windbreaker. I wore the button up to the top fucking shirt with the white see-through Nike windbreaker pants where I would wear my Scooby-Doo boxers. You could see through them. That was where I fucking rolled it. This was me back in the day. That was the fit. I was rolling tight. Like, I had that style nobody else could compete with. That was the fucking shiznit for sure. For real, no cap. Yeah. Oh shit, I doxed that poor person. Hopefully nobody saw it. That girl, I had a crush on her in high school too for some reason. I don't even know why. That picture doesn't do her justice. She was cuter back then. But then part of me's like, maybe it's good that I'm not seeing her as cute now because that means she was probably like, I don't know, 14. So me not seeing that's kind of works. But yeah, that was my friend right here. Na, 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 na. Sorry, I was trying to look and see if I had any other things. Because I think sometimes people would post pictures from their shit that would show up on my timeline that I didn't actually have the pictures to. But I had to scroll back so far. It'd be ridiculous. No. Oh, I did miss another girl I was in kind of love with. I totally forgot about her. We just had some sort of like real kind of like connection. Yeah, I didn't mean to click off of that. There were some pictures I just don't know. Like I think other people posted them or something, but I can't find them. Oh, but like I'm gonna show you that girl I told you that was like really pretty, and that picture didn't do her justice. Oh shit! I'm gonna find a picture of her. I'm gonna find a good picture. The picture when she's pregnant. That might be a little weird. She's in a bathing suit. Not gonna post. Not gonna show that either. I also gotta make sure I don't go back before she was born. I mean, not born. Before she was an adult. We could show her wedding picture. Trying to find one where it's just her. This is a pretty good picture of her. I wouldn't say it's the best. I think she was prettier in real life too. I don't know, but like, we ready? I'm ready. It might not be like the best angle, but like, telling you, she's really, 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 really pretty girl. I want to. There's got to be a better picture of her. I think some of her just like normal pictures were better than that. This is a cute picture. This is her. This is at work. This is the one we work together, or at least maybe I wasn't working there then, but this is her at work. Like I said, I don't think some of these pictures do her justice, though. I think she looked better in real life. I think the same for myself too, though. Boom, 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 boom. She's another one of them guilty people with pictures of. Damn, I don't want to show that one, but like she's in like a bikini top. Telling you, bam. I don't know how far that goes back. That might be before she was of age. She looks really cute in this picture, but she's got her baby. I'm not going to post that. What's weird, like her sister, like nowhere near. Like, okay, I'll post this picture. This is her and her sister. I think her sister's of age in this picture, so don't get wild. Because I know her sister when she was working there, she was like she might not have been 18, but I'll say she probably. This is 2021, so yeah, I'm sure she was 18. But this is her and her sister. So like, besides like their skin tone, like I don't think they look that much alike in the face. But that's just me. So bear with me. So are we ready? 1, 2, 3. And her sister worked there too. That's her. That's her sister. I mean, I think there's a big difference. Like, also aside from that, like she had like big boobs and a nice like figure. Her sister was kind of like skinny with like no curves and no boobs either. So like, definitely like a whole different like I wouldn't even necessarily guess they were sisters if I didn't know. I didn't know. Like somebody had to tell me. Not that her sister's ugly or nothing, but like, and I think she looks better here than she did. But back then, also, I think she was like a lot younger, so maybe she kind of grew into stuff. But I still think she's like way, way prettier or hotter, or whatever you want to call it, than her sister. Don't know. I think that's about everybody. I can't think of nobody else. Like I said, there never was anything with me and her. She's just a really good friend, and I think she was really pretty. Like I said, I think she could have been a model if she wanted to be. I guarantee somebody would have saw her, and she could have been a model. Like I'm not saying she'd been like Tyra Banks or whatever, but she could have definitely been a model. I think. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're gonna do one. Oh, I would show you the tall girl. Damn, I don't know her. I don't remember her name. Her name was Brittany, but I don't remember her last name. And I never was friends with her on Facebook. Here, I'm gonna show an unedited photo of. I'm not gonna pull her Facebook up. It triggers me because she's got her husband in pictures with her. So I think I have other pictures of her. I'm gonna show the unedited picture of the girl that was the number one love of my life. I don't know if I have any other pictures. Like my phone got destroyed in a car wreck, so I lost some shit, but I was able to get some of the ones on it because it was. This is how long ago this was. This was like 2 phones ago, maybe even 3 phones ago. I wanted to say we had 2 pictures, but I only see. Wait. Oh yeah, 'cause she got mad at me because we did take 2 pictures. Okay. So we ready for the big reveal of the number one girl I loved in my life? I'll tell you what's crazy. I found out that the person that my trainer at my new job, like the supervisor, I don't know if it's like going to be my supervisor, or just a trainer. She has the same name as this girl, so I'm a little bit triggered by that shit. And she has a kind of a semi-common name, so it's kind of hard not to trigger me with this. All right, ready? I don't know if you're still here, but get ready for the big reveal. Okay, we're gonna go 3, 2, 1, blast off. This doesn't trigger me as much because this has good memories with the bad. This is the. She got mad because she said I made a funny face in the picture, so she made me take another one. So I kind of like both of them. I don't know which one's better. Wonder why they look so different, like the lighting. This, like I said, this is like an 8-year-old ago camera. Yeah. I think I might have another picture of her by herself that she sent me. See if I can find it. Like I said, I'm not going on her Facebook because it's going to trigger the fuck out of me. I have a picture of her in a bikini, like a bathing suit. I'm not going to show that either. This is one of my favorite pictures of her. I think I only have like a small version of it that got saved from my old phone. I don't remember why she's dressed up, but she's dressed up for something here.
I think that's a really good picture of her.
I want to say I had another picture. I don't know if I want to show these. Somehow, like the phone, like saved like thumbnails or something. When I was able to find the old phone, ooh, almost closed that, but I didn't. I didn't. So I don't know why I don't have some of these as full pictures. Maybe I do. They're all like none of them like have like names, so it's kind of like I can't really search. For some reason I do have a picture on here with her and her husband. There's a random picture she sent me from the bathroom of the place we worked at. She always made that face in a lot of pictures. Here's a picture of me with half of my hair cut. I can show embarrassing pictures of myself also. Why does it open up a new window every time I open a picture? It's like I had like 15 windows open. Not gonna show a picture of her in a bathing suit. What is this picture? Oh, that's my friend's kid. I'm not showing that. This might be. Do you want to hear? Give me 1 second. I got to double check this. This may be a lost voicemail from her. You might can hear her voice. Give me 1 second. Okay. We have found a hidden gem. This is a voicemail she left me. I will set this up. One night we were talking on the phone and I was really tired. And I fell asleep while we were talking, and my phone died, or I had it on like me. I had like the ringer turned off, right? So like she called me and all this shit. I didn't realize any of this till I woke up the next morning. But she left me this voicemail. I don't know how this got saved or why this got saved. Hopefully she didn't have voicemails of me saved because shit, I was crazy. She probably always deleted mine because she didn't want her husband to know. But we're going to listen to a hidden voicemail from her from God knows when. Are you ready for this? I need you to be ready for this. I need you to say you're ready for this because this is impressive. I had to put it on so that I could make sure that like it is set to the right sound. Are you ready for this? This is some shit. You are going to hear the voice of the woman I loved more than anybody in my life. Like, romantically. I don't think I love her more than my mom and maybe some of my friends. Woo! I haven't heard her voice in like over 2 years. It's crazy. I didn't like. I'm not like getting upset by any of this. Don't worry. I'm in a good place when it comes to her. It's just really kind of crazy. I didn't expect this. I didn't even remember I had this on here. Okay, are we ready? 3. If you can't hear it, let me know because I have to make sure the sound is set. I got it turned up. If it's too loud, let me know. Okay, 3, 2, 1. The voice of my destruction.
Hey, I really don't know what happened. Um, I mean, I, I don't, I don't know. I hope you're okay. I don't even know where to go with. I just, anyway. I'm probably about to go to bed. I hope you're okay. I don't really know again what. I don't know if it's something that I said. I mean, obviously it was probably something that I said, but I'm not sure why it upset you. I'm not sure. I just feel so lost. I'm just completely at a loss at what exactly happened. But that's fine. I mean, I'm not gonna force you to talk to me or anything. Um, anyway, so just text me if you want to, but I am gonna go ahead and go to bed. All right, bye. Hey,
Oh, it played again.
But that sound like this also got this should have been a
This is a red flag also. I should have realized because it was just like a thing that happened, and she got like, she was all like, I didn't want to, like, she said something. Dude, I don't even remember what she said, right? And then this makes sense. Like the next day, she was telling me some story about her grandma or something, is what I remember. And that's the last thing I remember. But I don't remember exactly what she said. And then, like, I asked her, I explained what happened, and I asked her about it. She would never tell me the story, though. So, like, she was still even, like, worried about it after that. You're the first person to hear the voice of my destruction on the internet, I believe, because I didn't know I had that. Yeah. I found a better version of the picture of her in the dress that I think's my favorite picture of her, except for probably the one I was in the picture with her.
This is like one of those deep dive, like iceberg. This is the Roy, Love iceberg.
Like I said, I don't know all this shit that's on here. So I'm kind of looking through some of this shit and just remembering it. Oh, this is a picture she sent a long time ago, too. I think that's one of the first pictures she ever sent me back in the day. That was on Snapchat. I think I lost some pictures on one of the phones that I had. God, I've got like multiple fucking copies of all these goddamn text messages. There's one sexy picture she sent me. I'm not going to show that on screen. That's a bit much, I think. Wait, there. I think we might have went through just about everything I have. This is what you call a deep dive. Deep dive into the love life of Roy. I think there might have been another. I was trying to look if there was another voicemail. I think I used to have one saved on my old phone. But I might have saved some shit too. Oh, here's an interesting picture. Like I said, I hope she doesn't have any voicemails of me saved anywhere, because some of them are cringe as fuck, bro. I would probably die of cringe if they were ever released. Because like you know for a fact, and I'm not hiding this. I didn't like show you some of my cringe texts, but you know for a fucking fact that like I had to have had some cringe ass texts with her that I sent her during all this shit. There's no way around it. Clearly it was. What is this?
Oh, shit.
Oh, okay. Here we found some more lost. We found some more lost footage. This is a video from the night, one of the nights at the bowling alley.
I'm serious.
Wait,
Whoa, video's even better.
who asked for the drink, girl?
See this show?
I guess I meant to take a picture, but I turned on video. If that was super loud, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize it was that loud. I just knew earlier that was... I don't know what's in here, so I gotta be... I can't see the thumbnails. I think this might be shit all on my computer. This is like backed up to my Google Drive. So I don't know. I'm really curious if there's any more like video audio, because I didn't know that was there.
Hello, this is a refill reminder call from Walgreens for Marguerite Setri. Please call us back within 24 hours at 1-800.
Okay. That was a voicemail. Let's see.
Hello, this is a refill reminder.
Is ready to view online and due shortly. If you recently enrolled in AutoPay, 20.
Okay, I don't know what that is.
Hey, I really don't know what happened. Um, I mean,
Me too. Appreciate it. I was about to call it. I was going to say one thing before you go. I was going to ask if you had any questions about anything that you wanted answered. That I was going to answer them and I was going to call it. I just kind of I got into searching for all that stuff. But maybe you're already left. No questions left. I'll give it a minute. Maybe you have no questions. Maybe I've answered every question about my love life in this stream that's been going on for almost 7 hours. Jesus Christ. This is some real fucking shit. We really got to the bottom. I can't believe nobody else showed up. Like, because, I mean, it got out of control. Alright, I think you left, man. Appreciate you stopping in. Been interesting. Hopefully it was somewhat entertaining and sad in places, I'm sure. Alright, I think you're gone, so we're going to call it. Call it. I need to go to sleep too because I gotta get up early tomorrow because I gotta stay on my, gotta get used to getting up early because I start work Monday. So this might be the last stream you ever see from me. That's why I thought I'd go out with a fucking bang, with a banger on revealing of all of my love life since I was 5 years old till now. Hidden messages, hidden pictures. It was all out there. Oh my God. That's about it. That's about it. That's me. I wish everybody else a good luck. Look out for red flags. That would be my last thing to say. Red flags. Avoid them, or at least take a step back before moving forward. Also, another clear thing, just because a girl talks about her boyfriend to you and complains does not mean she is looking for you to replace said boyfriend. Learn my lessons. You don't have to fall for the traps that I did as a wizened old man who suffered through many a despicable relationship and love life. All right. Thanks everybody. Have a good night, a good morning, or whatever it is you have. Peace out.